This book is going to teach you how to dominate, make millions, and get anything you want in life. Big money energy is the feeling you get when you encounter someone who is massively succeeding at life. They're the ultimate picture of self confidence. There's no bravado, no bragging. They know they have BME, and so does everyone else. You get big money energy by being 100% committed to making your vision a reality, and that vision has to be big. 10 years ago, Ryan Serhant, the billion-dollar broker and co-star of Million Dollar Listing New York, was living paycheck to paycheck. Determined to leave his low-rent lifestyle behind forever, Serhant took life-changing steps that resulted in graduating to seven-figure sales, doubling his income every year for the next decade, and being cast on television. He is now the CEO and founder of Serhant, a multi-dimensional real estate brokerage and media company that averages $1 billion in sales a year. In Big Money Energy, Ryan shows how he tapped into big money energy to crush his goals and achieve success, earning his first million before he turned 30. Whether you're a self-made entrepreneur, corporate executive, or a barista, Serhant will teach you how to climb the ladder to success better and faster than anyone else. If you want big money energy, this is your blueprint. This book is an inspirational, lively guide for anyone who is ambitious enough to dream big and is committed to doing whatever it takes to conquer their goals. Over the next 6 to 8 hours, my goal is to finish this book cover to cover in one sitting. In fact, if I'm not able to finish it today, I'm going to delete this video. So make sure to stick around to the end, subscribe, bookmark this video. There will be chapters down below. Also, first link in the description to purchase this book on Amazon, and also the second link in the description. Check out the courses that Ryan has to offer. Definitely support the author. The only reason I'm doing this is because no one else on YouTube is able to do this, right? I have a unique ability to sit down and read a book cover to cover. I've done it with Gary Vee, done it with Grant Cardone. There's an entire playlist of books that I've done like this. So if that sounds interesting to you, make sure to subscribe to this channel and support me as well. Let's get into the book. Big money energy. How to rule at work, dominate at life, and make millions. This book is dedicated to my daughter, Zena. You give me the energy to go bigger every day, and to my amazing team at Serhant, who helped me build our new company during a pandemic while I was busy writing this book. Introduction. What is big money energy? You're reading this book because there's something that you want that you don't have. It could be your dream job, more money, an affluent lifestyle, or the self-confidence to move through the world with ease, knowing you have the power to get whatever you want along the way. I know exactly what it feels like to want a bigger and better life. Just 10 years ago, I was living commission check to commission check, barely making ends meet, stuck in survival mode. Yet everywhere I looked, I'd see people who just exuded success. Accomplishment and confidence oozed from their pores like some sort of magical liquid gold. It was evident in the way that they walked, talked, dressed, and smiled. To be clear, I'm not talking about the obvious signs of status. I didn't think I could just throw on a fancy watch, which I would have had to steal anyway, and automatically change my entire life. But I wanted to be like the ultra confident people who were walking down the street beside me. I wanted my fear of failure to stop ruling my life. I wanted to break through all the constant obstacles thrown in my path. Clearly, these put together, confident-looking people were on their way to important meetings with captains of industry or power lunches, and I wanted to be that. I wanted big money energy. Big money energy is the vibe you get from someone who is massively succeeding at life in every direction. You know this person. You notice him or her instantly when they walk in by the office, because their confidence is glowing like a halo, but humbly. Or you see this person at a party and his or her energy is so big that she effortlessly stands out in the crowd. A person with big money energy is the ultimate picture of self-confidence. There's no bravado, no bragging. They know they have BME, and so does everyone else. It's completely obvious. People who possess big money energy get this way because they're 100% committed to making their vision for themselves a reality, and their vision is big. When you meet someone with BME, you can't help but want to be around them. They're confident, but never cocky. They understand the path to success is paved with hard work, gratitude, patience, and experience. This person has learned to brush loss off her shoulders. She stays determined and keeps her eye on the prize ahead. People with BME never stop learning, earning, and growing. If you want more for yourself, but bigger and better feels out of reach, know that it's all yours for the taking. And if you've already maximized your potential, then by all means enjoy floating around in your golden plated infinity pool. Just because you have butler toss just have your butler toss this book in the volcano that came along with your private island, because clearly you figured it all out and you don't need any help from me at all. In 2008, my annual earnings were $9,188. After designing a whole new Ryan and going bigger, 10 years later, I am earning $1 million every month. I managed to build a blueprint for unshakable BME. I've outlined it for you in this book, along with stories from my own life, so you can see how BME completely changed the course of my career. And I've also sprinkled in codes and the tools I've used to bring greater success into my life every day. People aren't born with big money energy. Well, most of us aren't. I know I wasn't. And it's not an energy that's exclusive to celebrities, the wealthy, and the freakishly good looking, the well connected, and the powerful. It lives inside all of us. This book will show you how to unleash your big money energy so you can achieve more financial growth for yourself, succeed on levels greater than you ever expected, and expand your dreams to outrageous proportions. I want you to want more for yourself. In the following pages, I'm going to guide you through the same process that I used to transform myself into the guy who makes more money than I ever imagined by the time I turned 35. As a former low rent salesman who woke up every morning worried about how I would succeed, I know it can all be turned around if you follow the steps I'm going to lay out in the chapters ahead. And guess what? I know you have big money energy inside you, and I am determined to help you unleash it. I want to make you the best version of yourself, the one you've always imagined you can be. I want you to wake up every day excited to live another day as you, and to know that you can achieve any vision you create for yourself, no matter how massive it is. So if you want to be where you want to be, then and not just where you're at, then let's go. Big. There's no way you're going to accept an average run-of-the-mill kind of life. You don't have to. You want massive success. Your vision for your life is huge. You're going to crush your goals and take everything you do to extraordinary new heights. Bigger isn't just better. It's everything. Chapter 1. Go bigger. When I answered the phone in my office on a random Tuesday morning in 2009, I thought it would be either a broker calling to scream at me because one of my clients had just pulled out of a deal, or the usual, "Hi, I'm looking for a cheap 2-bedroom apartment that me and my 6 best friends can be stuffed into." But before I could start reeling off information about listings, the woman on the phone just shared her name was June Shren. She worked for a large oil and gas company in China, and she was looking to buy an apartment in New York. This was, to say the least, unexpected. I had never sold an apartment to someone from another country. "Okay, that's great," I said. "What are you looking for exactly, and what's your budget?" 2 million or so, but if we need to spend more, we can. Chills went up my spine. My jaw didn't just hit the floor. I swear it detached from my face and floated down gently in a cloud of sparkles. 2 million in the middle of a recession while everyone is losing their jobs. I had just done small sales under one. I had done some small sales under 1 million in the first half of 2009, but nothing this big before. Then I asked her another genius question. "When do you plan on moving to New York City?" "Oh, we would never do that. This is just an investment for my daughter." "How old is your daughter?" "Oh, she's not born yet, but she will be soon." Wait, she was buying an apartment for a baby who wasn't even born yet? "So Ryan, I'll be in town for a couple of days later this month. Can you help me out by showing me some apartments?" While I was tempted to say, "I love to help you, but I've never sold a 7-figure apartment before, and I have no idea what I'm doing," I responded with, "Oh yeah, I can help you find the perfect apartment because it's what I was born to do." Oh my God, then I hung up the phone and started to panic. The reality was I was a brand new real estate agent in Manhattan, living a very much hand-to-mouth commission check to rent existence in one of the most expensive and intensely competitive cities in the world. And I was really struggling. I'd wake up every day and think, oh, it's morning. It's morning. Hello, anxiety. How are you doing this fine day? What's going on, Dread? You hanging in there, little buddy? And then I'd go about my day acting like I had my own personal storm cloud following me everywhere I went. This wasn't what I wanted. I craved success. But I had convinced myself that this success was reserved for other people. Success was the domain of those who were more confident, better educated, well connected, smarter, richer, better looking. I felt like everyone was raking in the big bucks but me. At work, other realtors were getting clients with much larger budgets while I was stuck with clients looking to live life on the cheap, living in fear of a negative bank balance just like I was. My constant worry was about money. In fact, it consumed me. Before I spent even $1 on anything, a sandwich, a subway ride, a bar of soap, a pair of socks, or a new toothbrush, I had to ask myself, if I buy this item, will I still have enough leftover money to pay my rent? Every dollar was accounted for, and there was never enough of them. I was tired of being the guy my lawyer and finance friends bought drinks for out of pity. I wanted to be the guy who said, I'll get this round, instead of nursing a seltzer I pretended was a vodka because that's all I could afford. I knew I was never going to get out of this cycle. If I kept renting out studios and out of the way one bedroom apartments, if I was sick of waking up and going to bed worried about money. The worry felt like a pain in my side. It never left me. But the problem was I didn't even want to do business with myself. Nothing about me said, "Let me help you spend millions of dollars." I didn't even own a suit. I felt low rent, looked low rent, and acted low rent. Why would June Trend want to buy a fancy apartment from someone like me who was dripping with desperation? I'd be living like that for years, and if I didn't make some serious changes, I knew I could look forward to living the same unsatisfying life forever. That day, as I looked at my closet and contemplated how many times I had worn the exact same button down shirt to meet clients, I realized June Trend knew nothing about me other than that my name was Ryan and I was a real estate agent in New York. She didn't know that I looked like the kid who got picked last in gym or that I had never sold a multi-million-dollar apartment ever. She had found me on the internet because of an open listing I had posted, and she called me by chance at random. For all June knew, I could be rolling around another giant pile of $1,000 bills while I was talking to her. This was an opportunity to present myself in the way I wanted to be seen. This was the chance to wipe the slate clean. June needed to meet the bigger version of Ryan, the person I had often dreamed about becoming while lying in my studio apartment with the one without a bathroom. The bigger Ryan was confident, energetic, and closed deals for breakfast. I wanted June Trent to meet me as that guy, someone who was already successful, not some kid. I started thinking about the picture of success I wanted to present to June. I had to be brutally honest with myself. My fifth year of college, my fifth year college student look wasn't going to cut it. I dug out my Macy's credit card that I had never used and purchased the nicest looking suit I could afford. Taking the subway wasn't going to send the right signal either. The successful brokers in my office took their own clients around in town cars. I Googled limo service, New York City, clicked on the first link, and rented a black SUV that looked very well used, but came with a driver to take us around. Nowadays, there's Uber. My credit card was seeing a lot of action. With a new suit and a black car booked, I decided that I'd be the master of New York streets. I went crazy studying everything about the blocks of New York before June's arrival. It was intense. I was studying like the last like to take the LSAT. I studied street names, business locations, tourist sites, you name it. The deals I had made thus far as a new agent had been generally limited to Murray Hill and the Village and the outer boroughs. I had barely even set foot in the nicer parts of town where apartments were more expensive and appealed to more affluent people. But I had but I had to seem knowledgeable without hesitation. She needed to know that I really knew what I was doing, but I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what clients usually ask for before buying an apartment that cost millions of dollars. So I memorized every fact about each building I was going to show her: when it was built, the architect who designed it, the developer of the project, and who else lived there. For weeks, I forced myself to learn and be prepared for any question June might ask me. I researched the land of the buildings that were built on, so I could give her a history on Manhattan, If a celebrity lived in the building we were looking at, I knew about it. If a scene from a movie was shot here, I knew all the details. I took note of all the playgrounds so I could point out the places where little June Jr. could play. At one point, I realized I needed a snack, so I stopped in a coffee shop. I noticed the guy who was working there was named Bob. I thought, wow, if I bring June here for a coffee and I know Bob by name, it will seem like I'm in this expensive neighborhood all the time. I'll appear like a big time agent just by association. I woke up the day of my appointment with June feeling ready to go, though I had barely slept since I was so nervous. The SUV picked me up at my apartment in Koreatown, and as we drove uptown to June's hotel, sitting in the back seat behind being driven to a multi-million-dollar client, I realized that I was experiencing a level of calm and confidence I had never felt before. The nerves from last night were gone. For once, I was going to meet a potential buyer filled with positive energy. Remarkably, I didn't feel afraid of falling flat on my face. When we pulled up to the corner where her hotel was, I noticed a very exhausted and very pregnant Chinese woman standing there in a baggy, wrinkled tracksuit. I rolled down the window, feeling just like a bit like Richard Gere in Pretty Woman. June, hi, I'm Ryan. June weakly lifted up a hand to indicate that, yes, it was her. I got out to open the car door for her, and she slid in, leaned against the door, and immediately fell asleep. Oh, okay, the flight from China is really long. We spent the next couple of days following the same pattern. I'd pick June up, she'd get in the car and take a nap. I'd wake her up when we got to the property where we were looking at, and she would get out and walk around the apartment in total silence. Oh my God, is she sleepwalking? What do I do? You're never supposed to wake up a sleepwalker, right? But then as we get back in the car, she'd say, I don't like it. So she was awake and immediately would fall back to asleep. The afternoon of her last day in the city was very hot and humid. We still hadn't found the perfect apartment for her unborn child. And I'd rack up so many charges on my credit card that I had no idea how I would pay them all off. June needed a drink and a snack, so we got hot dogs and bottled water from a streetcar. And we headed to the Rushmore, a brand new condominium building developed by Excel at 80 Riverside Boulevard. It was gorgeous. This was the opposite of what showing walk-up convertible 3 bedrooms with no AC in Astoria, Queens feels like. This feels great. This feels right. This felt like my future, and I was living it. June woke back up when the car pulled over, her half-eaten hot dog still in her hand. When we got inside the apartment, everything was different. Suddenly, June Shen was wide awake, and she broke her silence. I like this. Yes. We started looking at the kitchen and the bathrooms. And by the time we got to the bedroom where someday her baby would sleep, she said, this is the one. Let's make an offer. We got back in the car, and June went right back to sleep while I bounced up and down, grinning from ear to ear. I was about to sell an apartment with an asking price of $2.5 million to a fetus. I was going to be rich. Fast forward a few nights later, and after my first major negotiation with the developer, I'm standing in the lobby of the St. Regis Hotel at 3 a.m. The big greasy bag of cheeseburgers that is still very jet-lagged June requested I bring her was overpowering the lobby's carefully cultivated scent of wealth and power. But I had done it. I had negotiated like I had been doing this for 10 years, knocked $300,000 off the price, and sold June's unborn child a $2.2 million apartment at 80 Riverside Boulevard. June was ready to sign the contract while inhaling curly fries. I had managed to close a really, really big deal in the middle of a recession. It was a preview of what life could look like if I let go of my low money mindset. Nothing else had changed my life. Nothing else had changed in my life. I was still a really young real estate agent with no contacts, but while nothing really changed, everything did. My parents came to visit me a few months later, just after the closing. I met my dad outside of his hotel before dinner and asked him to walk with me to the bank. I bank with Chase, and it can feel like they have ATMs on every corner of the city, which is great when you have checks to deposit, but bad when you don't have any, and they just remind you of all the money you don't have. For the first time ever, I was going to the ATM because I had a massive $24,000 commission check burning a hole in my coat pocket. My dad stood next to me and to me as I watched my bank balance shoot from a few $100s to nearly 25,000. I couldn't believe it. This was the most money I'd ever seen in my bank account. My dad was proud, but I could tell he wasn't as impressed as I was. To me, this achievement represented a massive life altering win. In my mind, this was as good as it gets, and I was going to soak up every ounce of enjoyment from the experience. This money could cover my rent for the next 2 years of my life. I could buy new shoes, I could go grocery shopping. Hell, I could even be Mr. Generous and replace the shower curtain in the bathroom I shared with 25 other people. You really think this is something Dad asked? Heck, yeah, I did. It's nice, bud, but you need to understand there is much more where this came from. Just look around. The world is full of June Shrens. There are nearly 10 million of them in this city alone. They just don't know you yet. Sure, 24,000 was a lot of money, especially when you had none. But what if my dad was right? What if at this exact moment I wasn't at the top of my game? What if this check was just the first step towards something much, much bigger? The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Not having to worry about rent was a huge relief, but only to make rent meant I was just surviving. And I wanted to do more than that. I wanted to thrive. I wanted more for myself than a handful of rent payments. I wanted it all. I'll never forget standing there at that ATM with my dad and wondering how far I could really go big or go home. That khaki clad, over anxious kid who didn't believe he'd ever be on the winning side of the game had finally scored for once. And when I thought about it, I was still the same semi anxious guy, but the little changes I had started to make inside made a difference. The truth was, not all that much had about me had changed. I hadn't undergone a drastic makeover. A new suit and a driver helped me feel more confident, but I realized that the secret sauce was how it enabled me to control my energy, and that is what it needed to change to become the power broker I wanted to be. Instead of dripping desperation, I was able to exude the energy of a knowledgeable, capable, and confident businessman. I learned a very life altering lesson that was the first stop in understanding how to manifest big success. I couldn't change how much money I had in my bank or what kind of clothes I could afford, but I could change my presence. I could work on how I came off to people. Code number 1. When you can't change your circumstances, there's only one thing you can change: your energy. The energy you give out comes from the core of who you are as a person. Your energy can come off to others as influential and powerful, or timid and insignificant. I was a low energy ball of sadness who picked up equally sad people wherever I went. If I was riding the subway, I'd inevitably end up sitting next to the saddest person in the world who would tell me about her recent breakup with her boyfriend. If I was standing in line to buy a salad, it was almost guaranteed that the person behind me in line would open up about how they just got fired by their jerk boss and life sucks and I hate everyone. Misery loves company, and so does bad energy. If you're low energy all day, you'll attract other low energy work and clients. If you put negative energy out into the world, you'll surround yourself with abuse because subconsciously that's what you're asking for. At the office, the positive, energetic people would go out for drinks after work sometimes. I'd watch them walk out of the office smiling and laughing together like life was a grand party. I'd be left behind with Tim, who was so low energy and so quiet he practically blended into the wall, and Harry, whose main job in life was complaining about everything. This was not the club I wanted to belong to. I wanted to be happy like those other guys, but I felt like I didn't fit in with them because they made a lot more money than me. Selling that apartment to June was the first time I understood that when you control your energy, you hold yourself to a higher standard. Anything becomes possible. No matter how big and how bold, nothing will be out of reach for you because changing your energy means winning the game and putting losing behind you forever. And I know it's possible because I did it. During the height of my struggles as a new real estate broker in New York City, I was essentially Ryan Serhant poster boy for how not to succeed in life. I was desperate when I wanted to be confident, unsure when I wanted to be certain, slouching because I was too afraid to stand tall, and quiet when I should have spoken up. I knew I wanted to leave low rent Ryan behind forever, how could I get started? The way I imagined big success as a kid growing up on a farm outside of Boston was lots of money in the bank and a closet full of suits, a fast car, and a sleek apartment, and who knows what else. Was that even a possibility for me? After my experience with Jun Shen, I realized that I had two choices: give up on myself or realize that I was a blank canvas that could be worked on. I was now going to be very deliberate about how I moved forward. I didn't want to wait to start living bigger, and I didn't want to depend on anyone else to give me that permission either. I wanted my power back. the power I lost somewhere along the way in my search for success. I wanted the power I was born with, but had lost to social pressures and crippling anxiety. I was done holding back. I had made just one bold stroke, and my canvas already looked better. I was going to do whatever it took to transform the canvas of my life into something priceless. It wasn't easy. I didn't snap my fingers and watch self-confident, conscious, and broke Ryan fade into the distance. It took a lot of work, self-evaluation, and practice. As I started to let myself have greater expectations about what I was capable of, the more I accomplished, the more my career started to grow. Examine the picture of yourself, of your life right now. Is it what you want? Really, is it? We've all had something we've fantasized about doing, but we let fear hold us back. Or maybe someone told us about our dreams were stupid. Being a magician isn't a real career. Are you insane? It's easy to talk to yourself out of pursuing a dream if you're worried about screwing up, going broke, or looking like a total idiot. The show was pretty good until the magician tried to saw that lady in half. My kids will be traumatized forever. What if your biggest desires could be a reality? What if you couldn't screw up? Change your energy and the picture of your life will look entirely different. Right now, it might be messy and chaotic or too tidy and predictable. If you commit to thinking bigger, taking bigger actions, dreaming bigger, and opening up your mind to every crazy possibility, you can live big. Chapter 2: Be the future you right now. Are you a top level real estate broker who wants to be on TV? Description: casting real estate brokers in New York City for unscripted television show. Are you a successful real estate broker selling high end real estate in Manhattan? Bravo TV is holding auditions for a New York City based version of Million Dollar Listing. Click here to apply. The ad on curbed.com caught my eye right away. At that point in my life, I wasn't exactly a top level real estate broker, but I had started selling more apartments after meeting June, and a few of them were in the seven-figure range. I was definitely moving up in the world. I was now focused on my real estate career, but that was a relatively new decision. The whole reason I came to New York in the first place was to be an actor. I had spent the last 2 years of my life auditioning for television shows, plays, and commercials, and made very little money doing it. In fact, there was little to show for any of that time of my life, other than a brief appearance as an evil doctor on a soap opera and some roles in some off Broadway plays. Oh, I was like a I was like a hand model. And as some of you remember from like Serhant, yep, a professional one. I was paid to hold the phones while the director yelled at me for not bending the metatarsal on my finger, on my right ring finger 7 degrees forward. My passion was to act. I had saved up as much money as I could and gave myself 2 years to give it a go in the toughest city in the world. What could go wrong? Obviously, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. It turns out you need a lot of money to live in Manhattan, and playing the role of Tree in a basement production of Macbeth didn't pay too well. If I wanted to, if I wanted more than constant stress about money, if I had to face the fact that my acting career wasn't going to cut it, I had to face the fact that my acting career wasn't going to cut it. So I got my real estate license to help pay the bills. I thought it would be just a survival job, a job that brought in enough money to pay the bills while I worked to making it work on Broadway or landing a role in a movie. But then something surprised me. I really started to like the business. I liked being a salesperson. The rejection wasn't nearly as bad in sales as it felt in auditions. I didn't take it as personally if someone didn't buy like the apartment. I also felt a thrill every time I closed the deal. It was satisfying to connect a person to something they wanted and actually get paid to do it. I figured the million dollar listing opportunity, which combined television, my quickly fading dream, and real estate, which was turning out to be an area where I was really starting to shine, was a great way to take my career to a higher level. I mean, at the very least, I would have a better chance than most brokers. How many real estate brokers had acting training? It's like this opportunity was meant for me. I filled out the very short application that entailed writing down my name and email address. They were being really selective, and it received a quick response. Dear top real estate broker, thank you for applying to be on Million Dollar Listing in New York. Report to the Hudson Hotel on 356 West 58th Street, New York, New York. Your scheduled interview time is 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday, March 10th, 2010. We look forward to meeting you. My Macy's suit was fresh from the cleaners, and I put on my best shirt and a new tie. I made sure my shoes were extra polished, and thankfully my hair was having a good day. I felt great. When I reported to the Hudson Hotel at my appointed time, it quickly became clear that not only did New York City have an unlimited supply of wannabe actors, it also had an unlimited supply of real estate brokers who wanted to be on TV. Awesome. The lobby of the Hudson Hotel is dark and moody with a quiet, sophisticated vibe. But that day it was packed from end to end with real estate brokers who were all trying out for the same job. What exactly did I think I was? Why did I exactly did I think this was a good idea? I went from feeling like Superman to Bizarro. I sat down on a plush velvet couch, my self esteem sinking deeper into it with each thought. I was selling more, and I was finally getting comfortable in my career. My inner Superman was cheering me on. You are a great broker, Ryan. This opportunity is perfect for you. Go get it. But then my inner Bizarro said, "Why are you back at an audition?" Then he laughed manically because auditions went so well the first time. The world of film and television didn't want you before, so why would they want you now? I had talked to my friend David about it. He didn't hide the fact that he thought it was an idiotic idea. Really, Ryan? How will being on a stupid reality TV show be good for your business? I wouldn't hire a lawyer from a TV show. Why would someone hire a television real estate broker? He said with a grossed out expression. My mom's reaction wasn't much better. After a long sigh, I could practically hear her eyes roll through the phone. Who will take you seriously if you're running around town selling real estate on television? I wouldn't hire someone from Survivor to sell our home. You will make a joke out of yourself, she said. All of my insecurities were resurfacing, and the longer I waited, the larger my doubt grew. My inner monologue went like this. Who am I kidding? I'm not a top broker. That's a joke. I've only been in real estate for a year and a half. Just a couple of years ago, I was sharing a bedroom with a dozen other people. I just moved into a legit studio apartment with its own bathroom, but I don't have the cash to buy furniture. What kind of top real estate broker eats dinner while sitting on the floor? Sitting there, I felt more ridiculous and stupid by the second. Apparently, I was trying to prove myself that I didn't make a good business decisions, right? More time passed, and what did I know about selling $1 million listings or living in them for that matter? Nothing. I was the kind of business person who rejects bigger deals because he's too afraid to handle them, because he's convinced he'll fail. Occasionally, someone would toss a great lead my way. One of my finance buddies who had a client with a $10 million budget looking for a place. Rather than seizing the opportunities, I'd say thanks, but that's not really my thing. What? I was more comfortable clinging to the low stakes, relatively hazard free deals like rental leases with no tricky co op board approvals. Those were just a basic credit check and voila, your keys. I was used to opting for the easy way to make a smaller dollar. Everyone will laugh at me. My head screamed. This felt like the time back in Little League when I was so terrified in the outfield, my knees were shaking. I was completely clueless, and I was convinced that I was bad at baseball before I even tried. What do I do if the ball comes to me? Right, I try to catch it, but then what do I do with it? What if I can't throw it far enough? Before I could have a full-on panic attack in the outfield, my father arrived right on the field in front of everyone and said, "Let's go, Ryan. Baseball isn't for you." And I walked off the field with such shame, and yet I was relieved that I didn't have to try. So much could go wrong at this audition. What if they asked me about real elaborate real estate transactions and I didn't know how to answer them? How did I ever think I could be on a TV show about real estate, a profession I had barely just started working in? My head ached. I could fail. Wait, did they just call my name? I extracted myself as quickly as I can from the depths of the ultra plush velvet sofa. I walked quickly into the interview room while my eyes began searching for the winner. Someone in this hotel lobby was going to get on the show, and it obviously wasn't going to be me. Then I looked around the dimly lit lobby room and realized it was impossible, even with that expensive lighting, to tell that I was any different from all the other brokers. I couldn't tell top brokers from who was selling billions from guys like me. And then I thought, wait, why not me? I have to be the guy who is killing it if I want this job. That's what they're looking for, and that's what I can give them. I decided that while I might not be the best broker in Manhattan, the time to shine was now or never. It felt scary, but I had to just go ahead and throw myself in. I didn't really feel like I could do it, but the big version of Ryan could. Big Ryan was confident, put together, and knew his shit. I had 30 seconds to impress the casting people, so I was going to ramp up my energy and give them what they wanted, the best broker in the world. After a basic introduction, we jumped right into the interview. The camera started rolling and the questions came at me fast. So, Ryan, how do you get around the city? Before I could whip out my unlimited ride Metro card, I said, black car by day, Range Rover by night. What? Whoa, what? Who am I? I don't have a Range Rover and I only have a black car that one time with June Shren. But I could have both if I needed to. They hit me with the next question. What is your favorite animal? What kind of question? My mind started spinning for a good answer. Don't say dog. Everyone is going to say dog or lion or shark. Shark is obvious. Then what? Oh my God, I don't know. Go alphabetical. Ardivac. I thought I saw a hint of smile pass over the casting director's face. Either they liked my unique answer or they thought I was a freak. Ardivac? Aardvark? Really? I shrugged casually, like I had dozens of conversations about aardvarks in my life. Think, Serhant, what does an aardvark even look like? Well, because who needs ants for one, and two, to survive in the concrete jungle of New York City, you have to have an hard outer shell, just like an aardvark. Wow, I'm good. This is kind of fun. I was starting to relax, and I was ready for more Jeopardy when they hit me with, "How much do you sell?" Well, shit, I wasn't ready to give a pithy answer about why magenta is my new favorite color, but quite a lot. If you want the specific details, it would take me a while to tell you, and I just don't have that kind of time today. I'm sorry. They could see the sweat starting to form on my big white forehead. Could they see the sweat forming on my big white forehead? All right, we have one last question for you. Why should we pick you? Think, Ryan. What can you say to be memorable and not just another flippy-haired broker guy? What would Big Ryan say? Because I'm the greatest fucking real estate broker in the history of the world. And if I had the microphone, I would have dropped it. Thankfully, I did not have one. Code number 2, if you need to mask your insecurities, amplify the traits that are working for you. And just like that, the interview was over. I left the audition room feeling, meh, I just blew it. Why didn't I just tell them I was brand new and I had the perfect underdog for them? I didn't lie to them about anything. In the moment, I honestly believed that one day I would be the best broker in the world, but who could take that feeling away from me? But I could have just been honest and told him I was a loser who had only done a few deals and was self-conscious about his appearance too. And it is a known fact that psychopaths choose aardvarks. And it is a known fact that psychopaths choose aardvarks as their favorite animal. Should I have not said that? I had no idea what to expect. After several weeks of silence, I assumed it was over. Maybe the 300 brokers who were interviewed before me that day also announced that they were the best in the world. Just when I was about to push my audition out of my mind forever, an email arrived saying that I was still in the running. But don't get too excited. So were several hundred other brokers. Um, they had initially interviewed over 3,000 of us. Over the next few months, I did more Skype interviews with the casting director. They wanted to know what I was selling and what I would be willing to reveal on the show. What's the biggest listing you have right now that we could film? Do you have a girlfriend or boyfriend or both? Would you be nude on camera? Well, I didn't have any big listings. I didn't have a girlfriend and I didn't feel comfortable being naked in front of millions of people. So I told them I have a $20 million plus listing in Soho coming up. That would be good. I'm dating most of Manhattan right now. And when I'm not, and when I'm not naked, you know, um, perfect. They really liked the answers. I was giving them the version of Ryan they wanted to put on TV, not the one who watched 4 hours of Saturday morning cartoons and ate directly out of a cereal box. I gave them Ryan amplified. And I was also giving myself heart palpitations, a $20 million listing in Soho. How would I find that? Dating most of Manhattan? Who did I think I was, Mr. Sex in the City? I had to make the projection of Big Ryan a reality. So I started cold calling past listings in Soho that had come off the market. Not because I had actually thought I could sell them like a normal broker, but because I had put a metaphorical shotgun to my head by telling Bravo and NBC that I had a huge Soho listing ready to film, and now they wanted proof. I couldn't find anything, so I Googled Soho penthouse, and an article came up about a guy who had this massive penthouse on Green Street. Apparently, Mr. Defendant hadn't been paying his bills for a long, long time, and he was being sued by everyone in the building. That guy sounded like he needed to sell, and it turns out he was a pretty well-known photographer back in the day, and his number was still up on this website, so I called him. Hi, Mr. Defendant. This is Ryan Serhant, top broker in New York City. I'm about to be cast on the biggest reality show to hit the universe called $1 Million Listing New York, and I'm looking for one mega penthouse to film in. Interested? Silence. Hello? Don't call me again. Click. Small Ryan would have taken that for what it was and never called him again. But Big Ryan doesn't take no for an answer. And current Ryan needs this listing to make Big Ryan happy. So I called him again. Sorry, I don't think you heard me correctly. Can I sell your apartment for around 20 million, help you pay off your debts, and we could do it on TV and as a big fuck you to everyone suing you? I'll even throw you a party with models and bottles. Let's meet. Is today at 3 or tomorrow at 1 better for you? 3. Click. I met Mr. Defendant that very same day. He looked tired and his dark, wavy hair was wild. I got the feeling that this guy might have been in a bar fight or two at some point during his life. He was a little scary. So I wanted to get right to the point. I'm new to the industry, but I'm hungrier than a feral kitten, and I won't rest until I sell your apartment. I must have said something right because he gave me a tour. A long time ago, he had combined 4 different apartments, creating a massive 10,000 square foot palace for himself right in the middle of Soho. The main living room had a 30-foot ceiling. Smack dab in the center of the room was a Harley Davidson motorcycle he had to have craned in. He showed me the photo. He had to shut down Green Street, causing major traffic headaches and infuriating everyone. But there was Mr. Defendant smiling ear to ear. I think he got off on being bad. He let me list the apartment, but I believe he did this out of pity for my feral kitten level of hunger, and because he was surprised I had the balls to cold call him like that. I think he gave me about a 0.02 chance of actually selling it. He wanted to list it for 25 million, which is an incredibly high asking price for his apartment. There was one contingency though. Mr. Defendant insisted on being on Bravo so he could show everyone suing him, including his devil ex-wife, how cool he was. That was the story of how I got my first $25 million listing. I had an 8-figure Soho penthouse ready to go contingent on it being on the show, on a TV show that I wasn't even cast on yet. Insert exploding head emoji here. 3 points on persuasion. Number 1, let it sink in. I wasn't surprised when Mr. Defendant hung up on me the first time I called. I needed to show patience. I was a random stranger calling him to ask him if I could sell his apartment. I had to give him a moment to let that idea that I had proposed start to sink in. When I called him back, the seed of the idea had already been planted. So when I opened with, I can get you millions of dollars for your apartment, I had his attention. If someone isn't completely open to your idea the first time around, give them a minute to absorb what you've proposed and then try again. Chances are you'll have better luck in round 2. 2, solve a problem. Mr. Defendant had a real problem. He was being sued and had tons of debt. Selling his apartment wouldn't just be a real estate transaction. It was a solution to his massive problems. Demonstrate how the idea you're proposing can make someone's life easier or eliminate a problem. If we hire another team member, we can take on more projects, bring in more income and bonus. The workload will be spread out and we won't have to work every single weekend. It's hard for someone to say no if they can clearly see the benefit of saying yes. No room for no. When you're trying to persuade someone to follow a course of action, never ask a question they can say no to. People respond better if offered options. A yes or no decision easily leads to no. Do you want to buy this sweater? Is more likely to get a negative response than did you want blue or green? They both look great on you. Practice phrasing your requests in a manner that leaves zero room to say no. The interviews pressed on, more Skypes and more written applications. Bravo is intense. I presented evidence about the deal I was working on, including my massive Soho listing. The others were small but interesting, like the woman on the west side who had a safe room for her designer clothes and kept her closets padlocked so no one viewing her apartment could run off with a Chanel jacket. I was getting increasingly excited about this opportunity. I had always enjoyed acting, and being on a reality show would give me an opportunity to use my creative side while still working and paying my bills. And despite what my friends and family thought, being a real estate broker on TV would be like one giant commercial for my services. I figured the more people knew I was a salesperson, the better. Imagine if one day I could walk down the street in New York and instead of no one noticing me, people would yell out of their car and window and say, "Hey, aren't you that real estate guy from TV?" As I got further along in the process, I saw the opportunity as a huge positive, and I wanted it to happen. Finally, about 6 months after the initial interview, when I blurted out that my favorite animal was an aardvark, a nocturnal insecretive, sometimes known as the earth pig, and a nocturnal insectivore, sometimes known as the earth pig, I got a call from a casting director. "Hi, Ryan. We've narrowed it down to 16 brokers, and you're one of them. We are coming in from LA, and we'd like to have a film crew, follow you around for a few hours to see what your typical day is like for you. Just do whatever is normal. Don't think about it. Don't plan anything. Do what is normal." Normal for me was buying a bagel from the coffee cart on the corner street and eating it all before my client arrived so they wouldn't see me with cream cheese on my face. Normal was hoping clients didn't notice I had a giant armpit sweat stains from riding the hot subway. Normal was spending hours in front of a computer in an office that smelled like a hospital cafeteria. I was working hard, but it wasn't glamorous. I didn't have my own office or fancy lunches with clients like some brokers. Normal for me was not going to cut it. I spent several nights pacing my empty apartment, thinking about how to present a picture of success to the casting crew. Then I made a decision. It wasn't going to be my normal. There was no way I was going to leave it to chance that they'd be with me on a random Wednesday morning that wasn't busy. There was no guarantee I'd even have any showings for them to accompany me to. I spent a lot of my time doing follow-up or making cold calls while eating a sad desk salad in a room full of other brokers. That didn't exactly scream A, success, or B, riveting television. I had gotten so close to what I now saw was an amazing opportunity to grow my career that I wasn't going to let fate take control of my destiny. I wasn't going to let things happen to me. I was going to be deliberate and steer the course of my life. If I wanted to get this job, I had to show them what big Ryan's day looked like. If they cast me and film me as the low rent broker I am today, then people will see me that way all over the world when the show airs, and I'll only attract other low rent clients. I thought, "Hey, dude, saw you on that show. Looks like things are tough and you're kind of down and out. Me too. So maybe you could help me find an apartment. My budget is $8.93. No, I wanted great clients with great big amounts of money. And those clients would only call me if they saw me as one of them, successful. Once again, in order to succeed, I needed to amplify. Most days, I would only get a handful of calls from clients looking for an apartment, or maybe a few calling to cancel appointments last minute. Other days, I would be booked on the hour every hour, and it seemed like my phone never stopped ringing. That is the Ryan I wanted casting directors to see, and that's the Ryan I would give them. I needed to be booked and left and right, and I would appear to be super busy. I made several appointments and asked all my friends and family to call me during the time I was with the casting people, just in case fate threw me a slower day. I wasn't going to leave how I wasn't going to leave how many calls I got to chance. Just call between 7 and 12, I told my friend Caleb, and if I don't pick up, call again and keep calling until I answer. Yeah, whatever, bro. Click. I called this agent in our office named Mike, who I did deals with sometimes. He had a Range Rover. "I need your car. I promise I will not wreck it." He sounded hesitant. Wait, you don't have a dog, do you?" The last person I let borrow it, her dog peed all over the back seat, and it smelled like pee and wet hair, dog hair for weeks. "No dogs. I just need it to transport humans." I hope it didn't still smell like pee, and I hoped it wasn't hairy. "Okay, just make sure you get it back before 5 p.m. because I'm driving out to Jersey to see my parents. And Ryan, you've driven in the city before, right?" "Thanks, Mike." Click. I told the casting crew to meet me at a boxing gym at 6 a.m. I hated boxing, so I will admit that the gym portion of the day I showed with them was kind of bullshit. At that time, I thought you had to be a dick to be seen as a boss. but more on that later. I do work out every day, but with weights. But I wanted to look like a badass, and boxers are badasses, right? I wanted everyone in LA to watch my casting tape and say, "Hey, who is this badass boxing broker? So gritty, so New York. Cast him now." Sounds good, right? The day arrives. I'm at the gym throwing my weird punches and awkwardly kicking a bag when the casting director arrives. The cameraman and the audio guy came dragging in. Obviously not pleased to be with it being at the crack of dawn, given they were still on West Coast time and jet lagged, but they were still polite. I had told my main trainer, Eddie Linsky, who was this ultra intense ex-army ranger, to just make me look good and tough. He said, "Say no more. I almost died 15 times for this country. I know what to do." So when the camera crew walked in, he started jumping up and down and yelling like a madman. "Serhant, you ready to go? Serhant, I can't hear you. Serhant." What is he doing? Yes, let's go. Let's go. Let me hear you roar. The casting crew was staring at us as if they were watching a UFC cage match. I couldn't tell what level of terrified they were, but they just started filming. Eddie jumped in the Eddie jumped in the ring with me and started fighting me. Eddie, I said, I totally out of breath. "Dude, you're at a level 199 right now. Bring it down to an 8 and just box with me. I don't want to die." "Ah, you got it, bro." We started sparring, but he kept yelling regardless. Next, they wanted to see where a top New York City broker lived. While I was making more money than when I was first started out, I didn't have a pile of spare cash sitting around to decorate what was actually a nice apartment in the financial district. Nothing screams new college graduate with entry level job quite like an empty apartment. A week before the shoot, I went to the furniture department at Macy's. I walked through the sample living rooms and bedrooms, looking for ones that suggested good taste and class. "I'll take these 2 rooms, please." I handed over my credit card and bought 2 entire rooms of furniture, thinking I would probably be paying for this stuff forever. But what's the fun in having a high interest rate credit card if you don't get to pay it off forever, right? We all piled into the Range Rover, the film crew in the back seat. I took a big breath before pulling out into the street. I was careful to not show it, but I was terrified. I had never, ever, not even once been behind the wheel of a car in New York City, let alone someone else's $90,000 car. Driving in Manhattan is like being dropped into a real life video game. You have to dodge speeding taxis, buses, trucks, countless food delivery bikes, and clueless humans who are glued to their phones and can step in front of your car at any time. When my friend bravely handed over the keys to his car, he provided a warning. People get into accidents in the big city because they are being overly safe. Fuck it. Big Ryan doesn't play it safe. I floored it. The crew freaked out. They were hanging onto the side of the car while filming me driving like a maniac. As we flew downtown at breakneck speed, I shouted in the back seat about points of interest. "If you look to your left, you'll see the famous Wall Street Bull. And hey, did you guys see Trinity Church and Alexander Hamilton's tombstone? Yeah, well, we just passed that. You know, to be the best in New York, you have to play offense 24/7, even while driving." I swear, I think the sound guy peed himself a little bit. Sorry, Mike. Miraculously, and much to the relief of the now nauseous crew, we made it to my apartment in one piece, just as I had hoped. My phone was ringing like crazy. "The Saudis wire didn't go through. Okay, no worries. I'll get back to you." The crew was looking around my apartment, noticing my surfboard, my friends, road bike, other friends, and longboard, my first friends. As I got dressed, I kept taking calls as I was straightening my tie. Hi, yeah, that's great. They want to make an offer, 3.4 million. I'm not sure that's going to be enough unless you want to split the difference with me. I can afford it, but not sure about you. I'll call you back. I took another call in the elevator. "Hi, Ryan. It's your mother. You told me to call you. What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry?" I responded, "Yes, I'm thrilled you wanted to put your place on the market. I'll have my assistant send over the paperwork." "Your what? You don't have an assistant, Ryan. This is your mother. What are you talking about? Are you going to be okay?" My phone kept ringing as the crew reluctantly got back into my death car so I could drive us to Gramercy, where I was showing 3-bedroom penthouse to a banker. When I met the client, who was legit, not a friend, and who miraculously agreed to let our film crew capture the showing as long as it never aired anywhere, It was clear he was having a bad day. He had a crumpled Wall Street Journal under one arm and a half-eaten bacon, egg, and cheese bagel sandwich in his other. The market sucks today, and so I hope you're not wasting my time with this apartment. The crew watched anxiously as I showed the angry banker the great view he'd have from his master bedroom. By the time I showed him the rest of the apartment, the chef's kitchen, with the granite island and the top of the line appliances and 12-foot floor to ceiling windows overlooking the city, his mood had notably improved. He was interested in the apartment. Yes. When my client left, I took a quick glance and looked at the time. Fuck, it was only 10 a.m. How is that possible? I felt as if my stomach had suddenly dropped from the penthouse directly down to the basement. I was supposed to let them follow me around for another 3 more hours. This was all supposed to take this was all supposed to take much longer. I literally had nothing else to do. No showings, no meetings. The one other showing I was going to take them bailed on me while we were speeding through the city. The film crew stood there waiting to see what was next. How was I going to deal with this? Top brokers do not have slow moments. You don't make millions by doing nothing. Flip the script. As I was thinking about how I was going to improvise 3 more hours of acting like I was a big time broker, my phone rang. Hi, this is Mary. I'm calling about the one bedroom you have listed for rent for $1,900 per month in Chelsea. Can I see it? I took the film crew to the listing since it was the most definitely. I couldn't take the film crew to the listing since it was most definitely not $1 million listing. While Mary continued to talk about what she was looking for and asking if the apartment was dog friendly and if it was okay that her dad would be paying the rent for her, I went into the bathroom, sweating about my fate while listening to Mary's Long Island accent. I suddenly remembered a date I had gone on not too long ago. I had met a girl for drinks and we were headed to get dinner next, but then her phone rang just as we were walking out of the bar. After she hung up, she looked at me and said, Ryan, I'm having such a good time with you. Really, this is great. I'm so sorry. I'll have to leave. I'll call you later. She was super nice about it while not being overly apologetic. She tossed just the little dash of I don't she tossed just the littlest dash of I don't care my way before she confidently walked out the door. I wasn't all upset at all. She just seemed confident, strong, and in control, all while I was being nice. I was like, wow, I definitely want to go out with her again. She just rejected me with class on the go. Hello, are you even there? Can you show the apartment? I focused my attention back. I quickly gave her the address and told her I'd meet her there in 20 minutes. I hung up on the phone and went back to the film crew. I am so incredibly sorry. Something big has just come up and I must deal with it immediately. Really, if you need anything more from me at all, just call. I gave them 3 phone numbers just in case they couldn't get me on the first one, but they would definitely get me on the first one because the other numbers weren't real. Only my mom called me every day, but when people think you are so busy, you need 3 phones, it automatically changes their perception of you. Again, I apologize, but it can't be helped. I'll get you whatever you need. And with that kind but clear dash of I don't care, I left them alone in the apartment and I checked out with class, looking confident, strong, and in control. I could see them watching me from out of the window from the penthouse as I got to my friend's Range Rover and I forgot how to start it. Push to start. And I was off. Holy shit. It would be several more long months before I learned that I would be cast on the premiere season of Million Dollar Listing in New York to air to one day air to 25 million people around the world. While I don't think ditching the film crew was the moment that made the casting director think, yes, we want him. I do believe that things would have ended differently if I hadn't flipped the script back in my favor. Cutting the day short wasn't wasn't ultimately about controlling the situation. It was about properly managing a positive perception of myself. I needed to maintain the perception that I was the busy, making huge deals all day long. I was often busy during that time. I was making more big deals, but I had to manage the perception in that specific moment, or I would look like I wasn't doing much of anything at all. And no one cares about what your life is when they're not watching. Back when I was trying to be a model, I remember there were days where I have an audition on that day, and of all days, I'd get a big zit right in the middle of my forehead. Why couldn't the audition have been on a clear skin day? Now the casting director is going to think I have zits on my forehead all the time and I won't cast me, I think. And that's exactly what would happen. I wasn't going to let that happen to me now or ever. If I hadn't flipped the script, the crew would have watched me eat lunch at my desk, return phone calls, and write a bunch of emails. Not thrilling stuff. That's not big. They would have listened to me tell stories about the busy days had previously and about phone calls from the week before, and they would have even been bored. People with big money energy understand that there is no magic moment where when you leave a small energy behind forever to transform permanently into something bigger and more powerful. There will always be moments when life throws you something unexpected, when the perception of you when the perception of who you are can be challenged. A core part of BME is holding on to the perception that you're strong, confident, and in control, even when it feels like you aren't. As I continued driving downtown, more slowly this time, to my rental client, I realized that while, yes, I might have ditched the film crew and I might never get on the show, I had proven to myself that I was capable of taking concrete steps to control my energy. Code number 3: fill your mind with positive thoughts for at least 10 seconds before meeting anyone. If your head isn't in a good place, you'll exude pos- if your head is in a good place, you'll exude positivity and confidence, and it will set the tone for the meeting. I had learned that it was Big Ryan who embodied what I'd wanted in life. It was Big Ryan who drove that Range Rover, who got up early to box with an Army Ranger, who juggled phone calls easily, had a great showing, and most importantly, was able to hold it all together the very moment it all could have fallen apart. Saying, "Well, guys, sorry, I know it's only 10 a.m., but that's all I've got going on. Want to get pancakes?" was not going to help my transformation into Big Ryan. I controlled the narrative. I didn't let the reality of the situation control me. I understood that day that I had the power to take back control of my life just by changing my energy. I parked the Range Rover and my phone rang as I was walking over to the building on West 8th Street to meet Mary and her dad. It was the banker who had seen the penthouse this morning. He thought the camera crew was kind of cool and wanted to make an offer. Chapter 3: Amateur Hour is Over. And it's showing an email to Ryan Serhant from the Big Time Casting Director. Hi, Ryan. I'm a big fan of Million Dollar Listing New York. I'm casting a new movie with Ben Stiller, Naomi Watts, Adam Driver, and Amanda Seyfried, directed by Noah Baumbach. And I was wondering if you wanted to audition for the role of Hedge Fund Dave. I think you'd be a great fit for the role. Let me know, Doug. It had been 4 years since I had kissed my acting career goodbye and settled into my role as broker. So I deleted that email right after I read it. Acting was dead to me. Sure, I'd like to audition for your movie. I'd also like to have the power of invisibility. And you know what else would be great? If I could fly. I had spent years of my life trying to get in front of big name directors like Noah Baumbach and failing. The email had to be a joke. I pushed it out of my mind and got back to work. A couple of weeks later, I came across another message when I was doing my 4:45 a.m. pre-gym email check. Again, to Ryan, Big Time Casting Director. Hey, Ryan, wondering if you thought about the audition. I think you'd be great as Hedge Fund Dave. Let me know if you have any questions. I've attached the pages from the script that feature the character you'd be auditioning for. Wait, maybe this was real. Would anyone actually write a script as part of a joke? That would be taking things really far. I quickly skimmed through the pages. It was good too, and funny. Apparently, Hedge Fund Dave's takes a meeting with Josh, Ben Stiller's character, to hear this pitch about why he should invest in the world's longest and most boring documentary. Hedge Fund Dave's lines were dry and sarcastic. He was just like me, but too bad because I had been given up on acting forever. Apparently, hope springs eternal because there was a little voice in my head that would not shut up. You know you want to audition, Ryan. A real director approaches you and you think you can just walk away. It's not the last time. You can easily afford groceries now. You won't starve to death if you don't land the role. The annoying voice in my head was right. I had to give this a shot. I responded to the email saying, I'd love to be considered. What a cool opportunity. The day of the audition, I headed to the address in the East Village I had been given. When I opened the door, it was like having a bad flashback. I walked right into a scene from my failed acting career, wall to wall actors, mostly dressed in jeans and t shirts, all desperate to land a role. Everyone was reading scripts, some were pacing back and forth, reciting their lines. A couple of guys were fake sparring, and one was standing at the wall while he repeated the warm up, unique New York, over and over again. These people are intense. I swear the walls were actually pulsing with all of this nervous energy. It's an audition. It's not like we have to improvise open heart surgery. It was a relief to see that for once I wasn't the only nervous guy doing small face, big face warm up. I learned in acting school, which always makes me look crazy. But this time I was the guy in the suit who had an open house later that afternoon, and I had to prepare for it because I had a real job now, bitches. I stepped over a guy who was meditating in the lotus position on the floor and sat down in an empty chair. The ultra jumpy wannabe actors could do their thing, but I needed to check my emails. A solid offer on that bedroom in Chelsea had come in. I bet I can get the buyer to raise her offer. I returned the email asking for a counter and had just finished answering the rest of my emails when I heard, Ryan Serhant, we are ready for you. As I walked out of the waiting room, I quickly glanced at the time. Fuck, I had been waiting so long that my open house uptown was starting in just 20 minutes. I needed to get in and out of here quickly. Now I was just annoyed as I had even agreed to this stupid audition that wouldn't lead to anything anyways. I was led into a small room for the audition. The casting director explained she would be reading Ben Stiller's lines. Okay, great, let's do this, I thought. We launch into the scene. I'm doing my lines, and it's going well. I'm glad to hear a few laughs from the producers who are sitting in the room. Wow, this is fun. I've never actually enjoyed an audition before. Usually I was worried everyone could see my heart pounding through my shirt. We'd finished the scene, and the casting director thanked me for my time. I'd hustled myself past all of the hungry looking actors, literally hungry. Someone should feed these guys. And I practically threw myself in the first available taxi I saw. On the ride uptown, I checked my messages, and yes, I made it to the open house on time. A Manhattan traffic miracle. It was a win-win kind of day. The next day, I got an unexpected call from the office casting director. Hi, that was the best audition we saw all day. We want you to audition with Ben. Whoa, Ben Stiller for real? The one time I don't care about getting a role, the one time I'm not practically chewing on the furniture waiting to see if I'll get a call back. This is the one time it actually works. A few days later, I was scheduled to meet with Ben Stiller and Noah Baumbach at a studio on 36th Street. The space was almost like a WeWork for actors. There are studios rented out for auditions and rehearsals. I get up to the designated floor and I realize, wait a minute, I think I've been here before. Yes, this is the exact place where we had weekly story meetings with the producers for Million Dollar Listing New York during season 1. For a quick second, I'm reminded of how far I've come since the show started. Million Dollar Listing New York was like a proverbial gun to my head. I went from hanging on by my teeth, hoping the producers wouldn't kick me off, and now I'm here to do a scene with Ben Stiller. What a crazy coincidence. At that moment, one of the assistants called me into the room. I walk in, and sitting right in front of me is Noah Baumbach, director, and Zoolander himself. I freeze. Everyone is staring at me, and then I just blurt out, Hi, I've been in this room before. Both of them look at me, and Noah says, Oh, I couldn't get over the fact that I was about to meet Ben fucking Stiller in the real estate reality TV producer's office. What is life, honestly? But this time, I'm not just a wretched wannabe actor who would give 2 kidneys to get an audition like this. I was invited to be here. And when I'm done, I'm going to walk out of this room and head down to pick up a 6-figure commission check. I felt energized. Ben says, Are you ready to do this? Yeah, I am. And play it like I already have played the role. We're doing the scene, and then Ben Stiller actually starts laughing. I made Zoolander laugh. We even had to do the scene over because it was great. And the next day, I'm standing in a $20 million penthouse on 11th Avenue with its own car elevator when I get a call from Doug, the casting director. Ryan, we want to offer you the role. After all of those failed attempts, I was going to get to see my name on a movie screen. All I had to do was give up on acting and get into the real estate industry. Holy shit. Get over yourself. It's not like I magically became a better actor the day I auditioned with Ben, but I had become a different person since my last foray into the acting world. I used to be just like those other actors, frantically studying lines, hands shaking from nerves. I'd basically walk into the audience with my guts laid out before me. Hire me, please. Pick me. Over here. Me, me, me. My nervous energy easily overshadowed any talent I had to offer. I was a little puppy nipping at people's heels for attention. And people don't want to do business or work or make movies with puppies. Puppies jump up and down pleading for treats. Puppies beg for someone just toss them a stupid ball. Puppies are small and can't manage their frantic energy. Puppies will pee on your stuff. Now, for contrast, let's turn the conversation to the magnificent lupus, otherwise known as the wolf. Wolves have control. Wolves don't need to pretend to know they're awesome. And you certainly don't tell a wolf to go fetch. Wolves don't fuck around. If a wolf is hungry, he just sniffs the air, zooms in on his prey, and he goes and gets what he wants. Old Ryan would go into the auditions with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Bills, rents, no future, groceries. I had no focus. That is what amateurs do. Did the people who landed the roles I wanted have fears about bills and money? Maybe, probably. Some of them must have. But they knew how to put their fears aside and come off like total pros. They only have 13 left in their bank account. It doesn't matter. That problem isn't going to cloud their audition. Pros can rise above pros. Pr- uh, Pros know that if they want something badly enough, they need to be wolves sniffing out their next big kill. And guess what? Their bank accounts will still have that shitty $13 after they slay that day or not. Code number 4, don't be afraid to fail. Your life is your life's worth isn't determined by any single moment. I certainly didn't wake up one morning and see a great big ferocious wolf staring back at me in the mirror. This wasn't an overnight transformation. Early in my career, it was amateur hour all of the time. Every job was life or death. Every rejection pummeled my self-worth. Show me, show me you love me. Would someone just throw me a ball? But somewhere during my journey, I managed to shed my amateur behaviors like a dirty jacket. Along the way, I discovered that at different points in my life, a few common insecurities were holding me back. They ate up my positive energy and made me feel small and incapable. If you want to speed up your transformation from amateur to pro, if you want to be bigger, you need to eliminate the following amateurish behaviors from your life immediately. Number 1, stop playing the blame game. This is a very, very dangerous game. I should know because I played it for years. The rules of this game are simple. The problem is never you. Someone or something is always at fault. There is a concrete reason, totally outside of your control, for every problem, loss, and disappointment in your life. Sound familiar? It could be your circumstances. It could be what you don't have: money, connections, times, or look. It could be a boss or a colleague who is hating you. And if Mercury is in retrograde, when isn't it? You can score 10 you can score 10 bonus blame points. And if Mercury is in retrograde, 10 bonus blame points. Common phrases uttered during the blame game include I would if, except that, but if only, and someday. If you are into playing this game, ask yourself seriously, what are you getting out of it? You must hold yourself accountable for where you are in life. It's certainly easier for everything that's wrong in your life to be someone else's fault, because that means you don't have any work to do. But spoiler alert, no one ever wins this stupid game. Throw it out and be accountable for your actions, because you deserve to live out your awesome potential. The next time things don't go your way, be brutally honest with yourself. Force yourself to write down 3 things you could have done to get a different outcome. The next time you give that group presentation, record yourself first. This way, you're more prepared. Are you coming off as powerful and confident? Are you speaking clearly? Watch yourself. Watching yourself will help you get the results you want. Blaming Tammy for farting loudly during your presentation won't work. Practice until you come off like the pro you are. In the end, it's always the amateurs who sit on the sidelines while the pros get to play. Manage your work PTSD. Just a few months ago, my wife Amelia and I were able to take a long solo weekend away on a tropical island. If you have kids, you know what a huge gift it is to be able to turn your baby over to a loving grandparent and to get away. We are eternally grateful. Yeah. When I was lying on the beach, I thought, this is so pretty. I should post a picture on Instagram. After posting the picture, I lay back down, enjoying the warmth of the Caribbean sun on my face. I was wondering if I had applied an adequate amount of sunscreen when I heard the ping of a text message. I took a peek and saw it was from the developer I work with. Hi, I see that you're away this weekend. I felt the blood drain from my face. Oh my God, you've really done it. What were you thinking posting that picture? You're going to get fired while on vacation. Way to go, buddy. Okay, wait, so maybe tell him the picture is from last year, but that's a lie, and you're not a liar. I sat up and looked around the beautiful beach. So, what if I'm on vacation? I need to get a grip. I am a grown man, I thought, in charge of my own life. I have a great team who is hard at work back in the city, taking care of this client's listings. I shouldn't be afraid of him thinking, look, Ryan's gallanting around on an island. Clearly, he doesn't care about me or my apartments. Ryan sucks. He's fired. I genuinely, truly believed my business could fall apart if I admitted that I occasionally took time away from work to relax. No listings were being hurt while I sat here baking on the beach. Of course, I could take a weekend off. I wrote back, yep, away with my wife this weekend. We're having a great time. Hope you're well. I swallowed hard and hit send. I immediately saw text bubbles. Text bubbles. I was being taunted by text bubbles. Just as I was about to get up and throw myself into the ocean, he responded, looks really cool. You totally deserve it. I might have made it to the number one slot several years in a row. I was literally the number one broker in the world. But I think most of us will have work PTSD when our worst moments haunt us. The time when someone said something so small but so deeply terrible that it's been with you for 15 years. You're not good enough meant you're not worthy. That moment comes back to you so often that you feel a constant need to overcompensate for it, hence murdering that person's remarks over and over again. It's easier to remember those gut-wrenching moments than it is to recall the countless days at work that it went just fine, or the tons and bucket loads of compliments you received for your work. After that brief but harrowing moment on the beach, I vowed to identify these PTSD moments as they were so I can as they appear so I could squash them before they take over. When that horrible sense of work-related panic hits you, ask yourself, is this real? Own it, correct it, and move on. Or is this not real? You could be freaking out because this has all the too familiar feeling of something shitty that went down in your past work experience. A few years ago, I had gotten fired from a job on the day of my wedding, and I was on an island. Doesn't that suck? It's no wonder that I freaked out on the beach when I read the text from the developer that simply said, I see that you're away this weekend. I initially read it something like, why are you so terrible at your job? I can't believe I ever trusted you. You lazy wannabe piece of trash. I hope you get stung repeatedly by a swarm of giant jellyfish. Going forward, I had to learn to deal with my PTSD by asking myself, am I reading attitude into this that doesn't actually exist? Just because I interpret the text to be a jab at my work ethic doesn't mean it was. I was having a work PTSD hot flash. Train yourself on how to handle your PTSD. You need to determine if you are letting something from your past infect your present. Some of you are walking around with some deep-rooted PTSD issues on a daily basis. Some of your staff may be on the receiving end of that. Identify your triggers. I had to understand that even if I didn't have a team to handle my clients' listings that weekend, I would have still deserved a weekend off. No one owns my time but me. I also have to tell myself on a daily basis that there will always be people who cannot be pleased. Work 24/7, go above and beyond, and constantly deliver fantastic results. Offer your firstborn child, and they're still unhappy. If your PTSD is tied to human reactions that have upended your livelihood, the solution here is to simply say in your mind, please, FTG. FTG stands for fuck that guy. If you're having a PTSD moment, FTG can be a very eloquent, resolving solution. You have to let it go quickly. You have to learn you have to learn to let any negativity roll off your back. If it's a situation that drives you crazy, it's FTS. Fuck that situation. FTG or FTS are instant healing mechanisms. Try them at your own risk. Flaws can't hold you hostage. I suffered from a skin disorder well into my 20s that obliterated my self-confidence. I had always been acne prone, which was bad enough, but my face was also fire engine red from rosacea, a skin condition that affects older women in the Midwest and me. My face felt and looked like I was on fire. In college, I slept with a special ice pack mask to cool down my inflamed face. When I was an actor, I used to fret about it constantly. What roles suited a pimply fire engine red face? Elderly burn victim, Phantom of the Opera. The skin issues were crushing my confidence, and I made the decision to do whatever it took to fix it. I found the dermatologist who suffered from the same condition, and I contacted him. His name is Dr. Nays. If you're wondering, I followed his advice. I removed all triggers like caffeine and sugar and apples, and oddly enough, I took a low dose of Accutane for years. I worked construction jobs to earn money for expensive V-beam laser treatments that shrink the size of the blood vessels in your face while also peeling off your skin to bring out more of your Freddy Krueger for a short period of time. Until I solved this problem, I could not look people in the eye. I stared at the ground while talking to people because I was so self-conscious about my red zits. It involved a lot of trial and error. But eventually I found the right balance of treatments and I had a completely normal, clear skin. And that's all I wanted. I am grateful I made this decision to change my skin every single day. Controlling my weight when I was younger and then my skin both saved my life and taught me that I had willpower beyond what I thought initially possible. I'm not saying you need to have flawless skin to succeed in life. That's not true. But if something is as crushing to your spirit and so hard that you really believe it's keeping you from realizing your full wolf potential, consider making a change. You owe it to yourself to walk out the door with your head held up high and proudly every single day. But then there are the flaws we can learn to live with, the flaws that are actually character. If you say to a friend right now, "Hey, I'm reading this great book about that guy Ryan from Million Dollar Listing New York," they'd likely say, "Wait, which one is he again?" I would bet my left pinky finger that you would say the funny one with the gray hair, and they'd say, "Oh, right, that guy." If younger Ryan went to gray, if younger Ryan who went gray at 16 knew that his cursed gray hair would become his calling card, he could have saved a lot of time and money dyeing his hair. My hair makes me stand out because, let's face it, most people my age are not completely gray. Character is that part of you that's different, interesting, eye-catchy, and maybe even alluring or sexy, even if it doesn't feel that way to you yet. Life is hard enough, but I believe that we often make it harder on ourselves. Yes, I know I did. For years, I was walking around burdened by my skin, my hair, my weight, my rent, my anxiety, and my fear of failure. They were like heavy dumbbells I carried with me all day long to auditions, to job interviews, to parties, even to the negotiating table some years into my career. Carrying around all that baggage was exhausting. I was depressed and worn out. I had to put the past in the past. Those days were behind me. It's time to set that weight down. Wow, that felt good. The burden we all carry around can be so heavy. Shake it off. Get over yourself and then see what happens when you're lighter, freer, and ready to grab life by the throat. Big money energy mantra number one. If you can't commit to going bigger, if You can't commit to going bigger if there's even a small part of you that just doesn't believe it's possible. This mantra will help you shred any doubt, no matter how microscopic it might be, that you are capable of achieving success on the highest level. You have what it takes. I am fierce. I am bold. I have control. I have BME. And there's some exercises. So make sure to pick up the book and go through these exercises, especially if you're one of my real estate subscribers. Money. Money might not be everything, but you know it plays a major role in your life. Being alive can be expensive. On the most basic level, money represents survival and freedom, but you don't want it to live a basic life. You work hard and you crave a great life, and all of the I don't know how to say that word, accoutrements that come along with it. For you, more money means that you will get to be free to live your life however you want. Chapter 4. People who earn more. Right after I closed that seven-figure deal with June Shren, I thought I was the shit. So I convinced my friend Matt, who works in commercial real estate, to get me a meeting with a big-time real estate developer named Gordon Murray, who owned buildings all over Manhattan and South America. Even though I had only made one big deal, I honestly believed I could be a huge asset to him. Surely I can handle a 200-unit sellout on the Upper West Side, Gordon boy. I was riding the subway uptown, packed in with a rush hour crowd. I imagined I could soon kiss the subway forever, goodbye forever. When I arrived in Gordon's office in Times Square, I sat in an expensive looking chair, buzzing with excitement about all the great opportunities this meeting could bring. When Gordon's assistant told me he was ready for me, I took a deep breath and said to myself, "You are awesome." When I entered Gordon's office, I shook his hand and he gestured to a chair across from me. He was tapping his pen on a legal pad. So, Ryan, what do you think about the plans for Hudson Yards? Think related. Think related will be able to pull it off given the current state of the retail market. I felt my complexion starting to shift from white to bright pink. Shit, I have no idea what you were talking about. I thought it sounds really cool, and I think they'll do great. I said. Gordon pushed his legal pad and pen aside. How about HFC's planned conversion on 344 West 72nd? And what do you think about the rezoning challenges in Hudson Square and Go on this? What are your thoughts on how the lobbyist efforts will affect the resi landscape in the next 5 to 10? Fuckity fuckerstein. I still didn't know what he was talking about, so I launched into a super enthusiastic, passionate speech about my one big sale to June Shren. And I didn't stop to think about how I didn't really answer any of his questions, or that being unprepared would now mean I'd have nothing to really talk about, which led me to go on and on about myself. Thinking back to this meeting makes me want to throw up. Gordon didn't look at his watch. Okay, I have another meeting in a second. Thanks for coming in, kid. Despite my total lack of preparation and Gordon's obvious disinterest in an arrogant kid who had made one deal, I somehow left that meeting thinking I had nailed it. I don't know why, but as I walked back to my office, I had a vision of depositing even bigger checks due to my newfound awesome connection with mega developer Gordon Murray. $50,000 checks? Shit. 75K, 100K? That's huge. A few days later, I connected with my friend Matt, who had gotten me the meeting. Like, tell me what he said about me, man. I said I was anxious to hear what Gordon thought. But then there was an awkward silence before Matt spoke. Sorry, man. He said you seem like a nice kid, but you have a long way to go. What? Is it possible I didn't go as well as I thought I did? I had walked into Gordon Murray's office thinking I was the best real estate broker in the universe. And to hear that didn't come off so well was soul crushing. And a long way to go. Oh my God, I couldn't imagine spending the next 5 to 10 years selling cheap apartments. How could I land those bigger projects and make millions if I came off as amateurish? The meeting only lasted 15 minutes or so, and in that short amount of time, he assessed that I had no idea what I was doing. I felt like such a jerk. In the brutal lens that retrospect provides, I can see that I was all swagger and no substance, and those qualities were not going to get me access to higher paying jobs. I walked into Gordon Murray's office unprepared and made all the conversation about me. That is disrespectful. And it basically screams that I'm not ready to graduate to bigger gigs. I was oozing bullshit money energy out of every single pore. And there's nothing that makes a person less likable. Why would someone with BME like Gordon want to work with a snotty little fuck like me? Bullshit money energy. Don't step in it. We've all encountered someone with bullshit money energy. They are ego driven, self centered name droppers who do things like bark out ridiculous demands and think that acting like a dick makes them powerful. This is the opposite of BME. If you are not a certified genius on the level of Steve Jobs, who has reinvented the entire world, and so it doesn't matter whether or not you're enjoyable to be around, then you can act horribly and still experience great success. If you want to make a lot of money, people actually have to like working with you. I was 26 years old when I was cast on Million Dollar Listing New York, and I had not yet learned the lesson that being authentic, kind, and likable is as important component as to success. I was a I wasn't a barbarian by any means. My parents raised us to have manners and to be polite, but I was on a TV show watched by millions of people where acting crazy, loud, and outrageous, and frankly, some of my behavior was downright disrespectful, brought more attention. I will never ever forget the first time I was recognized by someone for being on TV. I was rushing to the subway one morning when I heard a woman say, "Hey, you are the guy on that show." I was in a hurry, but I stopped because after an entire year of being on Million Dollar Listing New York, no one had ever said anything. I couldn't believe it. When I turned to say, "Yes, it's me," the woman looked at me like I had kidnapped her little sister and burned down her grandmother's home. Disgusted radiated from her eyes and laser beams, and like she just shouted, "You're such a jerk." At that time, that stung a lot, but now I understand why she said it. I might not have been a total jerk in real life. I swear I wasn't. Ask my friends and my mom. But the qualities I projected in the early seasons of the show didn't exactly make me seem like the kind of guy you'd want to invite to your birthday party. If you really, if you really, if you want to really hear the honest truth about what you're like as a person, try going on TV and being judged by millions of people around the globe. And those millions of people made it very clear to me I was full of bullshit money energy. Being on reality TV is like putting your life under a powerful microscope. I am not complaining. Being on Million Dollar Listing New York has been great for my career and it's really fun. But imagine what it would be like if an entire year of your life was edited down towards your most dramatic and sometimes ugliest moments and then broadcast to the world. Like that time you flipped out because you burned your grilled cheese, or when you lost your temper and cussed like a sailor on the street because you spilled coffee all over yourself on the way to an important meeting, or that time you were on a date and got a little drunk. If that was shown as the story of your life, you might end up looking bananas. I agreed to have my life filmed and potentially look bananas on TV. So I was definitely opening myself up to being called a jerk by a total stranger. But after that encounter, I started getting noticed in public more often. And then before I knew it, I felt like every other person on the street who knew who I was. I had no idea how many people watched the show, but it was pretty weird. It felt like half of the population really liked me and the other half really didn't. Random guys would shout at me on the street, "Hey Ryan, you're the man." Me? Oh, I assure you I am not the man. But this made me think, how did people see me? And was this really how I wanted to be seen? It's one thing to be disliked for being on a reality TV show, but it's another thing to be disliked in real life. Was what I believed to be charming Ryan Reynolds style banter actually making me seem like an asshole? When Million Dollar Listing New York started, I wasn't thinking about being like, I wanted to be a successful broker with a big personality. I didn't understand how those two things were very closely related. How could I make a lot of money in my field if people hated me? You don't hire someone you think is a jerk to sell your home or find you a new place to raise your children. If I wanted to be the best real estate broker in the universe and make millions doing that, I needed to care more about how I came off to people. I needed to be more comfortable showing my real self and get rid of the dramatized cartoon of a 20 something bachelor who acts like it's funny to forget the names of women he dated, or to take off his shirt and jump in the pool at his colleague's open house. Bullshit audit. Aside from a handful of exceptions, mainly geniuses, you will not experience massive success if you are not self-aware. Now that I'm in a position to build a company and hire people, I can tell you I've seen some things. I've had brokers who mistakenly think that over the top saccharine sweetness or empty invites to their home in the Hamptons is how you endear yourself to a client and land the expensive listings. It comes off as fake, and people see right through that kind of insincerity. There was a really smart member of my team who had a lot to contribute, who had no idea that his colleagues viewed him as standoffish and unhelpful. This definitely could have prevented him from getting ahead and increasing his earning potential. I've interviewed people for positions who walk into my office with bravado, only to throw themselves in a chair and sit there slumped over and looking sad. If I'm thinking, are you going to cry? I'm definitely not going to hire you. So there's no way you're going to earn big if you're spending all your time searching for tissues to dab away your tears. Then there are people who can't make eye contact. They're staring at the right space right above my left shoulder. What are they looking at? Is there a ghost standing behind me? There are quiet talkers, the loud talkers. I admit I fell into this category. There's the limp handshake, and it's reverse, the vice-like death grip. A red flag for bullshit money energy, by the way. You need to know how you come off to others if you want to succeed. Until I was broadcast to 25 million people, I thought I knew myself, but I was very, very wrong. But I'm about to tell you something very important, so listen closely. If you're not getting what you want from life, if you're not making as much money as you think you should, it's entirely possible that it's because of something you are doing that you don't even know you do. Code number 5. Insist on a brutally honest feedback. Demand it and appreciate the short-term pain that will promote long-term growth in you. Figuring out whether or not you are likable starts with being open to criticism. Criticism can be your best friend as long as someone who has opened themselves up to constant criticism. As someone who has opened themselves up to constant criticism by being on TV and social media, I say bring it. If I'm doing something that is off-putting, offends people, makes me sound dumb, or just drives people crazy, I want to know about it. If I've been running around Manhattan all day in the July heat and I come back to the office and someone tells me I smell, my reaction is not going to be, why are you so mean? It's going to be, oh my God, I had no idea I was so pungent today. Thanks for bringing this to my attention before I went into my next listing pitch. To be truly successful, you can't respond to feedback and criticism by being defensive. And that's what people with bullshit money energy do. Be open to areas where you can be even better. And how will you really know what those are if you don't listen to criticism? After my failed meeting with Gordon Murray, I asked one of my good and very honest friends to give me a quick bullshit audit. How did I come off to people? What did people see when I walked into a room? Scott said, Ryan, your posture is terrible. It's like you don't even know that being tall is a good thing. You sit slouched over and that makes you look bored. Really? I did not know this. But wait, he wasn't finished. Lucky me. And you don't always look people in the eye when you talk to them either. You look at the ground. Why do you do that? It's strange. I slowly sat up, straight up, growing about 6 inches in the process. Wow, he's right. I had no idea I was a sloucher who didn't make eye contact. I'd never get the opportunity to work with big developers where the potential to earn money was huge if I looked bored, slouched over, and couldn't make eye contact. The picture I was presenting was, I will not sell the shit out of your building and make you tons of money. Apparently it was, I'm bored and I want to go home, and that's bullshit. The best thing about a bullshit audit is that it can show you things about yourself that can easily be corrected. Ask a few people you trust what your best and what worst qualities are. You can take it. What if you eat like an animal? What if you're a loud chewer? What if you want to know what this wouldn't you want to know this before your next business lunch? You do not want to be that girl who chews loud. These are small changes that can make a massive difference and greatly improve how you come off to people. The feedback you get from a bullshit audit are directions for how to transform the raw material that is you into a better, a more successful, richer version of yourself. I love feedback and criticism. especially at work. I think of it more as my customers literally telling me how I can make more money. Yes, tell me what I can do better. People with BME pay attention to all the feedback we get, and it goes into one of two categories. First, there are the valid points. These are comments that cause us to sit up and pay attention because we want to preserve our bottom line. When customers bring up valid points, we seriously consider it if we need to change or alter our practices. For example, do you forget to do things your clients asked you to do? Do you come to meetings unprepared? Do you exaggerate? Do you bring negative energy into the office because it makes you feel good to bring others down? Those traits are seriously problematic, and no one will want to hire you. You'll end up with scraps of low paying jobs. And then there are get a life points. There are comments you'll have to be prepared to brush off. They range from, I think all the text on your website should be orange, to you should be doing business in Panama if you want to be a real success, to your feet are weird, fix them. These are outlier comments. They are incredibly subjective and either don't have a direct impact on your bottom line or are something we cannot change. My feet are my feet. What can I do? Get a life, foot hater. Code number 6. Ignore all noise that's not beneficial to you. It's not raining if you don't get wet. Seen, heard, and remembered. If there was a magical charisma pill, I'd take it daily. Some people are born with charisma, lucky, and others, like me, are not. When I think of charisma, I think of people like Tom Hanks, LeBron James, and Dalai Lama. Charisma ultimately means that you are next level likable. People who are charismatic have such pull that they can inspire devotion in others. Charismatic people have influence. Don't you think that it would be help you earn more coins if your clients liked you so much they were devoted to you? Charismatic people are able to get their ideas heard and executed. Get the right people to call them back and influence their staff to work harder and to do their absolute best work. With this kind of influence, you'd be enjoying success left and right and earning a bundle. And fortunately, in the adult world, being popular and likable doesn't have anything to do with being the captain of the football team or a head cheerleader. We can all tackle the likability basics. Smile more, listen carefully to people. Seriously, don't look at your phone. Be curious about life and other people and exude positivity. No one wants to talk to the person whose controversial repertoire ranges from sick cats to crazy ex girlfriends. The likability basics help you if you don't have the physical magnetic pull of Brad Pitt or Charlie Lee's Theron, and that includes most humans. But there is a simple, easy way to get to being instantly more likable and getting what you want. At the end of the day, it's what people want to be seen, heard, and remembered. Remember that. Write it down, tattoo it even. Starting a conversation with a stranger isn't easy, and I know this will never be my greatest skill, but the seen, heard, remembered SHR formula, and it makes people feel good. If I see someone standing alone at a party, I'll walk up to them and I'll say something like, "Hey, I'm Ryan. Cool purse." They're being seen. Do you live here in New York City? Yeah, close enough. Weehawken. Oh, New Jersey is really nice. What do you like about it there? They're being heard. I love having the space. I love keeping 3 beehives in my backyard, and that's okay in Jersey. Wowzer, you're a beekeeper. Now they're memorable. This will help you remember them, and who knows, this may be a well-connected person who you'll benefit from knowing for years. Until that charisma pill exists, I will use the seen, heard, and remembered formula to make positive connections with people. Get those 3 parts of the formula down in any conversation, and you're golden. Anyone who read my first book knows that I am obsessed with the follow up. I follow up as if it were an Olympic sport. If it were an Olympic sport, I would be standing at the top of the podium with a gold medal around my neck every single time. Try to beat me. And SHR makes it easy and fun to follow up with people. And people turn into new clients, and clients turn into money. The next time I email the person from Jers, I'm definitely going to ask them about her bees and use it as a conversation starter. Does the queen have a name? Do you have one of those badass beekeeping outfits? Does it scare your neighbors? Remember, I don't personally have to have an intense personal interest in bees. but I care about Debbie and what my connection might to her might bring me. So I ask her questions I know she will be excited to answer, in part because she will be blown away that I remembered her bees. We all love to be remembered. Debbie, the beekeeper of New Jersey, may have 3 kids who need a place to live in the city, and there I am. Now that brief conversation I had about bees is turning into profits. Or maybe Debbie and her husband will want a pure terra, or maybe their friends will. Being likable is a huge asset when it comes to getting clients, working with clients, and in the end, making lots of money. While your bank account balance is shooting into the sky because your likability is bringing in tons of business, you should know that these same traits can save you money too. Get people who don't work for you to work for you. A huge part of earning lots of money involves properly utilizing your resources, and there is one important resource that is often overlooked: humans. Success is never a sole operation, and we are often dependent on other people like receptionists, assistants, bookkeepers, and accountants who are often the keepers to something critical. They technically may not work for you, but think of this crew as a secret network of folks who play a big but behind the scenes role in sealing your deal. I want the people who cut commission checks to be motivated to do their jobs. I want assistants to put my calls through to their high net worth bosses so I can sell apartments to, who I can sell apartments to. None of these people work for me. I have zero authority over the assistants of developers I work for. None. But if I have an offer on an apartment and I need to talk to one of their bosses ASAP, I want them to grant me access rather than add my name to a long list of people who called. The faster I close the deal, the more time I save and the more money I can make. That's why you need to keep gatekeepers on your side, to put you at the top of the list, to want to do things for you because they like you. I always recognize the importance. I always recognize the importance of the gatekeepers have in my life, and I show them appreciation whenever I can. Other people often play a small but important roles in your success, and to ensure you get to keep to ensure you get the help you need when you need it, take control of the relationship in a positive way. If the assistant at your company doesn't tell you when your package arrives, but you need the items to plan for an important photo shoot, take control. Buy her lunch, bring her cupcakes on her birthday with a card that says, "Thanks for everything you do." She's fielding calls all day long, managing a lot of tasks. But if you can get but if you can get your work done faster and tackle your next project quicker with her help, you just need those packages. Isn't it worth it to develop that relationship? You want your commission checks sent out lightning quick. Does that relation develop that relationship? Toss the bookkeeper an email when his favorite baseball team wins a game. Great game time, man. He'll love that you value his happiness. Getting things done faster with the help of other people enables you to do more and earn more. A word of warning: use kindness as a bridge to strengthen the relationship, but do not use it only when you want to take when you want a task done. Bullshit money energy is following up with an immediate ask by saying, "Wow, I love your new bag. Where did you get it?" And before you get an answer, you're barking out a list of things you need right now. I promise that document you need mailed is getting shoved right back to the bottom of a very large pile before you even turn around. And what's worse, you've burned the bridge. Now, even if you do have a genuinely nice thing to say to that person another day, they'll just assume it's because you need something and they will just brush you off. You'll think they're mean to you when in reality it's all your own fault. Another thing is, if you're being difficult, own it. If I'm asking for a publicist, designer, or contractor on a project to go above and beyond for me, I'll say, "Thank you for putting up with me. I know I'm asking a lot and I'm not the easiest. I appreciate everything you're doing." And I'll be sure to express gratitude when the smallest of tasks is accomplished on my behalf. Sometimes I'll email their boss and say, "Wow, Mary is knocking out of the park. She is awesome." That results in Mary's boss being happy and funneling that compliment down to Mary, who is going to be less annoyed with me for being so persistent. Gatekeepers are working with many, many more people than just you. So be the easiest, most appreciative person to work with. It gets things done, and that is a huge contribution to your success. But while kindness and generosity are fantastic tools you can use to get more done, They're unfortunately not the approach everyone takes. Sometimes you step in bullshit. When you step in a pile of bullshit, it's unavoidable. Sometimes you have no choice but to deal with someone who is full of bullshit. Last year, I worked on a deal for a $10 million apartment in the West Village. A guy had come to my open house without a broker and loved the place and wanted to make an offer. Great. The next day, his broker, who I didn't even know was part of the deal, reached out to me, and his bullshit money energy was so strong I could smell it through the phone. Instead of saying something like, "Thanks for showing the apartment yesterday. Sorry I couldn't be there, but I'm so glad my client loved the apartment. I'm looking forward to getting a deal done." He announces, I'm taking over. I'm handling it. I'll take care of it. Nothing will be done without me. Blah blah blah." So much bullshit. It's like he walked into a prison and started throwing punches to show what a tough guy he was. I've encountered this brand of "I'm hot shit" bullshit money energy many times, and it's maddening. When faced with this, you might be tempted to toss some bullshit back in the direction, but that only results in shit being thrown all over the fucking place, and you're left with a hot, steaming, disgusting mess. You will be covered in shit, and people who are dripping in shit do not win at life. The only way to get rid of the stench of "I'm hot" bullshit is to clean up their pathetic little droppings and leave calm and kindness in their place. Get the deal done and get away from them ASAP, and laugh all the way to the bank. "I'm hot shit" energy is the absolute worst, but I've developed a few quick tactics for quick and easy cleanup. First, you must recognize that people often shit in the wrong place because of insecurity. A person with bullshit money energy is probably inexperienced and worried about messing up. Spend a couple of minutes researching the bullshitter so you can finish the deal, make your money, and get the hell out away from this guy as quickly as possible. He did one deal 9 years ago. Bring that up. Dude, that was the deal. That deal was awesome. I'm so excited to work for you. The recognition and compliment can result in less shit being smeared around while you're forced to work with this guy. You know who else it's in their pants? Babies. Sometimes the only way to get yourself away from a mess quickly is to let them feel like they've won. You may have used every trick you have in the book to get a job done, but if you want to get paid, swallow your ego and thank them for their contributions and sit back knowing full well that you've got what you wanted in the end. Let them walk away in their shit. Let them walking away thinking their shit doesn't stink when it obviously to everyone else that it does. The other form of bullshit money energy is more insidious. You can't necessarily smell it right away. You'll be well into an exciting project when the behavior of that person you're working with starts to emit an unpleasant odor. When I graduated to selling bigger properties, I was working on a townhouse on the Upper West Side. It was priced at 16 million and it was a fantastic listing for me to have in my inventory. But shortly after we started working on this classic and passably restored brownstone, owned by a wealthy, classy older gentleman, my bullshit meter went off. This guy started calling me 6, 7, 8 times a day. If I didn't answer right away, he'd get mad and follow up with an email. "What's going on with my listing? Why can't I get you on the phone? Are you even doing anything to sell my house? Are you even in this country right now? You're just a reality TV broker and not a real agent, aren't you?" You have to be careful in these situations because the danger of this form of bullshit mother money energy is that it will smother you in shit. Their neediness will spread out and infect your entire life. They'll suck up your time, demanding your attention, and before you know it, they're devoting more attention to this bullshitter than all of your other clients combined. That deal you thought would bring in big bucks is taking so long, thanks to the bullshit money energy, that the income you're making will barely be worth this time. That's the worst. To avoid being smothered in bullshit, I had to set specific ground rules and expectations about how I and my team would be treated. We explained that because we are, in fact, busy trying to sell his house, we are not available to have lengthy telephone conversations 5 times per day. Our time, our precious, valuable time, must be respected in order for us to do our job. I brought in my team member, Nicole, and explained we'd be working together. If there is something urgent happening and I'm not available, Nicole will be there to handle it. To train someone who is used to getting his way by smothering people in shit, you have to draw a firm line and place and what they can and can't do and point out that place where they can leave their shit. Getting honest with yourself about yourself is hard. After After that fateful failed meeting with Gordon Murray, I knew I had a choice. I could continue being a poser and a loser real estate agent who rents cheap apartments to other kids like me, or I could shed the bullshit and learn to be someone who people actually wanted to work with. It changed my life for the better, and I'm grateful I learned to embrace self-awareness even when it meant facing my negative attributes full on. Goodbye forever to bad posture and my awful, rude behavior on Million Dollar Listing New York. Don't underestimate the power of shedding the bullshit and radiating positivity. It can be a detrimenting factor in everything from what jobs you get to how much you get paid. In the end, it's important to realize that you can't always change other people, and you're going to encounter some assholes on your path to success. Instead of instead of trying to combat their bullshit money energy, focus on your level of likability, earn lots of money, and win at life. Staying committed to operating on a higher level, that's big money energy, and it will make you a force in getting everything you want in life. That's why you're reading this right now, isn't it? To learn how to get more of what you want. You can use this aspect of BME to inspire people, show how capable you are, and make smart, powerful, and interesting people want to be a part of your awesomeness. You are already attracting to other people. You just have to stop hiding it. And let's face it, that's much better than spending your career constantly trying to wash off the shit. Chapter 5. This is how you dominate. We've all encountered the dominator. They're that ultra attractive, well dressed person whose look is so amazing it basically says, I am the leading lady man of my own damn story, so stand back, please. Their confidence is so next level that you automatically assume they're the CEO of a huge company or up and coming film star. The dominator is stylish, in charge, and their outfit screams, I make a lot of money, so loudly that everyone else is wondering, how can I get some of that? You aspire you aspire to be like them because they've obviously cracked the code for getting rich. But you hate them a little bit, admit it, because you're convinced yourself that you can never be like them. So it's unfair they even exist. The dominator knows how to capture everyone's attention with their put together and moneyed look. Whatever it is they're wearing, a suit, a tuxedo, a dress, a gown, or even a leopard print kimono says, I have money and power. The Dom is like that beautiful but ultra expensive item that catches your eye at the store. You don't have to take the item home with you, but that doesn't mean you stop thinking about it. The Dominator makes lasting impressions from the moment he or she steps into the room. You know her. You've seen her at the last networking event you attended. The main point is the more often than not, the Dom usually looks expensive. No one wants to say that, but it's true. Think of a Dom you may know right now. He looks like an item on a shelf that you can't afford yet. Please understand that like as the guy whose look could once be described by Walmart cowboy, I'm not judging. I'm here to help by pointing out something simple that could be a huge problem for you. Listen, we can all pretend that it doesn't matter what clothes you choose to wear each day, but it does. I'm sorry to break this news to you, but your appearance, and more specifically your clothing, is important if you want to rule at work, negotiate raises, get promoted, nail job interviews, or have your ideas heard all of the time because you're so awesome. If you want to get up in the morning and throw on any old t-shirt and a pair of jeans that are crumpled up on the floor because that's what successful people on Instagram wear to work, then go right ahead. But hear me out. Your favorite concert t-shirt is sending a specific message about who you are. That message could be anything from I'm a believer to I'm on vacation and really enjoying myself. And that's fine sometimes, like when you're at home reading this book on your sofa. But if you want to make more money, your favorite sweats are not going to do you any favors. I know you're probably thinking, but wait, didn't Mark Zuckerberg mostly wear hoodies? He's worth billions. Sure, if you are a genius who is changing the world and can drop out of Harvard and you're absolutely certain you can take your tech company public for billions of dollars while wearing a sweatshirt and beanie, then by all means go for it. But for everyone else who is not at Harvard, who didn't get a perfect score on the SATs, who wasn't born rich, and who is just working hard to make their dreams become a reality, then you need to understand that what you wear, your first physical impression of yourself to the world, is an expression of your worth in whatever field you work in. The clothes you choose to wear to the clothes you choose are a representation of your personal brand. Your outfit is like an ambassador representing who you are, what you believe in, and how much experience and power you have. Before you ever open your mouth, and you have a choice. Do you want to look forgettable or do you want to dominate? I'm writing this right now in my apartment while wearing a pink tank top and camouflage gym shorts. So I'm not going to pretend that I'm some kind of style guru. But I've experienced firsthand what happens when you accept that this world isn't going to embrace you for your skills, intelligence, or talent if you look like you just crawled out of bed. You can remember that early in my career, I had to put together what I called my nice outfit. It was a button-down shirt, a pair of khakis, a belt, and a very large, shiny buckle, all finished off with a pair of cowboy boots. Yeehaw. In retrospect, that outfit would have been perfect if I were selling tractors. I'd wake up in the morning, put on that outfit, head out to work to sell real estate thinking, I hope I get some calls today. It's been slow and I have to pay my electricity bill. Just like my outfit, my hopes and desires were lackluster and generic. A lazy outfit translates into a lazy attitude and lazy energy. It does not show value. It shows that you settle for a pile of crumbs. Ask yourself right now, do you want crumbs? I didn't think so. You want to be the crunchy topping on the creme brulee. Even if I had been the most savvy, sophisticated, and experienced broker around, I promise you that I wasn't. All of that knowledge and expertise wouldn't would have been covered up by the outfit I wore. My outfit clearly says to clients, I didn't try too hard with life today, but I can find you a cheap apartment if you throw me some extra cash. I might even help you move in. Can you believe I still wondered why I couldn't land 7 and 8 figure clients? Know your audience. One of the biggest mistakes I made when I was starting out in sales was not dressing for my audience. I was dressing for me. I, w- I was wearing what I had in the closet, clothes that felt comfortable, and as long as you dress like a typical 20 something, you'll attract a typical 20 something, and they likely won't be able to provide the money or opportunity you're seeking for in your big life. Or you attract adults stuck in 20 something mindsets, and they are not typically people who close big money deals or, for me, buying multi-million dollar apartments. To attract the right client, I had to get myself in front of a totally different audience made up of people who could afford seven-figure homes. I had never played to an audience like this before, and I knew that they would have different expectations about what success looked like. Let's grab a beer was not a message that was going to resonate with the audience I wanted. If I wanted to get their attention from the right audience, I had to know what their symbol of success looked like. Code number 7. If you want people to take you seriously, start by looking like someone who should be taken seriously. I wanted clients who had a lot of money. Manhattan is the land of the well-cut suits, expensive handbags, designer shoes, and watches that cost more than your average college education. In my case, figuring out how to dress wasn't exactly a mystery of epic proportions, and it didn't have to cost a lot of money. So to start, I went to Chinatown. Chinatown is one of the most bustling neighborhoods in New York City. It's where you go to eat delicious foods or buy a fake designer watch on the street. When I was working on my big money energy look, I wanted a symbol of success that would make me look like I was very, very expensive. I wanted something I could physically put out there to show the world before I even spoke. I'm the guy who can sell massive apartments to billionaires. It seems kind of silly now, but I went to Chinatown and stood on the street hoping I wouldn't run into anyone I knew while I weighed the pros and cons of various fake watches. I went with a Rolex. For a while it was that cheap yellow knockoff watch that like my secret security blanket. Seeing Rolex whenever I checked the time was like having a vision board for success right there on my wrist. Eventually, I didn't need the faux Rolex to make me feel successful. It would also leave behind a weird green stain on my wrist every time I wore it. But I was grateful it helped me when I needed it most. The signals for success in my industry are very, very clear. I realized that the expectations and needs vary massively by profession, and not everyone who has to wear a suit, lucky you. But even if you don't work in a typical corporate setting or your job doesn't give you a dress code, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't create one for yourself. Whether you're a creative baker or hairstylist, clothes are a tool that can be used to help you exude confidence and experience even when you have very little. And I wouldn't you prefer prefer your look to say I'm in charge here and I'm doing a fantastic fucking job rather than I'm just trying to make it through the day? The Dom dress code. In the beginning of my BME journey, I would have to I would have had to sell an organ or maybe several to pay for a Tom Ford suit and a pair of Prada loafers. Okay, so I wouldn't wow potential clients with bespoke Savile Row threads, but I developed a few rules that kept me BME worthy as I was figuring out what worked best for me. And it works for absolutely any budget. Fit. Have you ever gotten down on the floor, sucked in your stomach, and held your breath while you slowly eased up a zipper of a pair of pants and thought, "Oh, good, they fit." But then it takes you 20 minutes to get off the floor because your pants are so tight you can't move? That is not fit. It took me years to understand that just because I could button a shirt did not mean it actually really fit. You know, when you're out shopping for clothes and you've rejected 10 different things because they look terrible, but then you put on that one piece that you look in the mirror and think, "Oh, damn, I can make this shirt look really good." Hello. It's because that item fits you properly. While literally fit is important, it's not the kind of fit that I'm talking about. BME fit is like about finding clothes that emphasize your best qualities and deflect attention from parts that you're less excited about. I'm forever on the search for pants that don't make my legs look like skinny bananas. For me to get this, for me to get the right fit, I also needed long shirts because my torso is so long that are also a super slim fit. I found one brand of shirts that exists for my proportion, and so they're all I buy. Back when I had little money, I had to make do with whatever I could to find on the clearance rack, which was okay. The only suits I could afford were often a little boxy and loose, and I looked like a teenager who'd borrowed his dad's suit, the complete opposite of BME. But I made it work. Once I found a trailer and he used his magic to make I found a tailor and he used his magic to make my suits fit. He transformed a less than impressive suit into something that looked fantastic. Tailors are geniuses. Find a good one who doesn't cost you too much. The most dry cleaners will do tailoring for cheap. And watch your wardrobe improve and your life change. Clean. I know wearing clean clothes sounds obvious. We all know we should not go to work wearing an old college t-shirt we wash only now and then. But when I was first starting out, clean meant something different than not wearing any clothes from the bottom of the laundry pile. My clothes were literally clean. But to give off big money energy, I became meticulous about wrinkles, lint, and pet hair. There was a brief period in my life where I had a pet pig. The handheld steamer is my best friend, and to this day, I've always had a lint roll handy. Before getting dressed, I gave my clothes a once over for errant smoothie stain or a piece of string dangling from my sleeve of my otherwise ultra clean and well fitting dress shirt. I wasn't going to give off big money energy if I was sitting in a meeting thinking, can everyone tell that my pig slept on my pants? When I was on a tight clothing budget, I went for simple lines and neutral colors. I stayed away from things like bold colors, plaids, and stripes until I had a better understanding of what I could pull off and could buy higher quality pieces. Clean is safe when it comes to clothes, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you look messy, people will assume you are messy. If your personality, and your mind. So clean up. Shined. What you chose to put on your feet can say a lot about who you are. This goes for men and women. When I was ready to go to Dominator, I invested in a solid pair of classic looking loafers. They complemented whatever I was wearing, and these loafers looked pristine. Fast forward a little bit into the life of baby BME Ryan, and those shoes eventually had holes in the soles courtesy of the mean streets of Manhattan. Whenever it rained or snowed, I could look forward to having soaking wet feet, but no one ever knew because I kept them perfectly shiny on top, like hair gel, shoe polish. Like hair gel, shoe polish can take you further than you think. And I certainly wasn't going to let people know
My shoes were literally falling apart. Shoes are like the crowning glory of your outfit. And that means the shoes you put on can ruin a perfectly good outfit. But basic but shine shoes trump trash designer shoes every time. Basic but shine shoes trump trash designer shoes every time. Have you ever seen a super impressive person in a killer outfit with scuffed up, worn down shoes? You haven't. It's because that's not how you dominate. I went through the unfortunate phase where I wore sneakers with a suit. I thought this would make me look hip and cool because I thought I saw other people doing it. Check out my cool kicks paired with my classy suit. Business on top, Saturday on bottom. Danielle, our producer on Million Dollar Listing New York, would say things like, "Oh, that's what you're wearing? Interesting choice, Ryan." It became clear she wasn't saying so much that I had made a unique styling choice. It was that I had made a bad choice based on how the outfit looked on me. I didn't look cool. I looked confused, like I got dressed in the dark and threw on whatever shoes I could find with my hands. Some people can really pull off the fabulous suit with cool sneakers combo. I, however, cannot. Know thyself. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. Don't ruin a fabulous dress by tossing on the flip flops. Don't wear your gym shoes with a suit unless it's a look you can really own. And don't wear shoes that call attention to your feet. That's that's attention your face and personality will lose. I went through a phase where I wore really pointy dress shoes, and they look like men's witch shoes. I had so many pairs of them. They were in fashion for a bit, and while I thought the attention I had got from them was great, I recognized people were remembering me more as the real estate guy with pointy shoes than the smart guy who knew a lot about real estate and would be nice to work with. Clothes that fit and shoes that shine make you feel amazing, and that energy shows outwardly in everything you do. Your outfit is also the world's best business card. The use of business cards is fading. Instead of just handing over a piece of cardstock with your name and contact info, your outfit can speak for you. I know you're going to remember meeting me because it obviously looks like I'm a boss. I was fired from a big building once, and I thought the developer hated me. But when asked during an interview years later how it was to work with me, he said, "Ryan was great, fun, smart, and great energy and a great dresser. I knew people would buy from him the moment I saw him." True story. She still fired me though. I love my Dominator clothes, but I love the moment when I morph back into a regular Ryan even more. After a full day of meetings, pitches, phone calls, and hopefully lots of deal making, I walk out of the elevator and into my apartment. I take off my shoes. New York City streets are gross. I kiss Amelia and Zena and say hi to Yaya, and then march directly into the bedroom where I shed my Dominator uniform and replace it with my favorite pink tank top and sweat shorts. Code number 8. Don't dress for your mood today. Dress for the success you want tomorrow. Broker Ryan talks a mile a minute, and regular Ryan is definitely quieter, but I'm still the same confident, successful guy who just left his Prada shoes at the door. Thanks to BME, I've reached a place in my life where I'm still the same no matter what I have on. Jun Shen wore the same tracksuit every day with me for a week while looking at $2 to $3 million apartments. But she wore it with confidence and attitude that said, "I'm the one with millions, so I'm going to be comfortable while jet lagged." Remember that someday, ideally in the near future, your BME will shine bright no matter what you are wearing. You'll have the right clothes, you'll need to conquer your goals. But at the end of the day, when you change back into your comfy clothes, that energy will stick with you because it's who you are now. Chapter 6. The Art of Selective Communication. I met Sebastian, aka International Man of Mystery, when I sold him a $17 million apartment after 6 years of follow-up with no response. Till death do I stop following up. Now Sebastian was ready to add a trophy property to his real estate portfolio, a Hamptons estate. The purchase of his Hamptons house would prove equally tricky. Many times when a deal falls apart, it's due to a breakdown in communication. There isn't enough of it. People aren't talking. This deal was different. It only worked because there was a certain piece of information I kept close to my chest after careful consideration. I knew my client wanted this house, and I certainly wanted my commission. But this piece of information was so absurd. I knew sharing it would unleash a battle of egos unlike anything I had ever seen. I had I had to be handled with kid gloves or billionaire gloves. The Hamptons technically consists of a bunch of beach towns on the southern eastern shore of Long Island, but this isn't your typical beach vacay town. In the Hamptons, if you pop out from Folio with chocolate covered in the Hamptons, if you pop out for the Froyo with chocolatey covered gummy bears, and you may be standing in front of the line with Rihanna. And oh, is that Jerry Seinfeld getting coffee? Yes, it is. The Hamptons is the 90210 of beach vacation spots on the East Coast. It's where celebrities and the ultra wealthy flock to enjoy the sandy beaches, attend A-list parties, and wait in very, very long lines to eat at restaurants, even though they have a chef's kitchen with an actual chef in it at home. As a result of all this super exclusive summer fun, a charming little cottage in the Hamptons is going to cost you several $1,000,000. But Sebastian wasn't looking for a cottage. He wanted a full-on oceanfront estate with water views from the master bedroom, a gym, an infinity pool, and enough bedrooms to house a basketball team, plus a guest house and a screening room and another outdoor screening room. His budget for this palace on the summer wonderland, about 30 million. The international man of mystery is very busy using his big money energy to earn hundreds of millions of dollars. So he hired me, A, because I'm the best, and B, because he trusts me after working together for 8 years. I took a helicopter out to the Hamptons for the afternoon so I could show Sebastian some of the most exclusive properties in the world over FaceTime. Sebastian fell for a house number 3, an off-market estate with 100 feet of private and perfect beachfront. The 8,000 square foot interior had recently been renovated to look like a palace. The 6,000 feet of outdoor deck space spread across 3 levels and had extraordinary views. If Sebastian got hungry while staring at his enviable view or watching his massive outdoor hurricane-proof TV, it was no big deal because there was also a pizza oven. This property was quietly asking 50 million. The other properties Sebastian had rejected for not having fireplaces big enough to roast a woolly mammoth or garages that could adequately house his vintage collection were in the 25 to 35 million dollar range. So naturally we offered 28 million for the 50 million dollar house. No response. We upped it to 30 million. The top of his budget, he told me. No response. Okay, how about 32 million? What's another $2? Now they were listening. But we weren't singing the same song quite yet. We were still 18 million apart after all. And the house wasn't even on the market. After months of negotiation, I got a call from the seller's broker. They aren't going below 40 million, and that's 10 million off. But here's the thing. They will sell him the house and include every single item that's in it. 40 million was still a lot higher than Sebastian wanted to pay. That's a huge price tag, even if you're in the international man of mystery. But with everything in it, the house was perfectly designed. Sebastian wouldn't have to spend any money there. And I did a quick calculation in my head. How much does a billionaire spend on furnishings? You could spend 1 million per room easily if you added up the custom beds, handmade carpets, built-ins, window treatments, gold ceilings, and fountains. I'm not kidding. I caught Sebastian on the phone right before he was about to fly off to Kentucky to buy a pair of purebred racehorses. Listen, it's 40 million, and I know it's more than you want to spend, but here's the thing. It will be fully furnished, and I know your time is very valuable to you, so you won't have to spend a second thinking about decorating it. The house is perfectly renovated, and it comes with everything from wine glasses to sofas to llama hair stair runners. So really, it's like you're spending 40 million on the house and getting everything in it for free. That's $10 million in savings, not to mention the cost of your time and effort. So there you go. The perfect beach house mansion for net to you 30 million, just like you asked for. When you're a, when you're when you, when you're a clo- when you're a closer, you know when you're a closer, you know that the math can be subjective. Sebastian got quiet. Code number 9. If you want to convince someone to spend more, never focus on the money, focus on the value. He either hated this idea or he wasn't buying doing something else. like signing an agreement to buy a small country. Then he spoke. Fine. Here's the thing about billionaires. They're very rarely excited about money. They have so much of it, but he wanted this house and I was delivering it to him. So begrudgingly, we had a deal. And this is where the communication portion of this story got interesting. Sometimes earning money requires incredibly careful communication. In this case, it felt like I was operating an FBI sting. Kill highly contagious problems or die. One of the biggest secrets to earning more money, is learning to identify and eradicate problems that have the potential to infect your entire deal. Enter the parts of my job you will never ever see on any shows of Bravo or my latest vlog on YouTube. The excitement of land easements. Thus, the thrill that is a certificate of occupancy. I'm telling you, my job is a real grind. There is so much behind the scenes that going back and forth before a deal is closed. At the last final version of the contract for the Sebastian's Hamptons house had arrived. We are so close to closing this deal, and I am so close to getting a very large commission check. But then my stomach drops. Surprise, bitch! There's a rider attached to the contract. Rider to clause 16A. The following items are excluded from the sale: television in the second living room, rug in the guest house, and blanket in the den. Oh shit, I shout out across the office. My voice is so loud, I'm sure everyone on the street, 6th floor below me, can hear me. Yolanda, do not send the rider to Sebastian. I could picture exactly what would happen if Sebastian saw this rider. He'd drop whatever he was doing, pick up the phone, and say in a super calm voice, Ryan, sure, they can keep their TV and rug and their little blanket, and then I'll keep my 40 million. Click. I was not going to lose this deal if I had been working on it for a month over a rug. I called the seller's broker right away before this problem could kill everything about this deal in its path. Are you serious? You sell the clients the house with everything in it, and now you're taking stuff back? I don't care how small the items are. Yeah, it's the idea that you're retrading on us that will kill this deal. We're giving you 40 million in cash. Your client doesn't get to go shopping in the house he's selling to my client. The broker told me he'd see what he can do. I knew he didn't want to lose this deal either. He called me back a few minutes later and he said, okay, they'll concede on everything except the blanket. They are not willing to give up that blanket. What? Was this blanket woven from unicorn fur? Did it possess magical powers? Listen, I'll buy them a new blanket. Can you get me the details on the blanket and I'll find them the exact one? Or do they want a better blanket? I'll get them a quilt made by the Amish. I'll do whatever they want. What's their fantasy blanket? I could not believe this huge deal was coming to downright a rich guy's blankie. It's like we were dealing with toddlers. There was a pause on the phone. Ryan, I'm afraid this specific blanket has sentimental value. They must have this blanket. Was this a joke? How was this happening? How could I possibly explain this to Sebastian? Code number 10. The client hits you with a crazy demand. No, it's never about the money. It's about establishing control. Here's the one thing I've learned. All seemingly innocent problems can fester, infecting everything in their path and eventually killing an entire deal. This was no ordinary blanket. I saw it for what it was, a highly contagious problem. These sorts of little problems have to stop in their tracks or they can slowly and painfully suck the life right out of you, your deal, and your income. If we were to agree to give them their blanket, it would feed their greed and demands would start to grow. A highly contagious problem starts with a few interesting symptoms. Reluctance. The person is reluctant to let go. Sure, I'll sell you my beloved bicycle, but I really want to keep the seats and the handlebars. I hope you'll understand. Reaction. The person has an irrational reaction to a normal request. This reaction is a warning sign of the other extreme reactions to come if these symptoms aren't treated. Why are you insisting that I sell you a bike with the seat and handlebars? Can't you just be happy with a partial bike that you can't even ride? Retraction. The person is ready to give up on the deal. This symptom is hard to cure. The person will continually find a way to back out of the deal and waste your time. You'll never see that paycheck. I knew that if I wanted to save the deal, it was such a huge deal. I needed to put a stop to this problem immediately. If you learn to identify and treat highly infectious problems quickly, you will close deals faster and make more money. If I didn't put my foot down, I knew the problem would spread and things would get totally ridiculous. Well, we really love the door knocker. It's very special to us, so we must keep it. And who knew where it would all stop? The kitchen towels, a bathtub. Would the deal finally die in a fight over an oven mitt after months of suffering? I wasn't going to let this little blanket kill my commission and my soul. If not handled carefully, a highly contagious problem represents the moment when a deal starts to die. Deals that die do not bring you any money. To squash it, I'd have to dish out the cure, the three C's: calm, control, and conviction. Calm. People with big money energy know that calm equates to power. When I saw the writer in Sebastian's contract, I was not calm. Just ask Yolanda, my director of operations, or any person walking on Broadway between Houston and Prince and Soho that day. It was possible I was crying on the inside a lot. But if you want to eradicate a highly contagious problem, take a long breath before you take your next step. Concentrate on the picture you want to present on the other side. Do you want to yell and scream like a maniac? Trust me, that will not contain the infection. It will feed it. To prevail, you will need to come off as calm and so collected. That is that you'll need to come off so calm and so collected that there is no weakness for the highly contagious problem to grab onto, which will only increase its power. Calm equals in charge. Make sure your thoughts are clear to you first. Make a decision and then clearly relay your expectations. It's the only way to stay strong and rid yourself of a highly contagious problem. Control. People with big money energy are not afraid to set boundaries. I knew that if I didn't take control of the situation, the seller's desire for the blanket would turn into a need to keep the toaster. It would spiral out of my control, and I'd be dealing with weird requests for the rest of my life and never get paid. To contain this infection, I needed to establish a no-go zone. In this case, the interior of the house was a no-go zone. It was one of the areas. It was one area of negotiation where we would not move because this deal point had been argued upon by both parties earlier. This can be painful to the other party, but stick to your guns. But I love my blanket. I'll die without it, they might say, crying crocodile tears. However, you can offer a bit of pain relief to keep the deal healthy. If you are a graphic designer and your client is saying, your fee only entitles me to 3 designs for the lapels of my homemade cat food, I want 5. Cats are special. And I want sketches of all my cats. Can you make them birthday cards too? More than 3 designs may be your no-go zone, but perhaps you can offer them something else on your terms. My fee entitles you to 3 designs, but yes, cats are my best friend, and I will also create an adorable cat sticker that you include with all of your shipments and homemade organic cat food. People with BME set boundaries to contain problems. Conviction. Conviction is the final but essential weapon in the fight to death against the highly contagious problem. You will not stand a chance against the problem if you don't address it firmly. Any wavering on your expectations, whether it's apparent in the tone of your voice, accidentally blurting out, well, maybe, or I understand, I'll see what I can do, is like taping a red flag to your forehead that says, I don't actually mean what I'm saying, so go ahead and walk all over me. People with BME speak with conviction, not just when squashing problems, but all of the time. I didn't understand how important it was when I was a kid, but growing up, my dad always spoke with conviction. He owned his ideas, whether they were about a book he liked, or why my brother and I could not have a video game console. He stated his position clearly and had facts to back it all up when necessary. Conviction is how people speak on talk shows when the other media and on the other media platforms. No one wants to watch an expert wavering like glow-in-the-dark jumpsuits are definitely going to be the biggest fashion trends this season. Wait, maybe it will be burlap dresses or rainbow tank tops? I'm not sure now that I think about it. Own your thoughts and ideas and share them with other people, even if you're wrong or you change your mind later when you get new information. At least you have the courage and confidence to have an opinion at all times. Keep some cards close to your chest. I've always taught my team that communication is everything. Selling or buying a house can be stressful and an emotional experience. Simply keeping a client up to date on what we're doing on their behalf, why we're making certain decisions, or alerting them to where we are in the process can go a long way towards calming emotions, and preventing me from getting texts at 3 a.m. like, Ryan, oh my gosh, is my asking price too low? Why is that the asking price? My next door neighbor got like 75,000 more, and her ceiling isn't painted with rainbows like mine. Sad emoji, angry emoji, call me. Clear and honest communication goes a long way. And as I like to say, it's free. But part of being a successful business person is learning that while you are always honest, there are times where you must be selective about what details you share and which ones you hold back. The case of the world's most expensive blanket is the perfect example. I had called my client who was super busy buying banks, sports teams, and a rare alpaca to say, "Hi, how's it going? Well, I have those contracts for your Hamptons Dream Mansion shortly, but but just so you know, we're having a fight about $100 blanket. I'll let you know how it goes." No, no, no. I could kiss that deal goodbye. The client and any referrals he was ever going to give me forever, goodbye forever. And over a lifetime, that would add up to a substantial amount of lost income. No, thank you. Sebastian is busy, important, and I'm not going to bother him with those details. People who are high income earners know that you handle pesky problems, so your most lucrative clients never have to worry about them. This requires building the ultimate level of trust. I understand that it can be hard to determine when to share and when to map out and when to selectively communicate. I tell my team to map it out when they're trying to figure out if a piece of information is essential, meaning that they need to drop everything and call the client now, or if they can handle it on the client's behalf. Map out. Here's the map checklist. M, material. Is this material information? In my world, that means knowing if there is a fact that could cause a buyer or seller to make a different decision. While I know Sebastian would have gone bananas over the blanket scenario, it wasn't a material fact. The blanket did not directly impact the value of the house. If we found out the house was built over a bubbling pit of lava and could burst into flames at any time, that is material information. Or if the two-story home your client wants to buy should only have been one floor and the second was added illegally, again, this is material information. Or if the renovation was done without permits and was never signed off by the city, drop everything and call. You need to consider it. Is this information you're dealing with directly related to the outcome? Is it crucial to the deal you're working on? A material fact can be like a life or death level of information. If it is, then it is not the time to selectively communicate. If not, keep moving forward without getting your client involved. A, answer. Do you have an answer to this problem? Can you envision how this situation will be resolved? I was confident that I could solve the issue with the unicorn fur blanket. I had dealt with countless bizarre requests over the years, and I knew how to tackle it. But wait, Ryan, what if I don't have an answer? We've all been there, right? But often that's false thinking. If you don't have an answer yet, how can you get one? Seek guidance from someone who has more experience than you. Ask how they would handle it, or go to one of your smartest colleagues, talk it over, and see what kind of answer you can come up with. For Sebastian's deal, I went back and forth with Jen Alice, my director of new development, who is a killer negotiator, playing out the scenario every which way to see how I should proceed. Very early on in my career, I found a rental in a co-op building for a 24-year-old investment banker named Paul. In New York City, co-ops equals rules. It's a totally different process than rental transactions I had been doing. Deals in co-op buildings involve a board application, tax returns, a personal interview, business references, a personal essay, SAT scores, blood tests, a talent competition, and finally a duel on the rooftop of the building. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but only a little. Ultimately, I didn't know what I was doing, and Paul was frustrated because he wanted to move in. I was frozen, and I didn't know where I'd gone wrong. Why wouldn't anyone at the building return my calls? I was paralyzed and made the mistake of not seeking out an answer to the problem, hoping that it would just go away and Paul would be able to move in without any confrontation. I also didn't tell him I was struggling, though I was working on an answer. This situation solved itself when my client called me up to tell me that I was the worst broker in the world and that he made a call and finished the deal himself. If you have an answer to a problem, pursue it. If you don't have an answer, find one before you pick up the phone. Always deliver a problem with the solution. Otherwise, you're a quarterback throwing a pass to no one, and the ball will be dropped. P, personality. Who are you dealing with? Is this client someone who appreciates play-by-play information? We've all worked with people who want to know everything. Even if it's something as minor as, I know you like to be filled in on every little thing. And just FYI, during the open house today, a fly landed on your kitchen counter. I took care of it. None of the prospective buyers saw it, so it's all well that ends well. If you want the jobs, clients who bring in huge dollars, you have to understand the wants and needs of these people you're dealing with. And everyone is different. What does your gut tell you? Will your client want to know about that pesky fly? Or will they think, why the hell are you bothering me with something so ridiculous while I'm in Pilates? Anticipate as much as you can and as you can the kind of reaction you'll get before deciding whether or not to selectively communicate. Know your audience. You're the one who is in control of every conversation and every situation. If my hair wasn't gray already, Operation Blanket Gate would have done the job. In the end, after establishing our no-go area and calmly telling the other broker that the only thing stopping our client from getting the $4 million deposit wired to their account that day was a blanket, they saw the light. From there on, the deal was pretty simple. Sebastian got his contracts without the ridiculous rider, and a few weeks later, he got to celebrate the purchase of his insane new beach home with a good scotch by the fireplace, wrapped up in his perfect $40 million throw. I texted him after the closing, asking when I could come by to the house and stay for a night. He still hasn't texted me back. Ouch. Chapter 7, the $1,000-minute rule. Do you know what you have in common with Elon Musk, Steph Curry, Jeff Bezos, The Rock, Oprah Winfrey, and J.K. Rowling? It's you all have the same number of minutes to use however you choose every single day. 24 hours in a day multiplied by 60 minutes gives us all 1,440 minutes. Take away a reasonable amount of time to eat, sleep, and shower, and hug your kids, and you're left with 1,000 minutes. You can use your minutes to conquer the world and earn buckets of money, write books, train for a marathon, hang out with your family, have drinks with friends, buy groceries, meditate, do laundry, watch Netflix, or post pictures of your dog on Instagram. Every day you wake up with a fresh 1,000 minutes in your bank of time. You are the CEO of that bank, and it's totally up to you how you put those minutes to use. You're as rich as in time every Monday as Oprah and the actual richest man in the world. You can no longer think of your time as free anymore. Big you, successful you, knows that time is expensive. And when we think about our time like we do our money, we can shift our mindset on not throwing it away. You wouldn't throw away $100, would you? Well, that's what you're doing with an hour when you have and a half when you're not being productive. You're basically throwing your income out the window. Bye-bye money. The clock starts ticking the second you wake up. And if you aren't aware of how those precious minutes are being used, it will suddenly be 9 p.m. and you'll be wondering once again how you didn't find the time to call back all of the clients or follow up with that new contact you made last week. The day got away from me. Such a busy day. I'll do it tomorrow. Sound familiar? That's because there are a few common minute killers sneaking around, trying to bankrupt our time right from under our noses, often without us even knowing. By learning to identify and destroy these minute killers, you can take control of your day, maximize your time, and make more money. Minute killer number 1, the perfection trap. I like to be the first one at work. If I were to waltz in around 11 a.m., kick back and eat a breakfast burrito while listening to a podcast, that sends a clear signal to my team. No rush here, just show up whenever you want to. One day I arrived around 7:30 after my daily workout to find one of my team members already at her computer hard at work. Good for her. I answered my emails, and then I was off for a long day of appointments. When I got back to the office at 6:30, she was exactly where I'd left her. The look of concentration on her face was intense, like she was trying to split the atom. I returned calls, answered emails, and had a meeting. And when I was finally getting ready to leave at 8 p.m., she was still furiously typing away. What did she be doing all this time? I wondered. She must be writing a screenplay at work. I had to ask. Hi, you've been at work hard. Hi, you've been working so hard all day. How's it going? She took a deep breath. Yeah, I just really wanted to get this email to a client perfect. So I'm working really hard on it. I'm pulling as much data as I can, doing all my research. I need to convince him I'm right. I couldn't have been more shocked if she had just told me she were an alien from another galaxy. She'd been writing and reviewing the same email all day. While I appreciate the desire to send flawless communication, it doesn't matter how perfect anything is if you don't get results. And how can you be getting results if you're spending 12 hours on one basic task? That's 720 minutes. That's a lot of time and money. She had fallen into the dark, ugly pit known as analysis paralysis or the perfection trap. The perfection trap will rip through your 1,000 minutes and leave you broke. You were obsessing over one email all day, and now you have no minutes left. Should have saved some to go out to that open house your client wanted you to preview in the East Village, and you managed to miss your networking drinks too. Wonder how many amazing potential clients you would have met there. You didn't meet any new people today, and that's your whole job. There's nothing left to do but go home and inhale a peanut butter sandwich and toss the clothes you wore on the floor and pass out in your bed. Well done, Miss Perfect. Analysis paralysis is a disease that keeps many hardworking people from reaching their earning potential. They overanalyze and think everything to death because they believe that time is free and the result of their hard work will make them money. That's wrong. Their time is not free and the result is a gamble, even if the email is perfect. The perfection trap actually costs more money, and they would know if they just looked at their day like a CEO would look at their company. They would budget the appropriate funds for each task at hand, knowing that the only way to make a return on that new 1,000 minutes every day is to be as careful with them as you would with your own cold, hard cash. If perfectionism gets its grip on you, you'll be wasting one day after another. Stay away from it and instead acquaint yourself with excellence. Excellence is a real instead of acquaint. Excellence is real, while perfection is a myth. Think about it. Have you ever read an obituary that said Laura wrote perfect emails? Code number 11. Perfectionism is like a straitjacket that you need to break out of if you want to take risks, go bigger, and succeed on the highest levels. A life full of excellence includes winning awards, running a successful business, and raising great kids. That's the kind of thing you hear about. Excellence is about having high but achievable standards. Excellence does not want to suck the life out of your minutes. Excellence wants you to get results. You have two choices. You can go home at the end of the day to hang out with your family and feeling great because you're winning at life, or you can make yourself another pathetic sandwich and step over sad piles of clothes as you fall into bed again, feeling like shit because you didn't get anything done again. Which scenario do you want for your life? If you've been known to fall headfirst into the perfection trap, there's a way to get out of it. You need to tag yourself out of it. Here's how you can. Tag. T, trust. Know what you're doing. Overthinking is the gateway to perfectionism. You do have the skills to execute the task. Don't overthink it. Make a plan for conquering this task. Write down your objective and list the steps you need to get it done. Execute is your motto from now on. Just like a trader at a big investment bank, you will execute trades with your 1,000 minutes each day. A, ask. Talk to someone who knows more than you. This could be a colleague. If you're terrified of making an embarrassing mistake, or if you're not sure your presentation is nailing the point home, or if there's a problem with that big deal you have in the works, quickly ask a trusted, non-perfectionist coworker to provide some feedback. You should have this person on speed dial, and they should be a strong decision maker. And no matter what you do not ask a fellow overthinker, or the two of you will be trapped on your weird island of perfection together forever with no way off. G, give. Give yourself a time limit. 2 minutes for an email or an hour for a PowerPoint presentation. This will train your brain to move through these tasks without draining your minute bank. Every task you do and every action you take costs you time, which costs you money. That extra 10 minutes you took cost you $10. Do you like cutting up $10 bills? There will be some clear signs that you're climbing out of the perfectionist hole, and those signs will be in the form of many results. Are you flying through your to-do lists? Have you added more to your plate? Are you making more money personally and increasing clientele or growing profit for your business? If you're not finishing tasks and heading back to opportunity buffet for second helpings and raking in more dollars, you may still have a problem. Tag yourself until you seriously can actually see the light in the form of getting shit done. Minute killer number 2, the red zone. Usually open houses are hazard free, but there are occasionally some issues. I've dealt with plenty of dirty shoes, leaving footprints on light colored rugs, fingerprints on glowing appliances that must be wiped away, nosy people poking in closets for far too long, and God help me, clogged toilets. But what happened in the apartment on the West 22nd Street was a brand new problem. Heather was spending $5 million on her first home on West 22nd Street, and she wanted to bring her dad along before she finalized this huge purchase. Dad was really being a dad. He opened the refrigerator and gazed inside. What's he doing? Looking for sandwich fixings? The dishwasher was subject to the same amount of scrutiny. All 8 of the burners on the stove were tested and the oven was turned on. Oh my God, how far is he going to take this? Is he going to bake a cake? I followed him around with a cloth, wiping away his fingerprints like they were in some kind of organized crime ring. Were they never here? You can't prove we touched everything. I was I was polishing the front of the microwave when I heard, what the hell is this? The dad pointed out to a large but barely visible metal access panel along the wall where the controls for the HVAC were located. The meticulous family who lived in the apartment had hired an artisan to create a custom Venetian paneling at great expense, so the panel would blend perfectly into their walls and not be a metal eyesore. Before I could explain what it was and ask him kindly not to touch it, the dad ripped off the very expensive artisan craft HVAC panel off the wall in order to inspect what was inside of it. The precious Italian plaster plummeted to the floor along with my spirit, because this kind of unexpected situation that kills my hard work. It's like someone took all the sweat equity I put into a deal and threw it on the floor, crushed it with their foot. And once they were sure all of my efforts were pulverized, they spit on whatever was left. When I told the meticulous family what had happened, they were furious. Ryan, you know how hard it was for us to find an artisan to make that? We had to ship a man in from Italy. We are so mad we can't even think about it right now. And guess what? The buyer no longer wanted to spend $5 million on an apartment that was falling to pieces, said her daddy. Goodbye commission. Goodbye minutes. It was nice knowing you. Ugh. Shit happens at work, just like everyone else. I have projects and deals that die. For me, this can be anything from getting fired from a listing or a buyer disappearing off the face of the earth to a client discovering her little dog, Fido, exceeds the weight limit of the new co-op she just bought. These are the kind of problems that can turn my calendar into a red zone. The red zone is a scary, angry place where you will be bringing in any more income, because you will use all of your minutes to put out fires, do damage control, care for disappointed clients who are irate because you left fingerprints behind. A dog groomer on your staff shaved the wrong dog. Welcome to the red zone. You are crushed because you pitched your heart out for a gig, but the client went with your rival catering company. That sucks. And those X number of hours you spent creating the best presentation are definitely red zone territory. The red zone will leave you exhausted, overwhelmed, and feeling like you want to scream, cry, or both. I get it. When a client calls to say, thanks so much for spending hours of your life showing us properties in Brooklyn, but we're decided we want to experience cattle ranching. We're moving to Wyoming instead. We won't be buying the $12 million brownstone after all. I want to cry. But instead, I give myself CPR so I can get out of the red zone and back to the positive space. CPR. C, control. There are things you can't control. A client's deep desire to try cattle ranching, and things you can control. You can't control how busy you are, how many meetings you set up in a day, how many cold calls you make, how much time you spend following up with potential clients. Stay busy. Create opportunities for new work. If you stay focused on the work will heal you. P, perspective. Change your perspective on problems. Expect them. Succeeding involves risk taking. Failure and disappointment are part of that combination. So, what if you had to spend an hour on the phone apologizing to Mrs. Smith about her balding dog's haircut, and then 30 minutes with your staff discussing new protocols for your dog's haircut? That's part of your job. There are still many minutes left. If you had $1,000 and you lost 90, would you just say, well, fuck it, I'll just throw the rest of the money in the trash? No, because that would be crazy. Are you going to remember this moment 20 years from now? Probably not, but chances are that's not that bad. The problem was part of one. The problem was one part of a day. It's not your whole life. Bad things will happen to you, and with more success comes more failure. Prepare yourself every day to expect failure, and you won't focus on those angry minutes as much as you used to. R. Re-engage. After you've replaced after you've placated Mrs. After you've placated Mrs. Smith by assuring her this will never happen again, and that you value her business so much, you'll be grooming Rex free of charge for the next year. You do not get to close your door and put your head on your desk and cry. That's not big money energy. That's feeling sorry for yourself. Do you want to spend your valuable minutes crying by yourself? Resist the urge to throw a pity party and re-engage. When a deal falls through for me, I'll reach out to a new developer and introduce myself, or I'll whip up my phone and start calling my warm contacts. Warm equals buying curious, hot equals actively looking to buy, cold is not actively looking. So I'm back out there doing my real job, which is dominating at real estate sales, just like the stock market. If you sell when the market is down, you're guaranteed to lose money. So you double down, you reinvest, you take advantage of the loss, and you make up for it by going even harder. Minute killer number 3, work overload. I was sitting at my desk on Sunday afternoon watching hundreds of emails pop up. It's like my inbox had become a weed-infested garden. There was so much growth, it was hard to see the flowers. There were emails about offers I needed to answer immediately, emails from potential clients, emails from sellers who had questions, emails about filming $1 Million Listing New York, emails from developers, emails from lawyers, emails from past clients, emails from team members, emails from my Serhant course members, and a lot of spam. So many emails. Email communication is really important to my success. My clients live all over the world, but emails allow us to do business efficiently. Though I get a lot of emails, I must be careful at all times I do not miss anything. I carefully organize them into folders so I can easily access information about a client or deal when I need it, or when I'm scheduled to do some follow-up. Here's the thing about me again. I follow up until I die, and I spend my time doing this every week. I used to block out follow-up time in my calendar, but eventually it became an automatic habit. I follow up regularly and relentlessly. Trivia time. According to both Microsoft and Apple, who holds the record for having the most email folders in Outlook? Tim Cook, Taylor Swift, or Ryan Serhant? The answer is 3. It's me. But when both Microsoft and Apple support confirmed to me that I indeed had more email folders than anyone else on the planet, I had to wonder, was this the best use of my minutes? Was I using them wisely? I decided I needed to do a time audit to see where my minutes were actually going. So I did a time audit. I decided I needed to do a time audit to see where my minutes were actually going. So I spent a few days auditing my time in 15-minute intervals. Every 15 minutes, I jotted down what I was doing, whether I was on the phone, eating, brushing my teeth, or in a meeting. I did this for 3 days so I could get a good picture of where my minutes were actually being spent. The time I spent doing this audit was worth it to me. If I spent time now, it saves me time later. I've come out on top in my investment. I discovered right away there were a few tasks I needed to take control of. I was spending 10 hours a week organizing emails and 8 hours a week dealing with bookkeeping. I had no idea I was spending 1,080 minutes on just email organization and bookkeeping. Crazy. In the moment, it never felt like I was spending that much of my precious time on those tasks. But when you add it up, I was spending one full day of minutes each week on those 2 tasks. Bookkeeping and organizing my emails were not a wise use of my minutes. I wanted to use those minutes to meet more clients, sell more apartments, and generate more income. I hired a bookkeeper who would work with my accountant directly. I hired Jasper, aka the master of email, to organize my email. The bookkeeper took all of the Excel work around commissions and income off my plate. I'm very anal when it comes to my money, tracking it and making sure I get paid on time for everything I do. And I always like being in control of my own bookkeeping. But now I have a system where my bookkeeper does all the legwork and then every week sends me an email with a full breakdown that I can quickly review and approve in under 15 minutes. That's a savings of 480 minutes per week, was a 320% return on my time. Compared to that, to what I've been spending previously doing all the work on my own, Jasper, my email guru, worked out a system with me where I would archive every email that I didn't need in my inbox anymore. And he would go into the archive at night and sort them all by client, deal, or trade into specific folders. That way, my inbox could be just as full of just urgent and timely emails, and then I could go to my folders for everything else. This also helped me with my follow up and organization. I pay Jasper to do this, and he's worth every penny. I realized I was making the mistake of by thinking my time wasn't costing me anything, so I would prefer to spend my minutes rather than dollars on those two tasks. But when I did my time audit, I saw that spending a few $1,000s every month on a bookkeeper and Jasper was worth the 1,080 minutes I was saving. Time equals money, and that's Business 101. When you start to think of your minutes as money, you can be very careful about how you spend them. Start with a time audit. Write down everything you do every 15 minutes for the next couple of days. The results may surprise you. Are you spending more than 100 minutes watching YouTube puppies snuggle with babies? Are you spending 300 minutes a week doing laundry? These are your precious minutes, and you need to decide if that's where you want to spend them. Also, there are places where you aren't spending any minutes, but you should be. If you're only spending 20 minutes a week seeking out new business, you need to readjust your time budget. Think about how to reorganize your tasks so they're making your business money. Remember the FKD system from Sell It Like Serhant. Mini recap. Every day you should be devoted to finder work. That's the CEO who finds the money for the company. Keeper work. That's the CFO who runs the gamut from creating budgets to making financial projections to the doer work. That's the grind, the paperwork, the phone calls, and the emails. Earlier in your career, you'll spend most of your time in the doer mode. But as you climb up the ladder, you'll enter into the longer periods of finder and keeper work while you hire someone else to do the work. If you want to take your career up several notches and really become a millionaire in the near future, you need to step into task triage. This is a system for dividing your tasks into 3 different categories based on urgency, so you don't get overwhelmed with everything you need to do every day. Category 1, spend your minutes here and now. For me, category 1 includes phone calls and correspondence from top clients or developers I want to work with. I will spend my minutes on category 1 first because this is where my minutes can turn into large commission checks and new business. Look at your audit to identify the tasks that should take a priority. This is where you should be spending most of your minutes because new business always gives you the potential to earn more money. Category 2, spend 0 minutes here. Category 2 consists of tasks that are sucking your minutes dry. To be clear, when I say spend 0 minutes here, that does not mean tasks you hate and that you just don't want to do. Every single job has tasks that aren't pleasant, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can pass all of them off. I don't sit down with a pile of contracts and think, wow, this will be thrilling. But reading them is a super important part of my job. I need to spend some minutes here, whether I want to or not. 0 minute tasks are the ones that can absolutely 100% be done by someone else. Also, I know you may feel reluctant to let go of tasks you enjoy or think you will be hard to outsource. It wasn't easy for me to let go of email. Would another person be able to figure out how I wanted them to be organized? The answer is yes. Another person was capable of handling this simple and straightforward task once I took the time to show them how. And now I can dedicate those 600 minutes to category 1 tasks, which actually make me more money. Sure, outsourcing my bookkeeping and emails created overhead, but the $2,500 a month I spent on these tasks is earned back exponentially. I can make much more money with those 1,080 minutes I just bought myself, and the additional income I will make will pay for the new overhead in dividends. Category 3, spend your bonus minutes later. If I'm on a call that ends 10 minutes early, I've just been given 10 bonus minutes to get even more done. To me, that feels like someone just knocked on my window and asked while I'm driving down 42nd Street. Instead of asking me for money, he hands me $10. It's like being given a present from the time gods. So I use those minutes wisely. I keep a list handy of tasks I'd like to accomplish when surprise bonus minutes present themselves. So I don't waste them on reading the news, checking social media. Those bonus tasks might include calling clients to see how they like their new apartment, important public relation work, or sketching out ideas for the next vlog, important branding work. If traffic was lighter than I expected, I sit in the car before a meeting and use those bonus minutes wisely too. Those bonus minutes can add up to large blocks of time where you can be working hard and increasing your income. Your competition is probably going for coffee and a donut during those bonus minutes. So grab onto them and come out ahead. I used to wish for more hours in the day. I've been told it simply is not possible. So instead of fretting on how there is never enough time, I decided to take control of every minute. On your quest for success, remember that you are the CEO of your own bank of time. Your 1,000 minutes are yours, however you want to use them. You can use them to further yourself or conquer your goals. You are rich with time, as rich as literally everyone else on the planet. And that time renews itself every single day. So spend your time wisely, get things done, and you will find yourself getting closer to being that big, amazing you. Chapter 8: What to Risk. Robert's penthouse was amazing. It was beautifully renovated with the views of Manhattan and Central Park were incredible. I had seen hundreds of homes in New York City, but there was something a little bit different about this one. I wanted to touch everything in the apartment. The crazy long kitchen counter was so smooth, so shiny, I wanted to hop on top of it to see if I could slide across it. The walls were covered in suede. I wanted to pet them. The open shelving had been beautiful, colorful, and super shiny objects that just screamed, "Pick me up, I know you want to." When I dared to reach out a single finger to feel the most elegant looking bowl that made the lemons it was holding look like a work of art, Robert said, "Yeah, we're not going to do that." Oh, sorry, like I was a 4-year-old. Robert gestured for me to sit down on his tasteful and expensive modern sectional. "Oh, I can actually sit down? It's okay?" He nodded. I sat down carefully, like the sofa was made of glass and could shatter if I put all my weight on it. I looked around the room and noticed every object in it. The artwork, vases, books, and furniture was all arranged with precision. This guy was kind of intense. I wondered if Robert was in the military. Oh my God, maybe he was an assassin. "Ryan, I called you because I know you got a great deal on Penthouse A. I recently sold the penthouse across the hall for 7.75 million, and I want you to get me 8 million." Before I could explain that while Robert's apartment was spectacular and that Penthouse A has 7 windows with direct views of Central Park, and that's where the money is, and he only had 1 window with the park view, he launched into a monologue about the renovations he had done and all of the amenities and treatments he had added, like a backlit wet bar and a high-end kitchen with ostrich hair door pulls. I listened intensely as this was all good information. But when you want to sell an apartment on Central Park, only one thing that matters when it comes to price: how much frontage on the park do you have? He wouldn't be able to sell for more than the last sale I did that had more windows on the park, no matter how expensive his dandelion chandelier was. And oh my gosh, it was expensive. Do you have any idea what it takes to get tiny light bulbs inside real dandelions without the flower blowing away? And then wrapping it all in a gold metal casing and then shipping it. We were headed towards the usual battle about asking price. Don't mirror your client's emotions. The alarm bells were already ringing in my head. While Robert was going on at length about the artistry of his bathroom tile that had been created from pulverized volcanic rock, popular with migrating miniature penguins, I knew that as soon as he had stopped talking, he was expecting me to mirror his passion about the apartment. It was awesome. And also his certainty that it could demand such a high price. It couldn't, even if the walls were diamond encrusted. I learned the hard way early in my career that agreeing with a client in order to get the job can easily backfire, and it's the quickest way of getting fired. Guess what happens if you don't get what they decided they deserve? It's all your fault. And why didn't you just tell them they were asking too much? Isn't that your job? If you knew it would only sell for 2.6 million and not 3.2, why didn't you say something? Sometimes in sales, I feel like a doctor who is being blamed for telling his client he has lung cancer. You should have told me sooner. I'm suing you. I just met you. You also shouldn't have smoked for 50 years. I'm just saying. You can't mirror what a client wants back to him. That often leads to a deal exploding and your money being burned up along with it. When a client looks at you, they shouldn't see your face agreeing with every single emotion that they're feeling. And if you know they're wrong, think about it. If you're sitting back in the chair explaining to your stylist that you just want a Justin Bieber meets Bob Marley haircut, do you want her to stand in front of the mirror with plastic smile on her face and just start chopping your hair off if she knows, thanks to her years of experience, that you're going to end up looking like a troll? Or do you want her to give you a dodge of reality? I agree, it would be great to make fun of a fun change of your style, but I'd like to talk to you about some other cuts that I know will flatter your face beautifully. Trust me. You'll thank me later. If you want to be successful, you need to be confidently guide your clients to reality, and that's not always easy. When I need to convince people to see my point of view, I use the following tactics. Be a team player. When you want to guide a client away from a bad decision, whether it's an overpricing an apartment or moving forward with a disastrous haircut or buying a pet snake for their newborn niece, they need to see you're on their side, announcing, what is wrong with you? Only a moron would buy a snake for a baby. Puts you and them on opposite sides. Instead of saying, never thought of giving a snake to a baby, it could be fun, but let's think about it. What kind of snake is it? Do you have a tank for it so little Aphrodite can watch slithering Sam grow up safely? Keep your gut reactions inside until you've done the math. Your opinions versus their opinion, disaster. But your opinion plus their opinion equals winning. It's not a battle, it's a collaboration, a conversation. No matter how much you disagree with someone, if you want something they have, always show you're on their side to start. It's the only way you'll get them to trust you. And listening to you is enough, so that you can guide them to a choice that results in the most positive outcome for them, but is most importantly you. Be patient but persistent. No one ever wants to hear that the course of action they want to take isn't in their best interest. Ask my team member, Yolanda, Jen, or Natalie, my three right hands, and they'll tell you that when I have my mind set on something, if they just shoot it down right away, it just makes my idea sound even better to me. So they've learned to be patient but persistent with educating me on how my idea to fly a blimp over New York City to sell one of my buildings isn't the most practical, although it'd be fucking amazing. Don't expect that your client will immediately abandon the idea of the haircut she's convinced will make her look like a Kardashian. It's your job to convey that what they want isn't the best for them by first listening to their concerns and then showing empathy. Understand what they're saying, but persist in showing them the right path and provide an example of what could happen if their course of action is taken. I could sell you this large snake for your new niece, but if one were to present an infant of a boa constrictor, I'd have to send my invoice to the jail you'd be housed at. Focus on the win. If you want a client or employer to follow your advice, create a positive picture of the end result. This haircut will show off your beautiful eyes, and your eyes are killer. This is a teddy bear. It will not eat a baby, but instead she'll love it and you. If the goal is to sell, then your win is to collect a commission. Everything in the middle is just noise. And like the professional adult you are, you don't yell back at the loud noise. You don't put your hands over your ears and yell, yada, 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 I can't hear you. And you don't put noise canceling headphones on either to block it out. You listen to the noise and you absorb the best and leave the rest. I calmly explained to Robert, after listening to him for 45 minutes, that his finishes were gorgeous. I honestly love them and had never seen such a detailed before in screws. But based upon comparable sales, I had 7 million was the right asking price given his upgrades, and if he hadn't done such an amazing renovation, then we would be talking about a price closer to 6 million. At 7 million, I believe the apartment would sell quickly, taking up less of Robert's time, and the return on his initial investment would still be massive. He would we would get to his end result. Code number 12. Always focus on a client's goal to get your win. Trying isn't good enough. To Robert's credit, he heard me out and agreed on my valuation. He was keen to make a return on his investment quickly, and apparently without any humans messing up his perfect apartment. He wanted to leave room for negotiation though. So we settled on a listing price of 7.895 million. But Ryan, there's one thing. My smile started to fade. Ryan, I don't want people coming in here and touching my stuff. Wow. Could he just tell by looking at me that I wanted to take a nap with one of his pillow walls? They look so plush. So there will be no parties, no open houses, and no physical showings without first making an offer. No open houses and no showings. Whoa. While many clients are understandably worried about having people in their homes, this was next level. I have shown thousands of apartments, and never once have I taken someone through the kitchen only to have them peek into the fridge and say, "Oh, great, there's lasagna. I'm just going to heat up a plate of this real quick. Want some?" What was his real concern? And how was I going to sell his penthouse if I couldn't actually show it? Robert went on with his lecture like I was a kid about to be left home alone for the first time. Seriously, no one, not a single person comes in here unless they are very well vetted and have made an offer. While I understood his concerns, this was his home, not mine after all. I wondered exactly how I'd get people interested enough to make an offer if they were not actually allowed to step foot in the apartment. People don't generally drop 7 million on a property they aren't allowed to enter. And we weren't exactly experiencing the joy that is a seller's market. Well, normally I have a photographer come in and take pictures so that I can get people interested. Then I host a broker's open house with the top agents in New York to build up excitement. Robert looked at me like I had three heads. No, no open houses. But if you want to come in here and take a few pictures with your little camera, I guess that's okay. My heart was sinking again. I had just secured this great penthouse listing, but had no way to show it to anyone. The end result was drifting away from us fast. How about a video? Look at these views. People need to be able to see how great this place is. Robert sat back into his perfectly designed chair made up of sharp right angles. Okay, sure. A quick video. Make sure you get the view. We shook hands and I left the apartment feeling with an equal amount of mix of excitement and frustration. This was a huge listing, but how could I get the word out about this great property if humans weren't allowed to enter the premises? I wanted to sell it. I wanted to earn the commission, but this was a challenge I had never faced before. I had made tough sales, wonky layouts, complete lack of light, no view. But in those cases, I worked hard to find a positive. Who needs a view if you work late at night? Weird layout? No, it's an interesting layout. But I wanted, I but I, but I was allowed to bring clients into the apartment. I was going to have to dig deep and really get creative if I wanted to see a commission check on this one. Later that night, I met my friend Nick at a bar in the East Village. He was friends with the lead singer in the band that was performing. I stood on the crowd with my drink and feeling conspicuous. I was the only guy there in a suit, and my good shoes were sticking to the beer that was spilled on the floor. Was I the only person left in a city who didn't have full sleeve tattoos? The band was great, and everyone was having fun and dancing. After the set, Nick dragged me through a dingy hallway that smelled like pee. Shortly after getting my head stuck in a cobweb, we reached a door at the end of the hall where the band was hanging out and introduced me before going back on stage. Nick introduced me to Mary and the other group members. When Nick asked, "So did you guys ever find a cool space to shoot your music video?" The wheels in my brain started spinning. The lead singer shook her head no. Wait a minute, Robert said I could make a video. What if instead of quiet and boring little listing video like every other broker makes, I make a music video in the apartment? My mouth was faster than my brain. I have the perfect place for you. It's a super cool apartment, a penthouse overlooking Central Park. Everyone's eyes lit up. A penthouse? They needed a free, great space, and I needed a great listing video. But it would all have to be done on the slide because I was pretty sure that if Robert found out about it, he would murder me in my sleep. This would either go down as one of the worst or the best ideas in my life. I started making plans for the video like I was planning a jewel heist. This was a luxury residential skyscraper just off Central Park. You basically can't bring a pencil into the building without getting insurance and permissions and sign-offs like from 9 people. So obviously I couldn't drag an entire band through the lobby of this fancy doorman building and up the elevator into the apartment with no questions asked. Surely Robert has spies planted throughout the building who would rat on me, even if I had already been given permission to enter his apartment. I could just imagine the kind of chat that could happen on the elevator. "Oh, hi, Robert. I meant to tell you. The other day I saw your broker and the really tall gray hair guy about 15 suspicious characters They looked like musicians. Bring a huge drum set and a bunch of camera equipment with a few guitars, a saxophone, and a trombone into your apartment. Okay, have a great day. And then my life would be over. I needed to get someone on our side, someone who could aid in the mission. Late one night, I headed uptown to Robert's building. I introduced myself to the late night doorman. I explained that I needed to make a listing video so I could sell Penthouse B, and I needed to do it, one, in the middle of the night, and two, without getting caught. So I need three, access to the service elevator without the owner knowing. I made sure to add that the video was a surprise for Robert and that everyone would be lip syncing and pretending to play their instruments. No sleep would be harmed during the making of the music video. The doorman agreed to let us in the following night and, well, morning. We would start shooting at 1 a.m. and bust out of there by 5 a.m., and it would be like we had never been there. The morning of the shoot, I was a nervous wreck. Was I doing the right thing? I believed with every fiber of my being that I could sell this apartment, but not unless I could actually show people how great it was with a unique video. I took a deep breath as we rode up the service elevator. I can do this. I was going to make this work. Code number 13. Once a decision is made, never waver. All energy is directed towards ensuring its success. My anxiety flew through the roof of Robert's perfect penthouse as the director started up setting up the cameras and lights. I looked around for security cameras or a nanny cam, but I couldn't find one. But that didn't mean that Robert didn't have a hidden Mission Impossible camera in the wall somewhere. Ugh. There was equipment everywhere. Because I had an acting experience, it was decided that I would play a role in the video. Would this video serve as a documentary of my very last moments on Earth? Would this be all my parents had left of me? I pictured my mom watching the video in Colorado, crying into a tissue. Where did we go wrong? Every time I heard noise, I was convinced it was the FBI sent in by Robert to break up our covert operation. While the director was working hard to make a cool and artsy music video, I was whisper shouting out instructions like, did you get the shot of the bathroom? People need to see the tub. And make sure the shot includes the entire kitchen. We need to show off all the appliances. This might have been a music video, but I had an entire apartment to sell, and I needed this to come out as the most creative real estate listing video ever made. After what felt like the longest night ever, the band left, the camera equipment was taken out, and I spent the next few hours inspecting every square inch of Robert's apartment. I had to eliminate the evidence. I left at 7 a.m. and headed home to change and get ready for the day of no sleep. When Robert announced that there was one thing, and that one thing turned into a huge hindrance to selling his apartment, I had two choices. Say no, because selling a $7 million apartment that no one could see is impossible, or move forward, tapping into some Jedi mastery wisdom. Do or do not try it. Do or do not. There is no try. When I made that decision to do a music video, I chose to do. Trying wasn't enough in this situation. Trying would have been having a few photographers to show potential clients, photographs to show potential clients, and that's not going enough to close a deal. That's not doing. That scenario would have left me beaten down by anger and frustration because I would have let the seller's restriction prevent me from doing my job. I would have spent weeks not selling his apartment, being mad at Robert, letting the entire situation suck. And for what? To ultimately admit defeat after wasting my time and everyone else's time, to cry about it to Amelia every night while eating Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That's not the path of BME. Instead, I chose to do. I had to make lemonade out of the lemon I had to work with, and it was a pretty shitty lemon, like a moldy one that had rolled under Robert's gold refrigerator months ago. The video did its job, and thank the sales gods, it showcased the apartment beautifully and caught the eye of both brokers and buyers. Most just thought it was crazy that I would do a full-on music video in a high-end penthouse, but the fact that they actually watched it and made those comments, I meant I had success. I had captured everyone's attention, and that's my job as a sales and business person. Most importantly, I had captured the attention of a woman named Cora who saw the video on YouTube and really liked it. Cora's father, who she affectionately called Faja, was willing to spend many millions of dollars for a nice place for his princess. You know who else saw that video? Robert did. And when he called, I felt like I was going to be grounded. Ryan Serhant, an acquaintance, just sent me a very interesting music video. Is that my apartment? Because it sure looks like my apartment. Before I could answer and explain, it had done the job, and we had a great offer. Robert shouted, Ryan, I know it's my apartment because you are in the video. You're rolling around in my 4,000 thread count Egyptian cottons. When Robert finally stopped shouting, I told him about the offer. He went silent for a full minute and he spoke. That's too low. Can you get them up? While I knew Robert hadn't forgiven me about the music video that quickly, it's amazing what presenting someone with 6.5 million in cash will do to their mood. The bottom line was we had an offer to work with, and he'd been making a huge return on his investment. My Yoda-inspired doing had resulted in a potential sale in record time, and we wanted to get this deal done, and I did what I needed to do, create a way for people to see the inside of the apartment. I took a huge risk, and I was making a huge commission as a result. Knowing when to forge ahead with a risk and when to hold back is one of the things that separate small earners from huge earners. I suspect the offer lessened the pain of the video, even if someone did flush the toilet, which was another one of Robert's rules that I broke. After some back and forth with Koraz Faja, a deal was reached for 7 million, exactly where I told Robert it would sell for in the first place. Robert was happy with his deal, and I got to live. Hooray. While the saga of the music video ended happily, I was also prepared to deal with the outcome if it didn't. Doing doesn't always end in the way you want it to. I decided to take the risk, and that means I was ultimately responsible for whatever happened, which could have meant losing a client or losing a deal, or even being banned from the entire building. Bringing a band into the apartment was a huge risk, but it was worth it to me if it meant creating the tool I needed to get the job done. Do or don't do. And if it went the other way, if Robert fired me and I lost out on a huge commission, that would have sucked. But I wouldn't have pointed fingers at anyone but myself. I wouldn't have been angry with Robert about firing me or making my job hard. I accepted it under his terms and could have walked away. I would have played the if only game, if only I hadn't snuck a band in the end. Making millions isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. It's about making the absolute best out of what you've got. It's about doing. And the next time a moldy lemon is tossed my way, I'm going to do the same thing. I'll stay positive, think creatively, and do what I think is right. If I end up with the perfect glass of lemonade, then awesome. If I don't, well, then that's on me, but I won't stop trying to make something amazing. Big money energy mantra number 2. Earning millions of dollars starts with a simple but powerful belief that there's no limit to how much money you can actually make. There's not. Sometimes the biggest obstacles between you and a massive paycheck are the negative thoughts that you have set up camp in your brain. Kick those thoughts out forever by reminding yourself you can make millions. I am brilliant. I am polished. I am deserving. I have big money energy. Energy. There's something extraordinary about you, and people know it. It's clear that you're powerful, but it's balanced out by your warmth and friendliness, and everyone around you wants to soak up some of your light. You are fascinating yet approachable, fiercely intelligent but easy to talk to. Your energy is so bright and infectious that people are lining up to meet you. You are the picture of big money energy. Chapter 9, Evolve or Die. As 2019 was coming to a close, I knew I was one of the most amazing, fortunate human beings on the entire planet. My amazing wife, Amelia, and I had expanded from our pair to a trio. Our daughter, Zena, was almost a year old and already sharing her opinions on real estate by babbling loud sounds every time I took a call with a client. The renovations on our family house in Brooklyn were moving along slowly but surely, and the Serhant team had dominated the rankings, selling nearly $1 billion for 3 years in a row. If you add what we put into contract, we did nearly 1.5 billion in transactions in 2019 alone. If that weren't enough, I wrote my first book, Sell It Like Serhant, and the vlog and the online sales course were exploding with success. The membership course had added another 4,000 students, in over 70 countries in less than 5 months. I was killing it. And then, hello, nice to meet you, brand new decade as we ushered in 2020. I wanted to shout, "I'm king of the world" from the terrace of my penthouse, like I was so Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic. I had it all, and I was so grateful. As I reflected on how to not, as I reflected on how not too long ago, I didn't have enough money in the bank to buy groceries. I wonder, is this for me? Life is great, but what is next? Should I stop and be happy with everything I already have? Should I settle and be okay with being okay? As I shivered on my terrace, channeling my inner LDC, it occurred to me that after his dramatic proclamation on the hull of the ship, things started to go really, really wrong. We all know what happened. The luxury liner was believed to be a marvel of engineering, that it was unsinkable. Nothing can take down this ship. It's impenetrable. But wait, did we just hit an iceberg? Oh shit. The Titanic started sinking slowly. And about 2.5 hours later, she plunged to her death in the icy waters of the North Atlantic Ocean, tragically taking 1,500 souls. As I looked around, the lights of New York City sparkling like icicles, I thought, wow, I could go down too. Nothing is unsinkable. If I didn't change course, if I wasn't going to be complacent. What could I do to stay on top of my game? Change is a constant when it comes to achieving success in anything. If you commit yourself to an exercise plan, dutifully work it out every day, you will see positive results. People will notice, wow, you look awesome. You've made great progress. Your favorite jeans fit. You feel so good, you want to take it even further. So you keep going to the gym, doing the same workout that has gotten you by this far. But that magic seems to be gone. What's up? What's up is that life that changes the spice of life, that without it tastes bland. Lots of people will tell you that change is unnecessary, or don't try to fix something that isn't broken. I think that is total bullshit. If you aren't evolving, you are dying out. If you think you can just sit back and go with the flow because you've achieved a certain level of success, you're going to sink eventually. Whether you are a CEO of a profitable business that you started or a top dog at a corporate company, you have to stay one step ahead of everyone else. In 2019, I ended the decade on top of the world as the top broker in New York City, working for someone else. It was time to change, anticipate, modify, or up my game if I didn't want to start sinking. No way I was going to let everything I had worked for fizzle out and die. I'd have to look beyond my current success to see what was out on the horizon. What what would I find if I kept pushing forward and exploring? After much contemplation, fretting, planning, and exciting discussions with my team about what was possible, so much, I decided to launch Serhant. It wasn't easy leaving the brokerage where I had started my entire working career. Felt like getting a divorce, and there was so many legal issues to sort out and terms to negotiate. Serhant is the most followed real estate brand in the world, calibrated for the marketplace of tomorrow, delivering proven results for buyers, sellers, and developers. Serhant revolutionizes the traditional brokerage model by innovating through social media content creation, and is powered by a full service in house film studio as well as an amplification platform that puts our properties in front of more people's than anyone else's. While I was excited to build a brand new business of my own, it also meant kissing the first place status goodbye. Starting over meant I would now officially be in last place, and that was a hard pill to swallow, but it meant there was nowhere to go but up. But apparently, I could go down even further than I imagined. The $72 million day from hell. Prep for the new business was heavily underway with big plans, and I was still selling a significant amount of real estate while transitioning from my previous brokerage to my very own company. It was all happening, and it was such an adrenaline rush. And spring 2020, COVID-19 shuts down the world, and then my entire city. People are getting sick and dying, and the economy is tanking. The stock market sells off 10,000 points seemingly overnight. Restaurant, bars, stores, gyms, hair salons, and offices all have shut down. The city that never sleeps is eerily silent. The panic calls from clients were coming in constantly. Hi, Ryan. We decided not to move forward with buying the brownstone in Upper West Side. It's not the right time for us to upgrade given what's going on. Hi, Ryan. New York is dead. I'm pulling at my contract. Ryan, my family and I decided to move to Montana to buy a rare buffalo farm because it seems like the rational choice for us now. Sorry, but we won't be signing that $20 million contract you negotiated for us 6 months ago. The real estate market in New York City had been decimated due to COVID-19. I'm not going to lie, I was terrified. I had just been taking the biggest financial risk of my life when I started my own company, which no one knew, by the way, and I was about to have a huge payroll to cover and massive other expenses. Everyone was gripped by fear and not buying, so how would I survive? I actually considered backing out and going back to my old employer and just staying put. It's not the right time. Surely everyone would agree that it's a ridiculous time to start a new company. It wouldn't matter if I waited another year to take the plunge. I worried constantly about what right course of action was. I lost so much sleep. Each phone call and email from another stressed out client weighed on me. The pressure was so heavy, it was tempting to lie down and let it crush me. I was When I was with my previous brokerage, they covered all of the overhead expenses, rent, expenses, payroll, marketing, everything, in exchange for a percentage of my commission. I was responsible for the livelihood of the team, and it was so scary. I felt like I was down for the count, and it was the worst feeling ever. When I thought about putting the new company on hold, I didn't feel any better. I craved independence, the newness, and the possibilities. I didn't want to give up on myself, but how could I find the energy to wade through this huge mess? It's not like I hadn't picked up myself before. In August of 2019, I experienced what I now refer to as Hell Monday. If Hell Monday were a movie, there would be scenes of me going to the gym and getting ready for work with ominous music playing and dark lighting to clearly indicate something awful is going to happen to that guy. New York real estate is intrinsically tied to the rises and brutal falls of the stock market. Whether or not a buyer is financially attracted by a crashing stock market, the simple fear when the market goes into the red is enough to make any buyer in New York panic and pull out of a transaction. New Yorkers have thick skin, but no one has forgotten about the financial crisis, and everyone is convinced the next one is always right around the corner. That Monday in August, the Dow Jones Industrial Average began to plummet on fears that China would retaliate against the U.S. given Trump's recent tariff threats. By lunchtime, the market had sold off 950 points. I had been fielding calls all day from clients, doing my best to reassure them. The stock market goes up and down, and so far we are up from 2016. This little blip shouldn't deter you from buying the home you're about to raise a family in for years and years. Whatever I said didn't matter. I still got calls like this. Hi, Ryan. My buyer has decided not to take the penthouse in Chelsea. Why? He's decided to pursue a different path. What does that even mean? You can't live on a path. Damn it. Another buyer drops out due to fear. I was rifling through my bag of ideas, trying to save a deal when my phone rang again with equally bad news from a brownstone home in Brooklyn. Hell Monday was relentless. It was like one punch after another. Deals were following through and people were backing out, and none of my usual resource tactics were working. By the end of the Hell Monday, we had lost 11 deals totaling $72 million. That's a lot of deals, right? But they are always deals that fall apart, and I had never lost so many in one week, much less one day. It was crazy and it sucked so badly. I had never faced with so much loss all at once. What if this was going to be the beginning of the end? If things got worse, what would happen to me and my family? What would happen to my team? Would I have to use my sales skill to sell snake oil on the street? Was the anxiety I was feeling actually the start of a massive coronary? Oh my God, am I going to drop dead in my office? I'm too young. The flood of feelings I faced that day were overwhelming. They hurt. But there's something you need to know about uh, the moment you lose a huge deal, get fired, or face a massive disappointment, or have a full on hell day. It's not just a shitty day, it's also the moment when people who win are separated from everyone else. And which camp do you want to be in? Camp win or camp lose? As I sat surrounded by the carnage of dead deals at the end of Hell Monday, I knew I didn't want this mess to be my legacy. I was number one at the beginning of the day, and I didn't work this hard to watch it all go down the drain. Part of me just wants to put my head down on my desk and cry. Maybe I did for a little bit. But I couldn't spend the rest of my life hiding in my office. I had to find the strength to tap into my energy reserves and keep going. I got out my calendar and put a big fat red circle around the date that fell 4 weeks after Hell Monday. I jotted down the feelings I was having: desperation, fear, frustration, anger, and I also wrote down 72 million to remind myself of the horror life and work went on. Well, I was obviously worried about the loss of commission on that huge number. I had to accept that I couldn't. I had to accept that I couldn't get it back. I had to forge ahead and make new deals and take on new listings. I was determined to survive this blow. 4 weeks later, I saw that big red circle. It had been a month since the worst day of my career. Did the anger and all of those other gross feelings vanish immediately? No, they did not. But I was walking and talking ball of rage. But was I walking and talking ball of rage a month later? Not as much. I was alive. I was still standing, and that meant I could survive. Big money energy is about rising above, searching for the light in the darkest of gloomiest places. When I marked that date on my calendar, I was training my brain to seek out the positive energy. There's always It's always there to be found, but sometimes, especially after a loss, you have to take a little more time and a little bit harder, but it's always there. I do this especially after every major loss, and my mind doesn't get as easily stressed or angered by the things I cannot control. Other people's decisions don't upset me as much. I don't know that I don't know that will heal with time. I know that will heal with time. I know that with time I will heal. So I live in the moment and no longer waste a single minute of my life on dread or fear. Dread is dead to me. When you're facing a big career loss of any kind, it's not the time to sit idly and wait for things to magically improve. During this pandemic, lots of people have told me, sit tight, hang on, and wait for New York City market to come back. No, thank you. I might have been knocked on my ass, but I wasn't going to stay sprawled out on the sidewalk while everyone else stepped over my crumpled body. I was going to double down. I was going to speed up without losing control. I didn't really know what was on the other side, but I wasn't going to wait for everyone to pass me by. While everyone else was cutting back, remaining calm, and waiting it out, I was going harder. I'd hire more team members, more admin, get a new office space, rethink my approach, and rework my business plan. When you're faced with loss, take action, any action. Ask yourself what you can do right now to plan your own comeback. Take initiative. Initiative is your life raft. You have control. When I started my new company, I had fantasies of making a huge splash with our first sale. I imagined selling out I imagined selling a $30 million penthouse on Billionaires Row on our first day, or something that would catch everyone's attention. The headlines in my mind read, Ryan, his new company, dominate. Instead, my first client was a nice rental. I thought my rental days were long gone, but I was in uncharted waters with the shutdown, and I wasn't in a position to be picky. Asha and Arjun were from San Francisco, but they had a passion for showing their daughters the world and wanted to spend a year living in New York City. They wanted a 3 or 4 bedroom apartment and had a budget of $10,000 a month. I showed them several great options, and they were having trouble choosing. Decided to show them one more apartment in Tribeca that I knew they would absolutely love. It was a great location. It had fantastic views, and it had a large outdoor space, which I knew was very important for them. We like to be close to the stars, Asha had said. I could tell they loved the apartment as soon as they walked in. Wow. How much is this rent? How much is this rent for this one, Ryan? Asha was smiling from ear to ear. I suspected she was picking out furniture in her mind. Actually, this one is 12.5 million. It's not a rental. Before Asha and Arjun could speak, I told them that with interest rates being so low, it was actually cheaper in the long run to buy than rent. We started with a low ball offer of 6 million because who wouldn't want an apartment at 55% off? After more back and forth than a tennis match, we got to 8 million flat, and the developer would credit them 1 million in closing costs and furniture. Our Asha and Arjun now owned their own little part of Manhattan, close to the stars, for a significant discount. I was so thrilled to have turned my renters into buyers that I put on a star-spangled suit to celebrate their closing. Code 14. Starting over isn't starting from scratch. You still have your skills and experience, and it's not starting over, it's starting again. I only made this sale because after the entire city shut down, I forced myself to take one small step. I didn't want to revisit rentals at that stage in my career, but I just needed to keep moving. Taking on that rental led to an unexpected sale, and that sale gave me the energy I needed to keep going. And while the business hadn't necessarily recovered, I'm confident I can survive because I'm 1000% prepared for whatever will hit me in the face next. I don't know what the next week, month, or even year will bring, but I'm prepared to be flexible, to evolve, and to adapt, so I can make it through whatever craziness comes next. Alien invasions, zombies, land sharks, you name it. No matter what happens, remember that you have control. You can stand up and take one small step at a time. It doesn't have to be big. You don't have to wait for someone else to tell you it's safe or that it's a good idea. You have the power to take a single step. You have the power to create the change you want. Chapter 10, Being Self-Made. Wood for sale, 50 a cord. Jack Ryan Wood. Ask for Ryan or Jack. I started my first business when I was 10, and I thought my plan was genius. At the time, my family was living on a farm outside of Boston, and there was a forest surrounding our house that hadn't been touched since the 60s. And my dad was having many of the trees taken down to make room for a yard, a driveway, and some walking paths. One day, I was at the grocery store with my mom begging her to buy Jello pudding cups when a sign caught my eye: wood for sale. Wait, people actually pay for wood? I was picturing never-ending rows of trees in our yard. Every one of them now represents cold, hard cash. I had been living on a gold mine this whole time and had no idea. If my dad was going to just give the chopped down trees away, I could sell the wood as firewood instead and make enough money to buy the video camera I wanted. Video cameras were very expensive in the mid-90s. As soon as we got home, I found out my younger brother Jack, who was 7, and my older brother had already moved out, so it was just us two. Hey, so I have a business idea. Let's start a wood business. Jack's eyes lit up. All we have to do is cut up the trees that are lying all over the place and sell it as firewood. And we'll call the business Jack Ryan Wood. We'll make tons of money and it's going to be awesome. Jack was down. He didn't really have a choice. From that moment, we spent every spare second we weren't in school chopping up trees with dangerous gas-powered wood splitter. We pulled our meager cash supplies together that we had saved from our allowance and discovered we had $13.75. My father kindly agreed to lend us a few more dollars so we could place an ad for Jack and Ryan Wood in the Topsfield, Massachusetts newspaper. A few days later, my mom yelled to me while I was outside operating the potentially limb-severing power tool. Ryan, there's someone on the phone for you. He says he actually wants to buy firewood. I couldn't have been more excited, as if Superman himself were calling me. Hello, this is Ryan from Jack Ryan Wood. Wow, I'm on a business call. I want 2 cords. Can you deliver it? I need it delivered tomorrow by 5, said the voice of our very first customer. My 10-year-old mind just exploded. I was about to make $100. Deliver it? Oh, sure. I jotted down the address and hung up the phone. Wow, my first sale, and I nailed it. I'm going to be rich from selling all of these tree cords to Bostonians. I walked into the living room. My parents were reading and announced we had made our first sale. My dad briefly glanced up from his newspaper. That's nice, Ryan. Good job. I sold 2 cords and I said we'd deliver it. So can you drive us? I asked. My parents looked at me like I had just asked for 12 puppies. And that's when my mother delivered one of the harshest business lessons I had ever learned. No, it's your business, Ryan, so it's your problem. If you want to be in business for yourself, you have to figure things out for yourself. Oh, okay, I'm 10. It was a fairly big problem, as it was clear to my brother as it was clear that my brother's toy wagons would not accommodate such a large order. While I was standing there wishing I could snap my fingers and transform myself into a licensed driver, I heard a noise coming from the other side of the yard. It was Biff, the guy my dad hired to do some basic repairs and odd jobs around the house. Biff drove a very large, bright red pickup truck. Wait a minute, maybe I could cut him a deal. Hi, Biff. So my brother and I started a business selling firewood, and we made our first sale. Can you drive us to deliver it? I'll cut you in. Biff shrugged and put down the extra sharp axe he was welding and said, yeah, sure, I'll drive you. Now we had sold 2 cords. To those of you reading who have no idea what a cord is, it's a stack of firewood that measures roughly to be 8 feet long by 4 feet high and 4 feet wide and weighs, wait for it, 5,000 pounds. I hadn't really thought about this when we made the ad to sell the wood, And when I agreed that very quickly over the phone that I'll deliver it, Jack and I spent what felt like an entire eternity loading up the pickup truck with as much wood as we could, which ended up only being about half a cord. We'll need to make 4 trips. And I definitely didn't tell Biff that. Jack and I hopped in the front seat and we were off. About 10 minutes later, we had arrived at the top of a very long, winding country driveway. An older man, aka our first customer, waved at us and said, "Can you please drive it down to my porch?" he shouted. I replied, "Sure." I was already thinking about my video camera that I'd be able to buy if we were kept making deals like this. Suddenly, I noticed that Biff looked kind of angry. "Hey, kid, this was not part of the deal. No way, bud. I remember my mother's advice to always ask for things politely. Can we please just drive the wood to his front porch? It's not far." I didn't dare even tell him that we'd have to do this 3 more times. How I how how had I not noticed scary looking Biff was until into the second. Just listen, kid, this is America and I don't have to do anything I don't want to. With that proclamation, he got out of the pickup truck, flipped the lever, raised the bed, and dumped 2,500 pounds of wood right onto the ground with a deafening roar. Wood was blocking the entrance to the driveway, so logs were rolling out onto the road in every direction. It looked like the forest had just exploded. Biff ordered us to get out of his vehicle and then backed out of the old man's driveway, drove over a log, and peeled out. I froze. The old man just looked at the mess and said, "Well, that's not what I'm paying for. I'll pay you when the wood is stacked up on my porch. And that doesn't look like 2 cords either. I know my wood." I couldn't believe what was happening. This transaction was going so well, was going to kickstart my newfound wood wealth. Now it was going terribly, and I had no idea how to fix the situation. I wanted to follow through on the deal I made with our customers, but I also wanted to cry. How was I supposed to carry all this wood with my 7-year-old brother, who I forced into joining this job? How was I supposed to tell this guy I had no way of getting the remaining wood to him? I wanted my mom. Sales is brutal, and I hadn't even made a full sale yet. If only my 10-year-old self knew how much crazier it would be in the future when I swapped firewood for multi-million-dollar apartments. Now I was cold and stranded on the side of the Route 128 with a half a cord of wood and my 7-year-old brother. What to do? What do I do? Do we just leave and forget this ever happened? That seemed harsh. The old man would have picked up all the wood by himself. What if he died while doing it? What would that make me a murderer? What if he called the police and we were arrested for being the worst wood sales boys ever? And I was determined to get the full payment, so I would be closer to having enough for my video camera. I decided I needed to seek counsel from my dad, and to do that, I needed to walk home. I looked at my tiny, shivering brother. No way he was up for the walk, so I shoved him into a bush. "Sorry, Jack." I walked 2 miles home, cursing myself the whole entire time. What was I thinking? Why did I promise the delivery when I didn't have that system in place yet? How could I have subcontracted out such an important job to Biff? He turned out to be a completely unreliable. I dreaded telling my parents that I was falling flat on my face during my very first business venture. Why is the world such a dark, cold place? I had always hated that red truck, and I finally made it home. And I fessed to my dad that what had happened, and I needed help to finish the job and get paid. Part of me hoped I'd be wrapped in a blanket, shoved in front of the TV, and giving a steaming cup of cocoa. "What a terrible ordeal you've been through, son. Let me make it better." But that's not what happened. My dad was furious. Forget the wood. I had left little Jackie in a bush on the side of the highway because I was too focused on making money and didn't care about anything else. He got his coat. "We are going to get your brother, but you have to finish your job. You wanted this business. You made a commitment, and now you need to follow through or you'll never learn." When we arrived back at the old man's house, the wood seemed never ending. The next 6 hours were the longest of my short life. It was freezing cold, my arms ached, and at one point during the long, painful process, I sat down exhausted. I was close to crying, and my dad helped me back up. "Ryan, I know this is hard, but this is a commitment you made. That means no matter how you feel about it, you're sticking to your promise until the very end. Otherwise, your customers will never trust you about anything, and you won't have a business. But don't forget that there's a big reward waiting for you at the end when you finish the work. Do you want all of this hard work to be for nothing?" At that moment, kind of. All I could think about was going home. I finished the first half chord and told the customer I was sorry for the bad experience and let him know that I wouldn't be able to bring the remaining wood to his house because I didn't have a way to deliver it. He looked at me like he was looking at a dying baby deer. "That's a half a chord." "Yes." Okay, well, here's $25 for what you brought me today. And here's another $25 for the rest of it. And here's another 25 for the rest of it if you tell me where it is. I can have someone get it tomorrow. I remembered my first business deal too. I remembered my first business too. Deal. My eyes lit up. For one, now I had 50 whole dollars. I thought about it being angry for a second because it wasn't the full 100, but then I realized that it was better than zero because I wasn't fulfilling my end of the transaction. Deal. When you hit crossroads, in every single venture of your life, whether it's starting a new business or a job, writing a book or losing weight or training for an Ironman, you will find yourself at the crossroads. The crossroads are located at the intersection of winning and losing. You know you'll know you're there because you'll feel like shit. All that fresh enthusiasm gone. All that deep sense of purpose that you had not long ago, bullshit. It abandoned you with a pile of problems, and now you're sitting in the middle of a puddle of self-doubt. It's gross. The worst thing about the crossroads is that it can break you. You can feel so crushed that you'll give up, even though your big success could be right around the corner. When you find yourself in this dark, scary place, you can commit to staying on the road for winners, knowing you'll have to tap into your energy to navigate the tricky terrain as it comes, and eventually, someday, you'll get what you want, or you can give up. You can crawl along the loser road that's littered with regret, where you'll rest in a graveyard of crushed souls and broken dreams with headstones that say, "If only I had tried harder." Is there anything more horrifying? Code number 15. Successful people make decisions on their commitments. Amateurs make decisions based on how they feel. Life is full of crossroads. Now, when I hit one, I know how massive the repercussions can be. It's tempting to give up and let your clients and colleagues down, ruin your reputation, trash your finances, and ignore every commitment you made. But what about that commitment you made to yourself to follow to follow a dream and achieve massive success? You'll get one life. You'll either use your resources, act on your great ideas, and make good use of your time, or you don't. You can't get any of those back. Even when I was 10, I didn't want my hard work to be for nothing. I thought about Biff, so mean. The hours of cutting and loading wood, the long walk home, abandoning my brother under a shrub. Did I want did I want to give up? Did I want to feel like a failure at 10? Or did I want my video camera? The answer was clear. We made the deal with the customer for him to get the rest of the wood we had already cut up. I got paid half of what I thought I would make from the deal, and I quit sales the very next day for the rest of my life. In this case, it was until September 15th, 2018. I was a kid, so obviously the stakes were much lower. But when you prioritize commitments you made, when you prioritize commitments you made over how you feel, you'll have a formula to rise above nearly everything. You become unstoppable, outlast everyone. When my mom declined the role of delivery driver in my first business venture, I learned that if I wanted to succeed, I'd have to be self-made. And when Biff sped off and left us alone on the side of the road, I learned I didn't want to have to depend on anyone else for my success ever again. My mom didn't have to drop the newspaper she was reading just because her son wanted something and wasn't old enough to drive. It isn't anyone's job to make your dreams come true or solve your problems. No one owes you anything because you have a great idea, work hard, or are incredibly talented. To succeed and earn millions, you must have the wherewithal to surge ahead when all you want to do is lie down with cake and ice cream and give up. And there isn't going to be a team of spectators cheering for you to get off your ass and keep running down the winning road either. A lot of people can sell one big thing, write one best-selling book, or make one awesome touchdown, and that's great. But if you don't want to be a one-hit wonder, if you want to experience one big success after another, you need to have the energy and keep running. I know it's not easy. I can be juggling 3 deals, talking to the accountant about payroll for my new company, helping one of my agents with negotiation, recording the Big Money Energy podcast, planning shoots for the vlog and $1 million listing, and meeting with pro members in my Serhant sales course, all while trying to get home to see Zena before she goes to sleep, when suddenly my email stops working and I'm like, really? Can I just walk out the door and go straight home so I can hide under a blanket? Why does nothing work ever? I probably could just go home and call it quits for the day, but that's acting on how I feel, which is what toddlers do. Honoring my commitments, even when I want to lie down and cry, is what successful, high achieving adults do. That's the difference between amateurs and professionals. If you're making all of your decisions based on how you feel, know that you'll have a long way to go. Once you're following through on your decisions, then you're well on your way to being a pro. I have a commitment to myself. I have made a commitment to myself and my company to succeed. So I created a system to make it easier for you to follow the path you've committed to taking. Structure. I think of being surrounded by imaginary walls made out of fierce discipline, incredible focus, impenetrable systems. This is the massive superstructure you create to house and protect your success. Take a look at it. How strong are the walls around your success standing? When it's time to work, do you get to it? Or does it take you forever to get to work because you spend 20 minutes digging through old pizza boxes with orange Cheeto fingers before unburying your laptop? Be honest. If you're going out 4 or 5 times a week, drinking bourbon flights with your homies, oversleeping in the morning so that you don't get to the gym and are scrambling to get to work, you are operating under a flawed structure that will eventually collapse. My structure stands strong because I go to the gym every morning, even if I'd rather be sleeping. I always bring my healthy food with me and stay within my eating window so I'm not grabbing desperation pizza for lunch every day. And I carefully schedule my time in 15-minute increments for the entire day, Sunday through Friday. Some calls may be booked for one 15-minute block because I know they'll be short, while other meetings may require 6 blocks of time. And when I don't want to do the work, I still do it because I've made the commitment to the client, the people who work for me, and the man in the mirror. Before I go to bed, I review what I'm going to do. I review what I'm going to be doing for the next day so I feel prepared. That's the structure I need to keep me going when the path gets rocky. Think about what you need. Remove distractions if you can. Do not open your social media accounts and tell your friends you are unavailable to text until 5 p.m. If having a messy desk distracts you, make sure you spend 10 minutes cleaning it at the end of the day so you are setting yourself up for the success the next day. Have a list of goals printed out to inspire you to keep at it. And if you're planning on to reward yourself with that handbag you've always had your eye on, if you finish a project, print out a picture of it and tape it up where you can see it. I want you to get that handbag. Add deep work mode in your schedule and insist that you do not be interrupted during that block of time unless there is a disaster of major proportions, flood, fire, or Godzilla attacks. Babies have strict schedules. When they eat, they nap, and when they nap, and when they do tummy time. We grow up and think that just because we can make our own decisions, we don't need the same structure, but we do to survive and to grow. Plan. This is very important this is your very own roadmap to success. It's your how. You might be grinding away every single day of your life, but you need a plan to ensure you're moving forward with purpose. How exactly are you going to get to where you want to be? Think about the resources and tools you need to reach your goals. Connect with many people who can help you get there. That could mean hiring an assistant or just outsourcing all of your laundry. Make the investment to get your time back. Create actionable steps and keep track of your progress. But here's the thing about plans. Sometimes the universe looks at your plan and lets out a deep belly laugh. You could really be moving along, making progress, and enjoying some real success when, hello, the bridge has been washed out. So, what are you going to do? Will you jump, crawl down the hill and hop over the water, go to a different direction, build a new bridge? Changing course as needed puts you in a position to succeed when others might stand on the ledge thinking it is all lost. All is not lost. Using a different tactic does not mean you failed. It means you're being smart. My original plan when I came to New York City was to be a great actor. When that didn't work out, I ran out of money. When that didn't work and I ran out of money, my plan changed, but my desire for success did not. I decided I wanted to be great at renting apartments, but it was clear that the terrain was very limited. I could do the same thing over and over and enjoy a limited amount of success, or I could adjust my plan and just start selling apartments, which would take me to where I wanted to go faster. Selling brought me so much further down the road that I wanted to prepare to explore even more. Now, part of my plan is to expand into a new area every single year. When you're creating your own plan, let yourself think about how far you can go. Determine what tools and resources you need, and be prepared to shift course when a big pile of mess is dropped right at your feet. Outlast. You've created a healthy structure for yourself. You've made a plan. You've changed that plan as needed. So I can have the success right now, please? No, you can't. People who make millions of dollars know that doing everything right doesn't mean success arrives on your doorstep wrapped in a pretty bow next Tuesday. So when is it coming? Next month, next year, in a decade? Maybe. And maybe, yeah, success is a long game. That means putting in the work and staying committed, even though there's no clear view of success that's waiting for you. Outlasting everyone else is about stamina, tenacity, and getting comfortable with the unknown. You can never really know what will be required of you to keep the commitment you made to yourself. Last week, I had an apartment to show. It was a magnificent 3-bedroom on the Upper East Side with 4 terraces and views of Central Park. This legit master of the universe apartment has an asking price of $14 million. It was 100 degrees outside. I was sweating bucks in my suit, and when I walked into the kitchen, I blurted, "Oh shit, right there." On the expensive marble countertop was a gang of cockroaches. You know what can ruin an unobstructed view of Central Park on a picture-perfect New York summer day for a very rich buyer? Cockroaches running amok in the kitchen. My client was minutes away, so I just crushed those little monsters. I didn't cry, I didn't scream, I didn't call the super. I took care of the problem myself immediately. Why? Because I am 100% committed to my success. And the moment I think of any part of this job is beneath me is the moment I start to lose ground. To be clear, I have many people to help me, and I would never have reached this level of success without my team. But when Yuri goes on vacation, I'm not going to throw up my hands in the air and cancel all my appointments and spend the week watching Netflix. I'll mask up, glove up, and take the subway wherever I need to go. And if no one on my team is available to take photographs of an apartment and it needs to be done, I'll do it. Outlasting your competition is about maintaining momentum on the road to success. It's about getting stuff done no matter what. It takes total commitment if you want to reach the pinnacle of success, even if that means crushing hard-shelled bugs with your bare hands. It isn't anyone else's job but mine to carry to the success that I want in my life. What about you? Are you totally committed to your goals and ready to dominate? What is stopping you from making the commitment to your vision? The moment that Biff, the angry trucker, blocked an entire road with wood, I was ironically set on the path to success. I was literally at crossroads, 128 in that old guy's driveway. I had a choice to make. Do I find a way to stick it out and finish the job I set out to, or do I turn my back on the giant mess I'm responsible for and just move on with my young life of cartoons and snack foods? Life tosses big and small obstacles in our paths whenever it feels like it. We can't control that, but we can control how we choose to respond. Are you going to push through and use all of the resources at your disposal to forge ahead, or are you going to sit down on the side of that cold, lonely road all by yourself and give up? You will want to at all times, but what are you doing this for? Yourself, success, your dream of writing a book, starting a company, or buying a house. Whatever it is you want, it is still yours for the taking, but only if you keep moving forward. It might be just for a few minutes, or walk could take hours, days, weeks, or months, or years. But when you reach that spot in the road where your success is waiting for you, it will all be worth it. When I held that shiny new video camera by doing a lot more chores and by finally getting the money together and made my first movie ever called The Nair Witch Project, about a bunch of witches in our woods who would try to take our newly grown leg hair because it made us men. It was like Biff. The deadly power tools, the old man, and the giant mess of wood wasn't really so bad after all. It was an obstacle on my first ever road to success. And I knew when I faced another crazy situation on another road that I'd be able to handle that one too. Chapter 11. Build your round table. There are a few things I won't do to sell an apartment other than commit a felony or harm. There are a few things I won't do other than commit a felony or harm animals to sell an apartment. That's because my reputation for going above and beyond to get a deal done is key to my success. I've shown apartments in the middle of the night more than once. I've thrown insane parties and once built a craft room to convince a little old lady that yes, this apartment is perfect for your bow making passion. If you want to rise to the top of your field, you need to constantly ask yourself, what else can I do? What kind of crazy parties, giveaways, or antics can you use to cement yourself as the number one person in your field in the minds of your customers? I will do literally anything. Recently, I found myself in a situation where it seemed like I might have gone too far. It started after I sold an $11 million apartment on West 67th Street to a college kid named Wang, who had a very wealthy and very generous father back in Shanghai. A few months later, Wang called me from the virtual realty room of his new insane apartment to tell me that his dad, Wing, wanted to buy an apartment in New York City for himself. Yes, after Wang and I showed Wing lots of apartments over FaceTime, he decided on a spectacular apartment on the 34th floor of a new building on Penthouse on Park Avenue. The asking price was $40 million. Hell yes. I worked my magic and negotiated it down to $36 million. Wing just needed to sign the contract and pay the deposit. Cue the minor problem that has the potential to grow into a big problem and unravel it all. Because interest rates are so cheap, Wing decides that he wants to get a loan. That's fine, but it will take time to put together, and other people wanted the apartment badly enough to pay all cash. To complicate the situation, due to the demands of being in a textile tycoon, Wing is now missing. But Wang is certain that his dad wants the apartment, and because of the deal I did for Wang, I know Wing is good for it. The other broker was breathing down my neck for the deposit, and there was no way I was letting go of a $36 million sale due to a mysterious textile emergency. I called my banker, wired 1.8 of my own million of my own money, and signed the contract myself. The second down I put down the pen, I thought, oh my God, now it's actually me who is in the contract for a $36 million apartment. What was I thinking? Wing is not returning my calls. Wing is not answering my emails. And I'm becoming increasingly nervous. I felt like I sneezed at an auction and accidentally bought a Picasso, and I didn't want to damage my reputation. I didn't want to have to call up the other broker and say, oops, it was actually me who bought the apartment, but I can't really afford it. So sorry. I also knew that Wing really wanted the apartment, and I didn't want to lose it to another buyer. I decided that there's one thing left to do. I bought a plane ticket to Shanghai for myself, Wang, and Scott, the best mortgage broker in the world, who was helping me out with this insane transaction. We managed to nail down an appointment with Wing and his business manager, Tony Chow, to sign the papers to retrieve my 1.8 million relief, almost. After the longest flight in the world, we are picked up by Tony Chow. Our meetings with Wing was the next day, so we had some time to kill that night. Even though all I wanted was to June Shen myself to sleep, Tony drives through the city like a maniac, awkwardly barking off landmarks, giving me flashbacks to my $1 million listing audition. We make a quick stop at the fake market, fake iPhones, fake handbags, fake everything, where I buy a cool Ferrari phone for myself. I wanted to go to our hotel and pass out, but Tony has other ideas. He abruptly pulls over and parks his BMW on the sidewalk in front of the nightclub. Okay, let's have fun now. The nightclub is insane. Tony is throwing back scotch and introducing everyone to us as his American friends. It's nearly 3 a.m. and I am blurry from exhaustion. And where the fuck is Scott? I can't find Scott. At that moment, Tony pulls my sleeve. Let's go now. We should wait. Wait, should Tony be driving? Before I could ascertain what Tony's blood alcohol level could be, I'm shoved into the front seat and Tony is flying through the city. Red lights? Why bother stopping for those? Eventually, we'll end up at Tony's house on a golf course that appears to be on an island somewhere in the gigantic city that I have never been to before on the other side of the world. Where am I? Tony immediately passes out. I have no idea where I am, and I don't know where Scott is. Is Scott alive? My phone is dead, and I can't find any landlines. I briefly consider stealing Tony's car, but I know I won't be able to read the street signs, and I feel genuinely fucked. I'm in some twisted dark sequel of Hangover movie franchise. Am I going to run into Mike Tyson and a tiger if I try to find the bathroom? Our meeting with Wing is happening in 2 hours. Tony might not need to be there, but I sure as hell had to make that meeting. And I was so tired that I couldn't feel my face. I flew across the planet to see this guy, get a contract signed, and get my money back. Suddenly, I hear something. My Ferrari phone is ringing. Thank you, Faux Market. I am greatly relieved to hear Scott's voice on the other end. He's alive and at the hotel. Scott does his best to explain to the front desk person at the hotel that his friend has been kidnapped, and they kindly help me figure out how to get a taxi from Tony's house so I can get back to the hotel, change, and get to the meeting with Wing. Tony was still passed out in his bathtub, clutching a half-eaten ice cream sandwich when the taxi arrived. I managed to catch a few minutes of sleep in the car. When I got to the hotel, I slapped myself into the face 5 times, cleaned up, and I told Scott I'd explain where I had been. Somehow we'd managed to get Wings office. We'd managed to get Wings to Wings' office on time. The doors open, and standing there as fresh as a fucking daisy is Tony Chow. What in the literal McFuck is going on? Less than 2 hours ago, this guy was in a bathtub soup. But Tony, who has made a miraculous full recovery, has the papers and the check ready to go. Mr. Wing appreciates your decision to Wing appreciates your dedication to life and would like to proceed with this glorious transaction. Aha, great. As soon as I had the contracts and the check for 1.8 million in my hand, I could put Tony Chow and his partying behind me. I had gone way above and beyond. And while terrifying, it had been worth it. I had saved a $36 million deal. I slept like a baby on the entire flight home, knowing I didn't have a call. I didn't have to call the other broker and explain why we were backing out of the deal. My reputation for getting impossible deals done was firmly intact. Move beyond mediocre. That was the only time I ever got kidnapped, kind of, in the name of a deal, and the first time I'd ever used my own money to secure an apartment. Does anything say above and beyond more than paying a 7-figure down payment, signing a contract, and flying to fucking China to be kidnapped by the buyer's business manager? I don't think so. While this was obviously this is a more dramatic of an example of what I'll do. I know that without my reputation as the above and beyond broker, I sink back into the sea of nameless, faceless real estate brokers. I'm just a regular guy, and that's not good enough. Your reputation is one of your most powerful forms of currency. If you think you can succeed without knowing what people will say about you when you're not in the room, you're wrong. Your reputation is the sum of all the energy you put out into the world. Whether it's being the smartest, most efficient guy to work with, everyone loves working with you, or maybe you're known for being innovative and solving problems in a unique way, and people seek you out for this reason. Your reputation is your brand. If you want the world to view you as a fierce competitor, as a killer business person, and overall dominator, there are some key qualities you must have, and they need to be in balance. To create this powerful combination, think about it like you were gathering guests at a dinner party. You want to be the right mixture of people with different interests and backgrounds to keep the evening flowing. To succeed on the highest levels, your table needs to consist of good reputation, healthy competition, a tiny dose of revenge to fuel you when you're low, a strong ability to focus, and a way to manage life's tasks so they don't derail you from your real goal, which is to make millions of dollars. Each of these qualities is equally important. One cannot overshadow the other, or your energy will fall off. If this happens to you, you could come off as an ultra competitive jerk or a revenge driven maniac, and that's not good energy. The idea of a round table isn't new. It's actually a very old idea. Legend has it, and I'm a theater nerd, I like a good legend, that King Arthur and his knights gathered at a massive round table somewhere in his mystical castle. It was round on purpose. Everyone was equal. Everyone's ideas mattered. A knight couldn't waltz in and say, man, I am by far the most chivalrous motherfucker here, so I deserve to sit at the head of the table. Move over, Arthur. Not even a king held a special position above the rest of the knights. At the round table, competition can't take over everything else, ruining the balance and pulling you down. When I started selling real estate in 2008, I didn't have a team, but that didn't mean I wasn't doing it totally alone. I had my round table to help provide guidance and tough love. Whether you're a team of one or you work at a company of thousands, you need to create your own virtual round table for guidance and inspiration. Reputation. You do not have to fly to China to have a good reputation, but you need to know how you are perceived by your community. If it's nice kid, like pre-BME Ryan, you need to think about what steps you could take to show the world how capable you are. You might need to do more networking or be more vocal about your wins to current and potential clients. Your reputation can grow like weeds, so what's being spread around needs to be positive. Your reputation also provides you with a bar to measure yourself against. If you are the smartest financial advisor in town, you have to maintain that reputation. Competition. Since the moment I started selling real estate, I've been fueled by competition. It started with Ben, the killer broker in my office who would rent out an apartment every 3 seconds while I struggled to manage to get even one deal. Once on Million Dollar Listing New York, it was my fellow castmate, Frederick, who I'm always compared to and forever will be. Frederick came to the show much older than me with a lot more experience than I had, and I fought hard to catch up. Now I think of my competition on broader terms. Literally thousands of other brokers in New York who are selling apartments, nipping at my heels as I write this. The brokerage companies themselves that I now compete with since starting my own firm in the middle of a pandemic. There is no game without competition. Competition gives you an edge. It provides something to push off against. Think about it. There is no Coke without Pepsi, no Nike without Adidas, and no Microsoft without Apple. Being number one means nothing if it's just you. When it comes to competition, you can sit down on a sidewalk and watch your face because competition is so watch the race because competition is so exhausting. Or you can get swept up in the energy and let it carry you towards the finish line. You can compete with anyone you want. Your coworker who has brilliant ideas and manages to execute them flawlessly. Your boss who is constantly nailing pitch meetings. How does he do it every single time? Your lifelong friend who is a stellar negotiator or someone you had never worked with before. You don't need to be the best friends with Kylie Jenner to be inspired by what she's achieved with her makeup business. It doesn't matter that you've never met Joe Rogan. If his success in the podcast industry makes you hustle harder, offer him a seat at your table. Unless you are 110% satisfied with the way your life looks right now, and really are you? Is this as far as you think you can go? You need a clear vision of success to compete against. Let people who have reached a high level of success provide that picture for you. Follow them on social, read articles they've written, write down their brilliant quotes and put them where you can see them. Create a folder of images that make you think, this is what I want from life and I won't stop until it's mine. Be inspired, execute great work, and emulate their success. When I first started out in the real estate business, I wasn't taken seriously. I didn't grow up in the city. I didn't go to fancy schools with kids who lived on Park Avenue. I didn't have any contacts. I worked at a brand new brokerage house that no one had ever heard of. I used to get lost downtown with an alarming regularity. Word would get back to me that other brokers used to say, Ryan Serhant, that guy is a joke. He's never going anywhere. Oh, really? And guess what? That comment hurt. It really fucking pissed me off. And I'm not proud to admit it, but underneath my expensive dress shirt, you'll find a big fat chip on my shoulder about my lack of pedigree. I'm still angry about being called a joke, but careful not to let it blossom into a full-fledged rage. Rage can eat you alive, and you can't compete if there's nothing left of you. But if you hold on to a tiny bit of that anger, you can channel it into motivational revenge, a relentless drive to do your best and prove to all your haters and doubters that they are wrong. If I think for even a half second that Steve Ferguson should just give me his new project on DeVoe Street because we've worked together twice and we sold out record numbers both times, I immediately take action to secure this job. I'll call, email, schedule lunch, send a gift, anything to remind him that I exist, and I always go above and beyond for him. I can't just let him forget. I just can't let myself forget that other brokers are saying, Ryan's too busy now running a company. Ryan's just a reality TV broker. He doesn't really sell. He's a joke. Hire me. Thinking about being called a joke makes me want to work even harder. To be extra clear, this is not a John Wick, you stole my car and killed my dead wife's dog, so prepared to die revenge. Motivation revenge will not land you in jail because it never involves actually hurting anyone or anything, because that would be crazy. Motivation revenge is about sprinkling a little extra magic out there to show your haters what you've known all along, that you're awesome. You're who? Weird question, but do you know why racehorses wear masks with blinders? It's not just for show. The blinders actually have an important purpose. If a racehorse looks around during a race event, even for a split second, they lose speed. The blinders keep the horse 100% focused on its task, which is winning. The Secretariat, the greatest horse in the world, didn't look back to see if his arch rival Sham was closing in. Secretariat kept his eye on the finish line and ran like hell to get there because winners only focus on winning. Humans can't wear blinders, but we have to stay 100% focused on winning, as if we were. This isn't as always as easy to do. Everyone gets slapped in the face by doubt, or knocked on their ass by fear of failure, or distracted by competitors who might be running a little faster. This is why you need someone at your table who forces you to look straight. This person is your who, and they'll keep you running steady even when you want to stop. Every Sunday I come home from the gym before I go to the office. Zena and I have a standing date to hang out together. She can't say much yet, but in my mind, we're talking about cool things like mermaids, the original formation of the continent 750 million years ago, glitter, and how she'll conquer the world when she's older. Her hopeful smile is the perfect antidote to any fear or doubts I'm having about starting a company from scratch during one of the most difficult times in recent American history. I could get sidetracked easily by the economy, the uncertainty, the enormous risk, and financial pressures, but I'm not going to fail. Xena is my who. I will always do whatever it takes to show her how much is actually possible when you aim high, work hard, and stay focused. Your who is the person who makes the hard work worth it. Failing them is not an option. Your who might be your partner, child, sibling, or it can be you. That's fine. What matters is that you don't let your who down. Code number 16. Every goal needs a picture of success. Visualize what your big success looks like daily. Taskmaster. You can't experience record-breaking success if you have no idea how you're going to handle all the random life tasks that will easily suck up your minutes. As you move up the ladder, you obviously have more freedom to outsource the tasks that suck up your time and energy. But what can you move off your plate right now? When I was the first starting to sell apartments, I found extra minutes in my week by paying for valet laundry service instead of doing it myself. The money I spent outsourcing this task paid for itself, since I was able to use that time to earn more money. Eventually, I was able to hire a junior agent to show apartments for me, so I could focus my time on building new business to bring in more dollars instead of just handling current business. At this point in my career, the two big tasks I have to master to preserve my minutes so I can succeed like crazy are food preparation and transportation. Everyday lunch bag is the size of a toddler and is dropped off to my apartment. Inside of it is all my food for the day. Healthy meals, 2 protein shakes, lean meats with lots of vegetables, and enough snacks to keep me fueled for the day. I do not want to spend a single minute thinking about what I'm going to eat or where it's going to come from. It's done. It's all in my enormous lunch bag. Having Yuri to navigate all the madness of the city streets so I can work in the car between appointments is also huge. My car is a second office, and there are days when I'm in the car more than I am anywhere else. Having a driver enables me to double my output throughout the day. For me, outsourcing these tasks is priceless. How are you mastering your tasks so they don't drain you? If you have a current team, is there someone who can take more off your plate so you can do more of your real job or of making more money? If you're working solo, will it help outsource laundry, cleaning, errands, and grocery shopping? Don't underestimate how important it is to have this kind of support as you're taking your career to the next level. Reevaluate how you need to get your master tasks so you can get more done. There are no lone millionaires. No one succeeds all on their own. Long before I was making millions of dollars, I had important people in my life who pushed me and provided the perspective I needed to get going. I have no idea what I'd be doing today if my older brother Jimmy hadn't told me to stop being such a little bitch when I felt like quitting my job. I know I wouldn't have earned millions of dollars if Amelia didn't remind me to cry on the inside like a winner. And I'd probably cry on television with a much greater frequency. You might feel like you need to do it all, but no one succeeds without support. Every millionaire who has been buoyed by a competitor, their haters, and their who. No millionaire would have a reputation for anything if it weren't for customers and clients. And I don't think anyone has gotten rich doing laundry all day. If you saw my previous episode of $1 Million Listing New York, you know that the Serhant team worked in a fairly traditional office space, reception area, conference room, lots of desks and phones, a giant tub of Twizzlers for afternoon sugar cravings. Just recently, I left the brokerage firm I had been with for the first 12 years of my career, and I started my own company. I left the standard office model in the past and planned a path forward for the future of work. My new company works in our product, a house. It's homey enough to feel comfortable, but it's also classy and polished so we can impress potential clients. As I write this book, there's one thing noticeably missing from Serhant house, though, desks. We're really owning the home vibe. Instead of desks, team members get to settle in comfy chair in the lounge with their laptops, or if it's a nice day, work outside on the roof deck. My favorite place to work in our new non-office is the massive round table in the dining room. I love working side by side with various team members, knowing together we're able to make things happen. The table in the dining room of Serhant, New York, is big, and there's always a few spots open for other people. And I love the symbolism that there's always more room for more. There's a seat open for awesomeness. Even King Arthur kept one seat open at the table vacant at all times. The crazy story goes that Merlin, what legend is complete without a wizard, was out in the world looking for the Holy Grail, as one does, and it was expected that one day he would return to the table with his magical object that brought infinite happiness and abundance and eternal youth. Merlin is bringing eternal youth, people, so save him a seat. I'm not holding out for a Holy Grail, but I love the idea of leaving open space for sheer awesomeness. Now, when there's an empty chair at our office table, I know it's not just vacancy. It represents infinite possibilities. That chair is a reminder that I should remain open to new opportunities and even bigger successes. If you want to make millions, curate your table with the people you need to crush your goals. Compete like crazy. Toss in a dash of revenge. Maintain your reputation. Learn to delegate, and maintain focus. All of it is key. But don't forget to leave open space. You have no idea who may come along and want to sit down. Chapter 12. Opportunity is always knocking. A couple of years into my career, I had the opportunity to interview to be the sales director of a large condo development downtown. Landing this deal would be a huge boost for my career, which was finally gaining traction. I was selling more, I had plenty of experience, and I knew I was ready to stretch. But I was still terrified to go into this interview. I was meeting with Winston Hendricks, one of the most powerful real estate developers in New York City. Winston bought his first property in the early 70s in the Village, and a few years later, he was able to sell the building at a hefty profit. 40 years later, Winston had transformed that first brownstone into a $3 billion real estate empire by flipping properties one after the other, amassing property all over New York City. He was a titan of the real estate industry. You couldn't get a meeting with him even if you were a family. Now, do you see why I was nervous? When I was brought into the conference room of his Madison office in the Madison building, in the Madison office building he owned, my anxiety level skyrocketed. Spread out before me like a lake of mahogany was the largest boardroom table I'd ever seen. How did it even get in here? Was the entire building constructed around this insane table? I did a quick count. 60 chairs. What kind of meetings go on with 60 people? I've since named these type of spaces intimidation rooms. I was about to sit down, but then I suddenly froze. Oh my God, I didn't know which chair I should sit in. What if this is like a test? If I don't choose the right chair right away, will they think I'm indecisive? But choosing quickly could also be bad. He'll think I'm impulsive. But there's just too many choices. What happened to the regular sized tables with normal amounts of chairs? Is he watching me through a one-way mirror right now, grading my every thought? What a mindfuck. I finally settled myself in the dead center of the table when Leah, the head of sales, came in. She was wearing a sharp black suit and walked purposely towards the very end of the table and sat down. She was a couple dozen chairs to my left, but thankfully I could still hear what she said. Good morning. Sell me on why you should have our building. I launched into my semi-prepared speech I had memorized, laden with objectives about my intense work ethic and dedication. Just as I finished speaking, Sophia, Winston's second in command, came in. She sat at the other end of the table. We were now 3 people at a table for 60, spread out literally as far as the eye could see. Sorry I'm late. Good morning. Why should we hire you? Shit, shitty shit muffins. Look, like her colleagues, Sophia exuded confidence and poise. And apparently I hadn't thought of a different question. I quickly gave a modified version of my first speech using different adjectives and added that I thought I could bring a fresh, imaginative approach to the marketing aspect of the building. Woo, just as I breathed a sigh of relief, the door opened again. And this time it was like slow motion. An incredibly polished, very tan man wearing the most expensive looking suit I'd ever seen entered the room. His glasses were perfect. I wish I needed glasses. On his wrist was a very large, shiny rose gold watch. It was so beautiful. I was like mesmerized by it. For a second I swore I saw his aura. It was the same shade of green as money. This exemplary alpha sat down at the table right across from me and said just 2 words. Why you? Not again. The room was silent. I swallowed my fear and possibly my tongue. I breathed. I can do this. For the 3rd time, I semi-improvised another version of my speech. I was dedicated and passionate. I was diligent. I had fresh ideas. Winston, in all of his splendor, made me want to do this job even more. Suddenly, I heard myself speaking without thoughts that typically precede formal actual words. And I will be so committed to selling out your project that I will tattoo the address of your building into my chest. Cue long, awkward silence. Is the interview over? I saw a smirk pass over Winston's face. Well, that's crazy, Leah said. Thank you for coming in, and we'll get back to you. I left the meeting feeling like a freak. Did I actually say I'd get a tattoo on my chest? Getting inked was not part of my plan, but I felt something else. As I sat at the massive table with people who were 100% dominating at life, I thought, wait a minute, I was sitting there too. I wasn't the guy who dropped off the bagels. I was part of the conversation. If you had connected the dots between the 4 of us at the table, it would have made a diamond. Maybe I wasn't ready to sit at the head of the world's longest conference table, but I had climbed enough that I could reach opportunities as long as I had enough guts to try and grab them. The word opportunist is often associated with negativity. Kevin tried to steal all of your clients when you were in the hospital after a trapeze accident. Who tries to take someone else's clients while they're recovering from shattering all their toes and fingers? He's such an opportunist. You yell in rage. Let's be clear about something. That's not being an opportunist. That's being a dick. Anyone who would take advantage of a situation by exploiting others or step on people to get ahead is a jerk. But given that you hadn't been hospitalized or hurt, Kevin didn't steal anything from you. You were absent and he seized the opportunity. If you want to be successful, you have to seize opportunities that are presented to you. Set your ego in the right place. If you want to dominate at life, understand all successful people are opportunists. These people jump on great opportunities with zero hesitation. They think big and they'll figure out a way to turn each opportunity into a success. The tricky thing about opportunities is that they don't care about how busy you are or if you're ready for them. It's whether or not you show up that matters most. If your dream position at work is up for grabs or a dream client is in town, but you hesitate because you have that really big vacation planned and you're trying to finish up at work, your workload before your tour of Asia, if you're really just not ready, really sure you have the chops to do it, you need to spend more time thinking it through. Guess what? Poof, it's gone. And the person who snatched it up might not have been as much experienced as you, but one of you had the guts. An opportunist understands that to make millions of dollars, you have to go for it. That means being able to ignore insecurities and fears and pursue every opportunity available, each one pushing you up a little bit higher on the ladder of success. They want someone new to be the manager for the team of 12 employees. Yes, I'm there. They want a proposal. Consider it done. They want ideas for marketing a new product line. I'll sit down and sketch out ideas until I find one that'll blow everyone's mind. Go big or forget it. 2 hours after my meeting with Winston Hendricks, Leah called me. Someone is headed down to the building right now to fire the current sales director. We'd like you to start at 6 p.m. Does that work? Well, shit, I was on my way to the gym, but yes. Okay, great. Leah said she'd see me there, and I won the project. But I would really have to get but would I really have to get that tattoo? This was my first building. It was the first big job that helped me solidify the base of my broker as a broker to watch in 2009 and 2010. It was the project that allowed me to showcase my unique strengths. Bloomberg News did a story on me. I was the youngest sales director ever. We transformed that building from a listing that wasn't getting any traffic to a very desirable place to live by rebranding it and creating a unique marketing campaign to draw in fresh buyers. I was showing New York City that when it came to real estate, I could be a giant, and I was ready to take on more. While I didn't really want to get a huge chest tattoo, it sounds so painful. The sentiment was basically the same. Given the opportunity, I would be 100% in. I'd work tirelessly. I'd hire a great team, and I'd figure out how to get the broker. I'd figure out how to tire. I'd figure out how to get the job done. I'd live and breathe this project. Being a broker in New York City is cutthroat. If I didn't want to get toppled over by competition, I needed to solidify my place. I'd have to grow deep roots and do everything I could to stand strong. I am the best broker in this damn forest verse, and I'm going to stand strong like a fucking sequoia tree. Sequoia trees are insane. They do not stop growing until the day they die, and they live for about 3,000 years. I want to be as seriously as thick-skinned as a tree like this. Their bark is 3 feet thick and it's flame retardant. They can't burn. Their branches are 8 feet in diameter, so they spread out wide and take over tons of space. My philosophy is go big or go home. The sequoia is my spirit animal, and after that aardvark, of course. Fast forward into 2020, and my team is working on over 50 buildings in Manhattan and Brooklyn. I've started my own company, and I've since closed over 4 billion in sales. And I'm known for selling out new development buildings better than anyone else. But knock it out of the universe style success requires taking knowledge and experience you've honed and using it to do and earn more. Conquer. Real estate will always be where I earn most of my income. But all of the other branches that I've pursued also brought in more money that's growing like crazy. I give speeches all over the world. I started a brand new real estate network on YouTube called Listed. The Sell It Like Serhant course has nearly 5,000 members. I have a deal with Chase Bank where I deposited the first big commission check of 24,000, where I am the face of real estate in their marketing. I have a podcast called Big Money Energy. Tune in, please. You'll love it. All of these branches have become an integral part of my success, but I'm not solely dependent on any of them. A broken branch would hurt, sure, but I still have a strong base I'm operating from that allows me to identify new areas for growth. Next level success requires conquering opportunities left and right, but do tell, Ryan, where exactly are all of these opportunities? Start with that fantasy job or passion you haven't pursued because it seems so ridiculously unattainable. Do what you love, kind of. Sometimes I think whoever said, do what you love and the money will follow, never worked a day in his life. In fact, he must not have earned a dollar in his lifetime. If only earning money and being successful were that simple. I have not, I haven't kept it a secret that being a real estate broker is not my dream job. I'd still be an actor if I had the skills of Daniel Day-Lewis, but I don't. And I know that. I'm aware enough to not try to make a living doing something I can't. Coming to the realization that I wasn't going to make it as an actor was brutal. But for whatever reason, uh, I had to accept the fact that I was not going to become the next Tom Cruise. I would have been happy to be a B or C list actor, but I wasn't even going to be that. The harsh reality was if I wanted to eat and pay my rent, I needed to get a real job. But just because a dream doesn't play out like you wanted it doesn't mean that it dies. My undying love for acting helped push me to work hard to get cast on $1 million listing in New York when that opportunity arose. When I finally miraculously landed on TV after 7 years of sad failed attempts, I had to wonder, are there other ways to combine my true passion for performance with my day job in real estate where I am currently making Tom Cruise money? How else can I tap into this? Okay, I may not be playing Hamilton on Broadway, but thanks to my actual background, I'm perfectly happily st- um, I'm perfectly happy standing on stage and talking to thousands of people about how to improve their careers, and I love it. It energizes me, and I feel a sense of connection with the abundance, just like acting. And bonus, it pays a lot more. It pays a lot better than playing a bird in a subway performance of Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. The vlog is another area where I get to turn my love for performance into income producing content for my real estate business. I've done an apartment tour in the bright red sleeveless suit with shorts. I've toured a house in Texas that had 27 television sets while wearing a gigantic pink fur coat. Fine. So I'm not playing Richard Gere's son in a movie, but I get to wear fun costumes while growing the most followed real estate brand in the world. This performance art works well for me because I'm having fun while doing it, doing what I love while expanding my brand as a real estate agent, increasing my sphere of influence, gaining new subscribers, and ultimately making more money. Just because the universe slammed the door in your face when it comes to your big dream of being fabulous fashion Louis uh, just because the universe slammed the door in your face when it came to your big dream of being a fabulous fashion designer, Louis Vuitton Part 2, doesn't mean you can't find a different way to get it all in. Fuck you, universe. Create a new way to do it. How can your passion become an extension of your business or an additional service to what you already offer? No matter what the field you work in, there are gaps in between in the marketplace. And guess what? It turns out people love crazy house tours where people display giant crystal encrusted horse sculptures in their foyer and have enormous 3-story closets. We get more followers with each crazy house I tour, and with those followers I turn into customers. When looking to branch out, I think about how you can use your when looking to branch out, think about how you can use your own passions and talents to pique interest, solve problems, and ultimately become a gigantic success story. And suppose you're not creative, no problem. You just need to find a different way to break the mold as an opportunist. You have to understand that there is also a whole stadium of other opportunists sitting in the bleachers, maybe with bigger money energy, who could be going for the same goals as you. Maybe they don't want to do a vlog. Maybe they still want to, but they will still want to go for that $1 million project. You've got to force yourself outside of your comfort zone so that you aren't the last person sitting in the bleachers while everyone else is grabbing opportunities left and right. Get out of your bubble. When Amelia, Zena, and I move into our brownstone that we've been renovating for the past 2 years, I envision us all watching movies in cozy matching pajamas, or maybe I'll learn to make pancakes and start wearing an apron and operating a spatula. I can imagine the pride I'll feel when Zena rides her first bicycle up and down the street, and hopefully she'll inherit her parents' work ethic and operate a lucrative lemonade stand. That's the kind of life I see for myself. Pajamas, carbs on Sunday, juice for sale, and come Monday morning, Dad will put on his suit, straighten his tie, and head off to work for meetings. It's a wonderful life, but if I existed only in my bubble where I am most comfortable, I would miss out on countless opportunities to branch out. How much seed capital to do lemonade stands require, by the way? I have to push myself outside of my bubble. Twice a month, I schedule growth work in my calendar. Those are pockets of time dedicated to attending events where I'll meet new and interesting and creative people and be exposed to new ideas. I'll be the person to admit that when I see growth work in my calendar, I want to throw up. Growth work is the work that you do that you don't want to do. So you reserve time in the calendar to do that exactly. Most of my growth work involves socializing, which basically means networking. However you want to classify it, I don't like to do it. It makes me nauseous to do it, and I hate it so much. And that's exactly why I do it. It's the job. It's what I committed to doing. And because I'm an adult, I'm doing what I tell myself I'm going to do. But you know what I actually do like doing? Playing games. My growth work involves making a social event into a Grand Theft Auto mission. I walk into an event with one simple goal to meet the smartest person in the room. Boom, there he is. This serves as a perfect Jedi mind trick for me because even though I've just finished a conversation with an investment banker who shared some brilliant ideas about mortgages, my mind is already reeling with possibilities. The truth is, how do I know he's the smartest person in the room? I don't. I'll push myself to investigate further. which means I'm forced to talk to someone else. I must find the smartest person in the room. Oh my God, this graphic designer is blowing my mind with creative ideas. Wow, is she the smartest? I can't be sure. I'll force myself to talk to one more person. And finally, I'll meet someone who specializes in online learning. What a smart guy. He gives me an idea to do an online class. Great idea. I'll do an online class. And just like that, I have a new venture to contribute to my millionaire plan. Growth work always starts with me whining like a toddler who doesn't want to go to bed because I really, really want to go home, and ends with me walking home thinking, oh my God, what if I had gone right home? I left that party with a new way to think about investor loans, ideas about how to grow my media company, and an idea of an online class is amazing. Get out of your bubble to create more opportunities for yourself. What's your bubble look like? When I started doing growth work regularly, I couldn't believe how many new ideas I was generating. Some were admittedly ridiculous. No matter how much I love ice cream, I should not devote my entire energy to making calorie-free ice cream. Those ideas were tossed. Although, if someone invents that and it still tastes like ice cream and not cardboard ice cream, definitely let me know. Other ideas I wanted to explore right away, like bringing someone in-house to help me produce content. These were ideas I decided to act on now. I'd, I'd bring the idea up with my team, start brainstorming, and then start talking about how this branch might help us all grow. That's how opportunity works. You spot it and then you execute to get the product out there and start making more money. Other ideas like the online class got me very excited, but I knew I didn't have the time or staff to move forward with it yet. These ideas got placed in the future file labeled Future Ryan. The Future Ryan file is essentially a file of goals that I want to keep right on my desk, full of notes and things I want to accomplish, but I have to wait to proceed with until time and manpower are available. I visit my Future Ryan file every month, adding to it, looking through the ideas to see if any of them have become viable yet. Growth work has led to me writing this book. If I hadn't been on Million Dollar Listing New York, I wouldn't have led to the opportunity to do the show Sell It Like Serhant, which then led to an opportunity to do a master class for real estate brokers in New York City. Talking in front of all those successful brokers showed me that, wow, I have something to say. I realized at that moment I had gained enough knowledge to put together a book. None of this would have happened if on my way to do growth work, I had let myself take the easy way out and said, oh, I'm doing great. I'm making money. I'll just give myself a break and go home and watch Netflix. Netflix is great, but if you're not going to, it's not going to help you discover lucrative new business opportunities to help you make millions. Get out of your own bubble and go grow. Opportunities are constantly looking for growth. We feed off growth. Opportunists are constantly looking for growth. We take each opportunity and squeeze it for everything it's worth. Opportunists have big money energy because we are always listening closely for the next fix. They go to bed smiling when a new idea arises because they have a new opportunity to jump onto first thing in the morning. No, thank you. After my experience selling my first building, I knew one thing that I wanted to follow on. I wanted to focus on the big FO, not FU. The big FO may sound like a cuisine, but it really stands for future opportunities. While I wish there wasn't a limit to what single human can accomplish, there is. I'm limited in what I can accomplish today, but not for the next year or next week. Time gives me more stamina. If you're anything like me, the idea of turning down work makes you want to throw up. But when you're expanding, you need to grab onto opportunities that also buy you time into the future. There are opportunities for you right now. Renting an apartment, opening a yoga studio on the side, and there's also the big FO. We've all got we've all operated in the now, and that's fine. But in order to surge ahead and make millions, you need to graduate to the bigger goals: selling and flipping homes, owning a chain of yoga studios, you name it. After being a sales director of an entire building, I was hungry for more FO, future opportunities. I started asking myself the three questions before I took on any project to evaluate if it would lead to more FO. How many minutes is this costing me? By now, you've learned that I am passionate protecting my minutes. Minutes are as valuable as gold. So it's important to analyze the number of minutes that are spent are worth the amount of potential income. 1,000 minutes for 1,000 commission on or profit is a clear no thank you. The more minutes, the more money I have to make, and this will deplete my minute. And will this deplete my minutes? If a project presents complications from the very beginning, I need to analyze if the minutes spent are worth the amount of potential income. If it's not worth it, pass it off to someone else or more junior on your team. Is there a viable path to FO? Just make the equation slightly more complicated. A project that would require thousands of minutes to make a moderate commission seems like a clear no thank you. But if a project involves working with a developer I know has many more bigger projects in the pipeline, then the math might work in my favor of taking the job. Next question is, will I make invaluable connections? An old, dusty brownstone that hasn't been modernized can be hard to sell. People love sleek new kitchens, and no one wants dumb waiters. They're creepy. A project like this could suck up thousands of minutes for one sale. But hold the phone. If I get a good price for this brownstone, I'll have planted the seed that I can get a great price for other homes on the block. And this could lead to other listings from neighbors who I could sell for a huge amounts of money. The referrals this could bring are solid FOs, so this is a yes. As you're branching out, analyze the situation to the best of your ability. How much time will it take? What's the payoff? Is it worth the hard work that it will take? Will putting in the work now bring me much bigger opportunities in the future? If your main focus is growing branches, get comfortable holding out for more FO and leaving those smaller, low-paying, energy-sucking jobs for someone else. Don't play it safe. When I first moved to New York and lived in Koreatown, the first thing I'd see in the morning was on the wall was on the other side of my bed, a grungy sort of cigarette smoked colored wall with nothing on it. It's like I opened my eyes every morning and was confronted with my total lack of abundance in the form of a depressing, gross wall. If that wall could talk, it would say, "Good morning, Ryan. Welcome to another day in your sucky life." This was not an experience I wanted to repeat every morning for the rest of my life. I started to visualize something better. I'd wake up, and before I'd open my eyes, I'd imagine I lived in a penthouse apartment. In my mind, the apartment was in Soho, a neighborhood that I loved. My bedroom would have actual walls and door. I was living in a studio. And when I woke up, I'd have a view of the city outside of my window with my own private terrace. I'd imagine myself getting up and taking a shower in a beautiful marble bathroom. Maybe it would have a small walk-in rain shower like a nicer apartments in New York City did, with a hand wand. And the best part is I wouldn't have to literally wait in line to use the bathroom because it was my own damn bathroom. The rest of my apartment would be tastefully decorated with good furniture. The walls would not be the color of death, and there would be actual art hanging on them. It would take a few years, but I got the penthouse in Soho, and it's everything I imagined it would be. I don't think lying in bed and envisioning your dream life is like a magic formula for making what you want to appear. But I do believe that thinking about your dream life inspires you to go out into the world and work harder to earn more. Focusing on what you really, really want can push you to take risks. Maybe thinking about how great it will feel to drive a car that isn't falling apart will push you to call that new contact you made last week. You don't want roommates anymore, then it's time to really push for that promotion so you can earn more and afford the apartment that makes your heart sing. You want to wake up excited about the satisfying work that you're doing to save the world, then go out there and finally get the job that makes you want to get up and go to work. Take time every day to think about what bigger dreams and bigger earnings can bring you. A luxury European vacation or paying for college? How awesome to picture your kids in their caps and gowns walking down a stage on graduation day. What a great motivator. Maybe you imagine paying off all of that credit card debt and you think about lying in the park without a care in the world before the first of every month. If you want to open your business, imagine what it would be like to leave your house and walk into your very own company, knowing that options are limitless and allowing yourself to want it all will open you up to doing more, exploring new opportunities, and getting creative about how to make it all happen. I'm writing this down in the form of form I'm writing this from the dining room table. I'm writing this from the dining room table in my penthouse apartment. And I wouldn't be here if I woke up every morning and saw that gross wall and thought, sure, this is enough for me. Aim higher. And guess what? Once you get what you want, your dreams will change and you'll have something new to aim for. As I'm typing this, I'm also renovating my new 8,000 square foot Brookstone Brooklyn Brooks Brownstone House, the largest single family house in Boerum Hill, a very fancy neighborhood in Brooklyn. I dreamt it too. I got it. If you want to earn more, don't play it safe. Safe is fine. Safe will get you an average life, an average income, and all of the average things that come along with it. And you are not average. You can do what can you do to break out of your safe zone? Start earning more money. Think about the craziest ideas you ever had. Are they really that crazy? What's holding you back? Open yourself up to new possibilities. Toss some of those safety precautions aside and just take a risk. Say goodbye to average forever and see what you can do when you just take a risk. Big money energy mantra number 3. I know how badly you want your dream to come true, and that's why you can't let negative energy and self-doubt weigh you down. You must exude positivity to succeed. I am upbeat. I am expansive. I radiate success. I have big money energy. If you guys have made it this far to the video, make sure to subscribe. Help me reach 10,000 subscribers. I really appreciate it. Chapter 13. This is the last chapter. I know the 7 days of the week, and I can tell you that some day isn't a real day. I don't ever want to be the old man who thinks I should have. Whenever Yuri picks me up from the airport and drives me back to Manhattan after a speaking gig, we pass by Calvary Cemetery, the largest cemetery in New York City, and a final resting place for 3 million people. The gravestones seem to stretch out for miles, with the city skyline highlighted in the background. As a final resting place, it's some prime real estate, that view. As we drove past it, I can't help but wonder how many of these people said at one point in their lives, I have a really great idea. How many acted on them? Did thousands of these people get buried here and say they do it someday? Ideas aren't any good unless you act upon them. And that's why you don't need to hate on opportunists or people with an accelerated path. Let their drive to get things done inspire you. Let their ability to grab onto opportunities and make things happen motivate you to succeed on a higher level and push you to keep going. I'm proud to know that I can keep growing in new directions. I still think about what I said to myself when I was surrounded by countless other brokers at Gotham Hotel who were all going after the same opportunity I was. Why not me? I never tattooed the address of my first building on my chest, and while I don't have any plans for a tattoo, if I got one, I think I'd go in a different direction. Why not me? I didn't know it when I was a kid in my mid-20s, awkward in my dorky clothes and insanely nervous around clients. But my success has been shaped by the idea, why not me? If it wasn't me, it was going to be someone else. That question gave me the power to grab onto what I wanted. It helped me understand that I had just as much of a right to big success as anyone else. As you start putting together the pieces of your extraordinary life together, there's going to be a moment where you feel stuck, when the task before you feels insurmountable, and that's okay. You're not the first person to feel that way. You aren't the first person who has considered giving up as they pursue their dreams. Just keep going forward. Why not you? I am here to tell you that you're ready. If you don't believe me yet, consider the following. Proof you're ready for more. You've reached expert status. If people are calling you for your take on what you think, the next big development, your thoughts on what new digital marketing applications will look like, congratulations, you're an expert and a thought leader. You're the go-to person for startups, issues regarding urban planning in your town. That means you're an expert. You know what you're doing, and it's a clear sign that you're ready to handle more. You constantly over-deliver. You may have reached a place in your career where nuts and bolts of what you do are getting easier. Now, when you're getting hired to do an online marketing campaign, you're also able to use all of your services to help your clients place op-eds in major newspapers. That's an impressive skill, and it's also going above and beyond. If you're consistently able to push the envelope for your clients and customers, get ready for more. Go for it. Your team is in place. Your branding company has been consistently growing for a while, and you've hired great people. Your teamwork Your team is working well together. There's collaboration on projects, and you have strong systems in place. The workload is flowing steadily, and the manpower is there. What are you waiting for? Branch out. Everything I have done in my life, from going on reality TV to building my own company to creating a podcast, has been shaped by the fact that when my life and career felt as tumultuous as a level 4 rapid, I didn't stop paddling. If you have a great idea, whether it's to expand your company, build a business from scratch, or monetize your side hustle, galvanize yourself just to get in that boat and start paddling. Just keep moving down the river, because your ideas deserve to be heard. You deserve to be seen, and you deserve to live a life that you love, just like anyone else. You might start out in gentle waters. The river is clear. You can see any hazards that are headed your way, but then you're going to experience those irregular waves that rock your confidence. You have to keep paddling and stay afloat, and you'll be okay. Next, you could hit narrow channels that are harder to maneuver through. You might hit water so violent that you can get tossed right back out of your boat. But when it happens, get back in. The river is tough, but eventually you'll gain the strength you need to move forward with confidence. And guess what? Just when you think you're past the rough waters, surprise, that's when the river dumps you right back into the ocean, where the waves are bigger than anything else you've experienced. But you'll be fine, because you are going to swim right through those waters. You've proved all your worth on the river, and you can cut through all of this until you land where you want to be. If you don't keep paddling, if you decide to abandon your boat and crawl back onto the banks, that's fine. But there is going to be someone else waiting anxiously behind you to get in your seat. If it's not you, it's going to be someone else. So why not you? You need to fully believe that you have just as much of a right to success as anyone else. As you start putting together the pieces of your extraordinary life together, there's going to be moments when you feel stuck, when the task before you feels insurmountable. That's okay. You're not the first person to feel this way. You aren't the first person who has considered giving up as they pursue their dreams. Just stay in the boat. Just keep paddling and moving yourself down the river, because why not you? You're going to be bold and keep going, because yes, you. Never forget that success is 100% yours for the taking. And let's just see how far your big energy money takes you. That was Big Money Energy. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for subscribing. Let me know down in the comments below what book you want me to read next, and make sure to subscribe for another book read. See you guys in the next one. Peace.